Flu vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items in spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information. Find your adventure here in Hillsborough County. With 25 unique trails, including 2 special ones in Florida State Parks, this year's hiking spree is going to be the best one yet. Register at hcflgov.net/hiking spree to earn this year's medallion. Show us your favorite spot by taking a picture and tagging it #TakeAHikeHC. Happy hiking!
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Hillsborough County, along with local and federal health experts, are encouraging residents to wear cloth face masks to cover their nose and mouth when in public to help stop the spread of COVID-19. There are not enough surgical face masks for everyone, and available ones should go to healthcare workers and first responders. It's easy to make your own face mask out of common household items. The CDC and U.S. Surgeon General say you can use an old scarf, bandana, or make one using a t-shirt plus 2 rubber bands. Cut part of the t-shirt into a square, fold it from the bottom to the middle, then from the middle to the top. Repeat those steps one more time, then add a rubber band to each side. Bring each end to the middle, then secure around your face. They should fit snugly but comfortably. Cloth face coverings should not be placed on children younger than 2 years of age or people who have trouble breathing. The CDC emphasizes that while wearing a face mask, you should still practice social distancing, stay 6 feet apart from others, and continue other preventative measures such as frequent hand washing. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information.
Is Is your local business or organization looking to give back to the community? Help keep our roads clean by joining the Adopt a Road program administered by Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Keeping our roads clean is a great way for team building as well as exposure for your business. Select the road your business wants to adopt and dispatch a team to remove litter and debris. Participants will receive 2 signs showing their organization's name as well as safety equipment and instructions for cleaning roads. You can help keep Tampa Bay beautiful by adopting your own road today. To learn more, visit hcflgov.net/cleanhc.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Visit hcflgov.net/stay-safe for more information and have a reservation made today. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
You know what I like about my morning commute? It's time to reflect. Ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep. Like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag? You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look, no plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
Flu vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items and spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for up-to-date information. Find your adventure here in Hillsborough County. With 25 unique trails, including 2 special ones in Florida State Parks, this year's hiking spree is going to be the best one yet. Register at hcflgov.net/hiking spree to earn this year's medallion. Show us your favorite spot by taking a picture and tagging it #TakeAHikeHC. Happy hiking!
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Hillsborough County, along
Good morning and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners for meeting for December 16, 2020. I'd like to call the Commissioners meeting to order. We are hosting our meeting using a hybrid format that involves personnel at County Center and others in a virtual setting. I want to assure everybody that proper precautions are being taken as we continue adhering to social distancing guidelines and other measures to keep everyone safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, we're going to have the invocation and pledge given by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask to stand if you're able to and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now please join me in the invocation. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions this morning. Hope that you will give us sharp minds and a keen eye towards making decisions that are in the best interest of this community. As always, Lord, I pray for the first responders, not only in our own community, but across our nation and across the world. I pray for the members of our armed forces, that you will keep all of them safe, guide them, and comfort them each and every day. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
And I'll ask for a roll call at this point to establish quorum.
Kemp? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Here.
Thank you. Overman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Cohen? Hagan?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
White?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And now we'll move to commendations and proclamations. I'll recognize for the first proclamation, Commissioner Ken Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a real pleasure for me to present this first commendation. Is Robert Riley and Ken Beavis, are they here with us? I can't tell. Can we tell if they're present?
They're here with us. They're here with us.
Okay, great. It's a pleasure for me to introduce this commendation to Mr. Robert Riley, who lives in the Dover area and who is an 18-year waste management team member. On November 10th, while servicing a community in Seffner, Mr. Riley observed a 2-year-old little boy wandering in the area without supervision. A concern for the health and welfare of the barefoot toddler, Mr. Riley swiftly approached the child. Waste Management, a county contracted vendor, through their Waste Watch program, trains their employees to alert emergency services whenever they observe a dangerous situation. Mr. Riley immediately realized the child was in potentially grave danger, and thanks to his training, knew exactly the steps to help the child. He left his truck, secured the child, and notified the sheriff's deputies, who swiftly arrived. With the child now safe, deputies, along with Mr. Riley, searched the neighborhood until they were able to reunite the family. If that wasn't enough, the very next day, Mr. Riley saw a frail older man suddenly collapse onto the concrete. Robert rushed the man's side and stayed until he was confident the gentleman was unharmed and was able to regain himself and be on his way. It is for his quick thinking and protective and selfless actions that the Board of County Commissioners would like to present this letter of commendation. It reads, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to recognize Robert Riley for his resolute actions that enabled a lost toddler to be reunited with his parents, and congratulates him for being a shining example of goodwill to all during this holiday season. An 18-year Waste Management Inc. team member who lives in the Dover area with his wife and teenage son, Mr. Riley was servicing a residential area in Seffner on November 10th when he noticed a barefoot 2-year-old child alone and wandering in a park near a roadway. After carefully observing to determine whether anyone was accompanying the toddler, Mr. Riley approached and called 911, remaining at the child's side to ensure his safety until authorities arrived. Sheriff's deputies and private security canvassed the area until they were able to reunite the young boy with his parents. This happy ending is a perfect example of why Waste Management, a county contracted waste hauler, initiated a program entitled Waste Watch, where employees serve as an extra set of eyes and ears for area public safety agencies. Mr. Riley's actions that day are an example of his protective and service-oriented character. The next day, Veterans Day, Mr. Riley was performing his duties at a Sefner shopping center when he rendered aid to an elderly resident who had fallen on a sidewalk. Mr. Riley stayed with the man until he was able to compose and steady himself before continuing on his way. The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida does hereby commend Robert Riley for his good deeds and thanks him for helping make Hillsborough County such a caring community for all ages. Awarded this 16th day of December 2020, signed by all 7 of the Board of County Commissioners. Congratulations, Mr. Riley. I understand that your wife is watching from work. Would you like to say a few words?
Just thank you for everything. I'm just doing what I was trained to do. We watch everywhere. I stay focused. In this time, I just try to stay calm and focus and slow down. If I see something, say something.
Well, God bless you, Mr. Riley. We certainly need more individuals like you who have the willingness to look out for your fellow man. You're an inspiration to us all, especially during this Christmas season. Is Mr. Beavis here with us
Yes. Yes, I am, Commissioner.
Okay, great. Just want to congratulate you and Waste Management team for their efforts to be strong corporate citizens and instituting this Waste Watch training program. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Thank you first, Commissioner Hagan and the entire board for recognizing Rob. That day Rob was a hero to a family. He's been part of our waste management family for 18 years, and we're very proud to have him as a teammate. I want to let people know that Rob was also recognized by a local Hillsborough County business called Premier Paver Restoration. John and Amy Wilmering heard about this story, and as John put it, they put their money where their mouth was, and they presented Rob with a very nice monetary reward. So I just wanted to let people know about Premier Paver Restoration also. And lastly, thank you, Commissioner, again, for recognizing Waste Management's award-winning Waste Watch program, where we do train our drivers to be that extra set of eyes and ears out there in your community. Our drivers are trained to observe and report, and only to intervene if it's safe to do so, as in the case with Rob and the wandering toddler. So thank you again, and we're very proud of Rob.
Well, thank you, Mr. Beavis, for those comments, and again, thank you, Mr. Riley, very, very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you. We'll go next to Commissioner Gwen Myers.
My computer shows that my hand is raised.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Commissioner White.
Thank you. I just would like to, of course, thank Mr. Riley for his act of heroism. He, in all likelihood, saved 2 lives over the course of those days. Also want to thank Waste Management for the program that they have in place that really had him in tune to have that watchful eye. And of course, I'd like to thank Premier Pavers as a local business for stepping up to the plate and recognizing this local hero. Throughout this COVID pandemic, we've talked a lot about small neighborhood businesses, the mom and pops that really support our communities. And Premier Pavers, has really demonstrated why it's so important to take care of our small businesses during this time. But again, the spotlight is on Mr. Riley, and Mr. Riley, I just really sincerely want to thank you. You're a great human being, and I just encourage you to keep doing what you do each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and seeing no others. Certainly those were great stories, and it takes a community, right? So thank you for, I hate to think of what would happen otherwise if that hadn't been done. So I'm so pleased that we can recognize him today. And now I'll move to Commissioner Gwen Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning. Are the Reverend Larry Roundtree and Gloria Epps Miller here today?
Could you hear that? There was a yes.
Thank you. It is my honor to present my first special recognition to the family of an amazing man who was a spiritual cornerstone of our community. The Reverend Dr. Cleo Epps served as pastor of Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church in Tampa for over 52 years until his retirement in 2011. His love for his church was matched only by his love for his family. Sadly, the Reverend Dr. Epps passed away on October 14th. He was 96 years old. His community will miss him dearly, but his legacy lives on. This presentation was originally scheduled for November 12th, but our meeting was canceled due to Tropical Storm Ada. Today, I am proud to present his family with this memoriam in recognition and remembrance of his achievement. And the memoriam reads, whereas the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners recognize individuals who commit and dedicated have made a lasting impact on the community and its residents. And one such person is the Reverend Dr. Cleo Phillip Epps, retired pastor of Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church, who passed away on October 14, 2020. And whereas Reverend Dr. Epps was born on May 23, 1924, in Jacksonville, Florida, and after maturing into a young man, decided to serve his country by enlisting in the United States Navy, serving until he was honorably discharged, and whereas accepting a higher calling after his military service, Reverend Dr. Epps became a minister. He was licensed on June 8, 1958, at Oak Hill Missionary Baptist Church, before being ordained as minister of the gospel less than a year later. And whereas Reverend Dr. Epps received his honorary doctorate of divinity degree from Florida Theological Seminary after completing 8 years of academic and served as pastor of Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church in Tampa for over 52 prosperous years, retiring in 2011. And whereas a leader of statewide influence, Reverend Dr. Epps held numerous esteemed positions, including Elder Statesman for Progressive Missionary and Education, State Convention of Florida, and retired as moderator of the First South Florida District Association after 11 years of dedicated service to over 120 churches. And whereas, in addition, Reverend Dr. Epps was president of Congress number 4 for 28 consecutive years, providing immense guidance to 22 churches in Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, and Hernando counties, and prior to that was vice president for 8 years. And whereas Reverend Dr. Epps used his loving hands and spiritual devotion to train over 40 ministers, ordained more than 20, and licensed in excess of 30 in exemplary career. And whereas a true legend, Reverend Dr. Epps was presented the 2019 Tampa Bay Gospel Association's Pastoral Leadership, Longevity, and Legend Award, and it was announced at that ceremony that a Pastoral Leadership Award was being established in his honor. And whereas, although the loss of this outstanding man is difficult to bear, his legacy lives on through the improvements he made to the community, in the way he influenced others to make a difference, and in all those whose lives he touched. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby urge all residents to join in expressing both sorrow and appreciation to daughters Gloria and Antonio Epps Miller, Cynthia Epps Lester, and Miriam Epps, nephew Curtis Baskin Sr., stepdaughters Wilma Hinckley, Loretta and Ken Willis, Sharon and Richard Green, Pam Bennett, Beverly Jerry, Kathy Montgomery, and Linda and Steve Jones. 8 great-grandchildren, a host of great-grands, and many other relatives and friends. This board hopes that they take solemn in the many cherished memories and positive impacts that Reverend Dr. Cleo Phillips Epps made during his lifetime. Executed the 16th day of December 2020, signed by all 7 county commissioners. Will the Epps family would like to say a few words?
All of the staff. On behalf of this family, words cannot express the gratitude that we have to all of the people who recognize our dad, leader, over so many people across the nation who knew him as Pastor Epps, Dr. Epps, even Moderator Epps. I can truly say he was indeed a legend and one of God's true saints in the ministry. If he was here today, I could hear him say how he loved and appreciate each and every one of you and to stay encouraged. Keep God and Christ ahead of your life because that will be the key to open any door. Thank you all, and may God bless and keep you. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing those words. The Reverend Dr. Epps will be forever missed, but never forgotten. And I would just like to share, I can remember Dr. Reverend Epps coming to my church, Greater Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. In our church, under the late Reverend Oscar Johnson Jr., we had an annual fellowship where our church would worship each year with Reverend Epps' family, church family. And his spiritual legacy will live on. And thank you so much.
Commissioner Myers, this is Pat.
She may not be able to hear you right there. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Kemp, and to the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Myers, and to past Commissioner Miller. It is an honor and a privilege for me to say a few words on behalf of Dr. Epps. Many of us are familiar with the biblical narrative of David and Goliath. And while most of us focus our attention on the young shepherd boy with the 5 smooth stones, we forget about the presence of this gargantuan that he faced. Now, although Goliath is a villainous and nefarious character, there are some traits that I want to compare with C.P. Epps. C.P. Epps, like Goliath, was a giant of a man. Goliath made a giant impression. Wherever he went, everybody took notice that he was there. So it was with Dr. Epps. Whatever room he entered, he changed the atmosphere. He carried a strength and a grace with him that will be unforgettable. Also, like Goliath, Goliath had a great impact. When he fell, when he died, his body left an impression where he fell. And certainly, although Dr. Epps is gone, he has left a giant impact, not only in Tampa and Hillsborough County, but across this state and nation. The Bible tells us that we ought to serve and honor our elders with double honor. And certainly, if there's anyone deserving of that, that is the Reverend Dr. Cleo Phillips Epps. So thank you so much for honoring him. It is a well-deserved honor to his family, to his church family, to the community. Join me in thanking God for a man who walked worthy of the call of Christ that was placed upon his life.
Commissioner Miller. I just wanted to thank you for those words. I don't know if it's Reverend Romphrey. Thank you, and for giving us a new perspective on Goliath. Thank you so much. And And I think, so I want to thank our recipients for joining us today and for everything that you all do to make Hillsborough County a better place and a better place for people to live. I'm going to take a rare point of personal privilege this morning. This is coming up on a future agenda, but I'm sorry, I'm just too excited and I have to share this with everybody. Because yesterday, and I didn't quite realize the import of this, but I was invited for a 1-minute statement, and it was an international conference, and we received recognition as a platinum LEED certified county, the only one in Florida. But guess what? Only 3 in the nation. San Diego, California, Arlington, Virginia, and us. They had received theirs before. So I am just really proud. I want to thank our staff who has really moved forward in this direction. Greg Hordell, Tom Fast, John Mueller, Sheila McNamara, George Cassidy, and Michelle Van Dyke of the EPC. And as we noted, it was we are really moving in a direction of more sustainable land use through infill and redevelopment. Electric buses, we did a hybrid sheriff's fleet of 25 cars. We've done $5 million for solar panels for our libraries and public buildings, solar LED lighting at parks and stadiums, 2 programs for residential rooftop solar, the Solar United Nations Neighbors Sun program in 2018 had the largest kickoff in the entire nation here in Hillsborough County, people really wanting to do rooftop solar. And our solar energy loan fund sponsored by the county for residential energy improvements for low income and credit challenged homeowners. So anyway, I just wanted to let you all know platinum LEED for a county. There's a lot of cities. There's few counties, and I'm really proud of us and all the work we've done moving in that direction. So you'll hear more about that in January, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't kind of help myself here. And having said that, we will move now to Ms. Wise. Any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I have my hand up. This is Commissioner Hagan.
Yes, Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. This will be brief. Number 1, congratulations to you and to staff on the Platinum League for Hillsborough County. That's outstanding news. Secondly, I just want everyone to know that I'm going to have to leave at 2:30 to pick up my daughter from school. And third, when we get to D5, I'll raise my hand, but I do want to be recognized first as the district commissioner. Sometimes we're having challenges with the virtual and the hand raising, so just know D5 that I do want to be recognized first, and I'll raise my hand at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to. I'm reading my everything here and looking at the hands and not getting everything quite. So thank you. Okay, so Ms. Wise, any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, item E5 is being deferred to January 6th, which was a special appearance from Julia McKenzie from Mosey. We have several changes that reflect changes in time. E2 is moving from 1:45 to 2:15, which is a special appearance by Santiago Carrata and Craig Richard. Item E3 changing from 2 o'clock to 2:30, which is a special appearance from Martine Collier. Item E4 changing from 2:15 to 2:45, a special appearance by John Flanagan. Item F1, which is Commissioner Kemp's item, is a time certain at 1:45 to direct the staff to prepare amendments to the future land use element to eliminate the environmentally sensitive land credit within the urban service rural service area for wetland density credit. Item F2, Commissioner Smith's item at 2 o'clock to direct the county attorney's office to draft an amendment to the mobility fee program ordinance. Item G3 does not have a time certain, which is to receive a report from management and budget regarding an update on COVID-19 programs and activities. At 10 o'clock, item D1 is to conduct a public hearing to accept comments on the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, known as CAPER, and to approve submittal of the CAPER. Item D2 is an ordinance to change the hours of irrigation for new and existing lawns and landscaping in the South County service area. Item D3 is to conduct the second of 2 public hearings for school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement with the School Board of Hillsborough County and Baum Grove Development LLC for the Baum Grove East subdivision. Item D4 is to conduct the second of 2 public hearings for school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement with the School Board of Hillsborough County and EPGI LLC for the proposed Berry Bay subdivision. Item D5 is to conduct a second public hearing and consider staff's recommendation of denial of the proposed designation of approximately 150 acres as a brownfield area by Ace Golf Inc. for parcels known as at 1055 Regent Park Drive in Tampa as the Pebble Creek Golf Course. Item D6 is to conduct a public hearing for street lighting districts and to add 3 new areas. Item D7 is to conduct a public hearing to comply with federal tax law, a TEFRA hearing in connection with solid waste and resource recovery revenue non-revolving credit agreement line of credit bonds for not to exceed $22 million. Item D8 is to approve a resolution. We intend to use the uniform method of collecting a non-ad valorem assessment pursuant to a section of the Florida statutes to collect non-ad valorem assessments for impact fee assessment units previously created in 2020. Item E1 is the report from Emergency Management Operations related to COVID-19 and the local state of emergency. At 11:45, there is a recess for lunch. At 1:30, item G1, which is an appearance by Attorney Mike Moore to provide an update to the board on the opioid litigation. Item F1 at 1:45 p.m. is to direct the Planning Commissioner Kemp's item to direct the Planning Commission staff, the Development Services, and the County Attorney's Office to coordinate and prepare amendments to future land use element of the Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code in order to eliminate the environmentally sensitive land credit within the rural service area. Item F2 at 2 o'clock, Commissioner Smith's item to direct the County Attorney's Office to draft an amendment to the Mobility Fee Program Ordinance to eliminate the phase-in of mobility fees in order to begin collecting mobility fees at the full 100% and to bring back a draft resolution to the board on January 6, 2021 for consideration. Item E2 at 2:15, special appearances by Santiago Carrata, President and CEO, Visit Tampa Bay, and Craig Richard, President and CEO, Tampa Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, to present their semi-annual activity reports. Item E3 at 2:30, a special appearance by Martine Collier, Executive Director, Hillsborough Arts Council, to present their quarterly activity report. And finally, item E4 at 2:45 p.m., a special appearance by John Flanagan, CEO of CareerSource Tampa Bay, to present their quarterly activity report. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Move the changes.
We have a motion by Commissioner White to move the changes, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to public comments. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to board members. However, it is requested at the same time when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following changes to the agenda for public comments. At the direction of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to speak during the meeting will be able to do so by completing the online public comment form found at hillsboroughcounty.org/speakup. You will be required to provide your name and telephone number on the online form. The information is being requested to facilitate the audio conferencing process. The chair will call on speakers by name in order in which they have completed the online public comment form. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis. The audio call-in number will be provided to participants that have completed the form after it's received by the county. All callers will be muted upon calling and will be unmuted in the submission order after they are recognized by the chair by name. Up to 3 minutes are allowed each speaker. Citizens speaking on a scheduled agenda item will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly. Our first speaker today, I believe from this list, and anyone can give me other information, but I have Christina Bosworth. Ms. Bosworth, you're recognized?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did not sign up for and do not wish to speak on A1. What I want to speak on today is F1. Is that appropriate at this time, or will you be coming back?
Yes,
to F1?
yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can speak on F1.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christina Bosworth, and I live in Waimama. I am speaking to request that you approve item F1 on today's agenda. The wetlands density credit provides no environmental benefits to our county. Where I live in Waimama and throughout the entire South County area, we are experiencing development that the area cannot currently handle. We cannot sustain growth in this area without the wetlands density credit, much less with them. Rural areas that are environmentally sensitive need protection, not to have densely populated developments built in proximity. Allowing the building of additional dwellings over and above what would normally be allowed on land abutting or even surrounding environmentally sensitive areas is extremely poor stewardship of our environment. These credits are currently not allowed in Ruskin or Flatwood. Waimama, Balm, and the other rural areas of the county are no less important and should also be protected. Please move to have these density credits for wetlands and environmentally sensitive lands in the rural areas of our county removed from the future land use element of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Jennifer Solano.
Commissioner, we do not have her on the call.
Okay, maybe we can come back to that. You can let me know if she returns. And then Alexander Agnelli.
Yes, good morning. My name is Alexander Agnelli, resident of Ybor City, and I'm calling in today to speak out against expansion of restrictions on face masks and dance floors specifically. This past weekend, I went to International Plaza to do some holiday shopping, and after the mall, I went to Costco, followed by the gym, and the mall walkways, lines to see Santa stores, and the gym were more crowded than any dance floor in Ybor City on a Saturday night. These big box establishments had little to no social distancing and large crowds, and the board should not be able to pick and choose which types of establishments receive new restrictions and which don't. In addition, I believe shutting down dance floors would cause great harm to the LGBTQ plus establishments who are fighting so hard to stay alive during the pandemic. Restricting dance floors would be the final nail in the coffin for these businesses and leave the LGBTQ plus community with no space to congregate safely now or in a post-pandemic world. Dance floors have been open for months now safely with little to no contact tracing evidence that they are a large driver of COVID-19 transmission here in Hillsborough County. Everyone at dance floors is doing their part to stay safe, spreading out, wearing masks, using means of personal accountability. So the owners, workers, and performers of these establishments have just as much of a right to earn a living as the employees of the crowded malls, gyms, and grocery stores that we have in our neighborhood. So please consider opposing any additional restrictions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now move to Sharon Graham. Is Sharon Graham on?
She is on the call, but I do not hear
her. Okay. Maybe we'll go back to that. We'll move to Christina Bosworth, and let me know if we can get Sharon Graham on. Christina Bosworth, you're recognized.
Twice.
I'm sorry?
We had Christina listed twice.
Yes, I can see that now. Okay, sorry, thank you. Noelle LaCour, you're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Noelle LaCour. I'm here today to speak on agenda items F1 and F2. F1, the wetland density credit, should be eliminated from the rural areas of Hillsborough County, including the WVR2 and the RP2. The land use market study for Wimauma and Baum, which was commissioned by the county and conducted this year by WTL, clearly shows that the wetland density credit needs to be eliminated from the rural area. The market study recommended that the county base developable density on the net developable land area as opposed to the gross acreage. This wetland density giveaway provides no environmental benefit. It actually impacts the wetlands more by allowing a greater density around and near the wetlands. Repealing the credit strengthens protections for rural and environmentally sensitive areas. This incentive is not needed. Market study findings confirm that the planning approvals have exceeded market demand for this part of South County. Please support the elimination of this unnecessary incentive by voting to move this item forward today. F2, it's no secret that our county is far behind when it comes to transportation. Many of our roads are dangerous and congested. According to developmental services, the vast majority of roads in Hillsborough County are substandard. Pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure is almost non-existent in South Hillsborough County, but thanks for the many, many sidewalks to nowhere. My point is the residents of Hillsborough County need 100% of the mobility increase now, not years from now. Us taxpayers are tired of subsidizing these developments so that developers can generate higher profits. We are tired of seeing children forced to walk extremely hazardous routes to and from school because of the lack of capital improvements. Please vote yes to eliminate the phase-in of the mobility fees so the county can begin collecting mobility fees at the full 100% rate sooner than later. Thank you all for your time and happy holidays.
Thank you. We'll move to Jeanette Doyle.
Jeanette did not call in this morning.
Okay. We'll move to Vivian Handy. Vivian. Vivian Handy, you're recognized. I'm assuming that we don't have a connection or something on that.
Yes, we're not able to reach her.
Okay. We will move, and you can let me know at the end if any of these, anybody here calls back in. Ricky Bauman. Ricky Bauman, you're recognized.
Commissioner, we're having a small issue with WebEx. If you please stand by for 1 second.
Sure.
Commissioner, if we could go back to Vivian Handy, I believe the error has been corrected.
Great, thank you. Vivian Handy, you are recognized.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, I want to comment on F1 and F2. I fully support repealing the wetland density credit. I think that, as was pointed out in the land use workshop last week, there's too many density giveaways right now and very little incentive for developers to do the right thing for our communities by way of community benefits. Cramming more houses into adjacent uplands further compromises the quality of the wetlands, and the point is to protect those areas. More density means more pollution, runoff, in addition to, of course, the traffic and the pressure on our water resources. Let's not forget that the more we pave, the less vegetation and soil there is to absorb carbon, so more contribution to climate change. During the land use workshop last week, Commissioner White in particular mentioned the importance of connectivity with ELAP and wetlands and wildlife corridors. Well, we can't do that if we're cramming more and more housing into every single remaining area of uplands. Uplands are vital to the functional quality of wetland habitats. So let's keep that in mind. On F2, I was really enlightened during that workshop last week to find out that we are behind by 35 years. And we have a deficit of $423 million. If we continue this phasing approach, we will never catch up. I would like to point out to the board the Vision Zero program that we spend lots of time and effort and tax dollars on to try to reverse the unfortunate statistic of a very high pedestrian, bicycle, and accident fatalities here in our communities. We can't have it both ways. We will never accomplish Vision Zero unless we have the political will and the funding to do right by our transportation systems. As one of the other speakers mentioned, sidewalks to nowhere, lack of bike lanes, particularly in the rural areas where the residents are highly dependent on pedestrian and bicycle access. We don't have time to wait. So I'm really hoping that that repeal of the phasing of the mobility fees will happen, and will go to 100% payment of the mobility fees. And finally, I do want to point out that the only people who do not support F1 and F2 are the developers. The residents of our communities fully support protection of our rural resources, our wetlands, and getting finally some relief to the issues that we have with all of the traffic issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll go now to Ricky Bauman.
Commissioner, the next caller on the list that we actually have called in is Kimberly Hall.
Okay, I'll recognize Kimberly Hall. Ms. Hall, you're recognized.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I am a constituent of Hillsborough County as well as a member of Florida Freedom Keepers, which is a civil liberties and medical rights statewide organization and takes action at the local level. I registered to speak today with intent to bring information on a public health emergency, Florida State Statute, Chapter 381, Section 00315, and the needed support for House Bill 6003, introduced by a Florida House Representative, A. Sabantini, which provides a re-examination. The Florida Statute 381 states that our current state health officer, Surgeon General Dr. Scott Ribkes, has the power to order an individual to be, and I quote, examined, tested, vaccinated, treated, isolated, or quarantined for a communicable disease that has significant morbidity or mortality and present a severe danger to public health. Individuals who are unable or unwilling to be examined, tested, vaccinated, or treated for reasons of health, religion, or conscience may be subjected to isolation or quarantine. The word definition of quarantine in this statute means a separation of an individual reasonably believed to have been exposed, but who is not yet ill, to remove them from individuals who have not been so exposed. If the individual poses a danger to public health, the state health officer may subject the individual to isolation or quarantine. If there is no practical method or isolate or quarantine for the individual, the state health officer may use any means necessary to vaccinate or treat the individual. The order from the state health officer given to effectuate this from this paragraph shall immediately be enforceable by a law enforcement officer, end quote. This is highly alarming for myself and for my family, as most Floridians are already strongly opposed for one person to have such broad sweeping powers to force a medical intervention on anyone, including the already immune fragile elderly and our vulnerable children. The House Bill 6003 provides a revision of this statute and urgently needs a discussion before session begins. The people of Florida need an opt-out. We need to moderate the law on the books to protect the people. Our freedom exists in local government, and I hope my local Board of Commissioners heard my concern and seriousness this morning with the utmost need for awareness and support for House Bill 6003, providing a revision to the current model health state emergency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm thinking that I'm just going to run through some of the names that were missed just for kind of the record and then move on after her name. So I think I had said Jeanette Doyle and she didn't speak. I also want to recognize Buddy Harwell, James Franklin. And then I guess I move next to Merle Berg. If there's Merle Berg, you're recognized. Is he on the line?
Merle is on the line, but we are not hearing anything.
Should I move to the next person or?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Steve Souders. Steve Souders, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm actually calling on behalf of a subject that is actually off topic for the PACE program in Hillsborough County. I'm the sales manager for a local family-owned business, Westfall Roofing. We have been in this community for over 30 years. There is a large percentage of our business that is financed. You know, with roofing especially, a lot of our customers call us in or call us to come out with their roof when, you know, there's an active leak. And this is something that they were not prepared financially for. Or they get a call from their insurance company when there's no issues with their roof, and their insurance company tells them they have 60 days to replace their roof. These customers do not have $10,000 to $15,000 laying around to write a check for a new roof. We offer a multitude of finance options, and the PACE program, specifically our partnership with Y-Green, is one of them. Most of the interest rates that the finance companies provide to us to therefore provide to our customers are around 9.99%. Y-Green has options, of interest rates that range in like the 7%. So it's a really competitive interest rate that we're able to provide to our customers. And also, a lot of these customers are credit challenged, and Y-Green and the PACE program offer them an opportunity to get this work done to their home when they don't have very many other options. If it wasn't for the PACE program and Y-Green, a lot of these customers would have more damage to their house because they couldn't get their roof fixed. And for the customers who are getting their roof replaced or forced to get their roof replaced by insurance, they would be forced to pay a lot higher of an insurance premium if it wasn't for this program. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate everybody listening.
Thank you. I'll recognize Mark Bayert She.
We do not have Mark on the call.
Okay. I'll recognize Corey Combs.
We also do not have Corey. The next speaker is Mike Aradak.
Thank you. Mike Aradak, you're recognized.
Good morning, Honorable. This is Mike Aradak, and I've been in Hillsborough County since 1989. I'm in good standing. I'm formerly a real estate broker for owner of Century 21 Aradak Realty. I own construction company, make custom home. I provide windows, roof, air conditioning, and solar renovation. And I improve people's houses and make them greener and provide clean energy and improve our community here in Hillsborough County. And I'm also a professional engineer candidate, so I carry over 6-7 licenses. And I want to speak for the PACE program, especially by Y-Green. this a program. It's a great program for our community. It improves people's life, improves the community. It provides cleaner energy. It's a win-win situation, and it reduces crime by improving those houses. So I urge your honorable to help us keep this program in a place, basically to improve all those houses, especially those houses built prior, like in 2010. Those houses built from like 1900 until now, they are eligible for PACE program, and to fix them and make them better. So I appreciate the time you give me to speak. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And I have Dan Masad.
It appears Dan has dropped off the call. I would suggest trying Sharon Graham again, since we could not hear from her earlier. She's still on the line.
Okay, thank you. Sharon Graham, you're recognized.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I am speaking today in favor of F1, protecting our wetlands, and also in favor of F2, increasing to 100% assessment rate. And just want to state that I am a Hillsborough County resident. I am a small business owner, and I support these measures, and thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone else on the line at this time?
That was the last speaker we had called in for this morning.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for calling in this morning and informing us on the items that we have later today. So we'll move now to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, I didn't hear the motion. I heard the second. So who made the motion to approve?
Commissioner White.
Thank you. And the second was done by?
Commissioner Cohen.
Okay, thank you. And okay, so we'll we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise, you are, if you could.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could, I'd like to go to the regular agenda as we have a few minutes before our 10 o'clock time certains, our public hearings. So the first item is item B1, which is an agreement with for the Ag-Mart property. This has been a combination of folks from ELAP, Water Resources, the County Attorney's Office, and our real estate group. And so I wanted to thank everybody for getting together and bringing this item before you. We have Anne Marie Lenton, who is going to present this item for us today.
Good morning, Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anne Marie Lenton, and I am the Division Director of Land Acquisition within the Geospatial Land Acquisition Services Department, and I'm happy to be presenting B1. In accordance with the October 7th, 2020 agenda item for the Ag-Mart property acquisition, county staff is reporting back to the board on and requesting approval of the following items, each of which are detailed in the background. A, receive information on the outcome of the citizen engagement meeting. B, authorize county staff to negotiate and finalize an agreement with Tampa Bay Water for the county to grant wellfield-related easements on certain portions of the ELAP parcel of the Ag-Mart property in exchange for Tampa Bay Water releasing wellfield development rights presently encumbering the Lower Green Swamp Preserve, formerly known as Cone Ranch. C, approve a budget amendment resolution to transfer $2,307,365 from the Water Impact Fee Fund 40103 to the Water Capital Fund 40105 to be appropriated to the potable water distribution One Water Campus C32013000 to fund the acquisition of the Water Resource Department parcel, the Water Resources Department corridor parcel, the proposed pump station parcel, and the area required for the Tampa Bay Water easement. The purpose of this item is to clarify transactional costs, capital management costs, and financial contributions to the for the acquisition of the Ag-Mart property. The purchase price of the Ag-Mart property remains at $38 million. Existing ELAP bonds will fund capital acquisition costs in the amount of $22,806,636, which is comprised as follows. ELAP's pro rata purchase price in the amount of $21,010,114 up to $99,522 in transaction costs and $1,697,000 in capital management costs. Additional operating expenses for the ELAP portion will be added to the fiscal year 2022 budget. This action does not increase the current budget for the ELAP acquisition or ELAP restoration accounts. Commissioners, in the next sentence, I'm going to be correcting for the record a Scrivener's error. This is also applicable to the financial impact statement. The additional $2,307,365 required for acquisition of the portions by Water Resource Department will be funded from the budget amendment to, and here's the correction, reduce the utility system reserves account in order to, that's the end of the correction, appropriate Water Impact Fee Fund 40103 to the Water Capital Fund 40105 to be appropriated to the potable water distribution One Water Campus C32013000. The additional operating expenses for the Water Resources Department acreage prior to the construction of the water distribution facilities will be added to the fiscal year 2022 budget. The Directors of Water Resources Department, Conservation and Environmental Lands Management Department, Geospatial and Land Acquisition Services Department, the Public Works Administration, and the Public Utilities Administration recommend approval of the foregoing items. And Commissioners, I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Move the item.
We have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Overman, was that?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Smith, I see that is your hand raised?
Only to make the motion as she described, as it is in our backup with the three parts: to receive the information, authorize the county staff to negotiate and finalize the agreement with Tampa Bay Water, and approve a budget amendment. I'm very excited about this. So I'm anticipating and optimistic that it will pass. It's a win-win-win for ELAP, much needed area, for a perfect area, by the way, for our water utility to use. Commissioner Cohen was just in Tampa Bay Water meeting with me Monday, where they were showing how this just happens to be in the perfect sweet spot for our water resources, not too far west to be drawing in saltwater intrusion or interfering with our sharp wells, not too far east to be interfering with Polk County's Ridge Lakes water resources. It just is an incredible, happy coincidence that this has landed right where it can do the most good for our water resources. And of course, you know, I'm very excited about the acquiring the ELAP part of this. It's the missing link between Bomboyette and Bomboyette Scrub that then connects them to other parcels, publicly owned lands north and south. And this creates, connects them all into a big, viable wildlife corridor. I couldn't be more excited. So thank you.
Great. And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I really can't say it any better than Commissioner Smith just did, but I would tell you that at Monday's Tampa Bay Water meeting, they gave the board a very full briefing on this item, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this is going to greatly help with the South County water issues that have become, so critical. So again, this is really a very exciting development, and I'm pleased to be able to vote to support it.
And I'll just add what I did before. It was a thinking outside the box by so many departments that are normally siloed that kind of got together and came up with this plan to move forward. And as Commissioner Smith, and by the way, Commissioner Cohen, it is really hard to speak more directly than she does to these issues, but more clearly. But it's really, I want to thank staff for pulling this together, because there was a very, very different plan out there, and this does so much more in such a better way and saves money. It's just we're very happy to move this forward. Or I am very happy to move this forward. So seeing no further comments, if we could have we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. If we could have a roll call, please.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Great. Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's now 10 o'clock, so we can move to our first public hearing, which is item D1, which is to conduct a public hearing related to the CAPER, and Cheryl Howell is here for this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing Services. And we're here this morning to conduct a public hearing on December 16th, 2020 at 10 a.m. to accept comments on the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, to close the public comment and review the period which began on December 1st, 2020, and approve submittal of the CAPER to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. There is no fiscal impact related to this public hearing.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I do not see any speakers signed up to speak to this issue. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and do we have? Thank you.
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Overman and a second by Commissioner Smith. Can we have, or do we have any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, can we have a roll call?
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Madam Chair, the next item is item D2, which is also a public hearing to change the hours of irrigation for new and existing lawns and landscaping in South County. Hank Ennis from the County Attorney's Office, as well as Beth Chanella from Water, are here for this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hank Ennis, County Attorney's Office. This is a public hearing to consider a draft ordinance amending Chapter 111 of the Hillsborough County Code of Ordinances and Laws relating to water conservation, to change the hours of irrigation for new and existing lawns and landscaping in the South County service area to 8:30 a.m. to noon or 6 p.m. to 11:59 p.m., and to limit the irrigation of existing lawns and landscaping to 1 day a week. These changes minimize the overlap of high water use periods in the morning and evening and are intended to mitigate low pressure events associated with high demand. It is expected that the combined changes to the ordinance will result in as much as 15 million gallons a day in savings. The ordinance amendment will become effective January 1st of the new year, 2021, which is the first Monday of the new year, and will continue through December 31st, 2022. Commissioners, this is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing, and I do not see that we have any individuals signed up to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. So we'll close the public hearing and recognize Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Commissioners, if you look at the map with it, I don't need you to show it up here, but if you look at the map that's on page 3 of your backup, you'll see this area, the South County Water Service area, and you'll see it's a huge area, and it includes the RP2 and WVR2 areas where developers are right now pressing for density bonuses, which would increase the demands on our water supply. At our land use workshop last week, I showed you all a graph of how water supply is heading into danger of being outstripped by water demand if this county keeps increasing development at this pace in this area before these water facilities can come online. Commissioner Cohen and I just saw the same graph that I presented to you all, presented to the Tampa Bay Water again at a meeting Monday. The water restrictions that we're putting on all these residents today is a consequence of South County development increasing faster than our water supply is able to keep up. And this is just one of the ways development has gotten ahead of infrastructure, schools and transportation and fire rescue or other ways. But now, because of the water infrastructure gap, we have to ask all these residents in a huge area of South County to restrict their water use to accommodate the new development. It's just one more price our residents pay for this county allowing development to overwhelm our infrastructure. The backup of this item on the cover page is written by our county staff, explains the crisis we are headed for, and presents the same warnings I gave you last week. High water demand is causing low pressure for many of our customers south of the Alafia River. And the staff's backup warns that extreme low pressure scenarios may result in boil water notices. And I'm highlighting this in case you think I was overly passionate or heated or exaggerating the dangers of this low water pressure in this area. The staff report on your cover page also warns that low water pressure, quote, may impact fire flow pressure needs, which may hinder the county's ability to combat fire in the impacted area. So I wanted to draw your attention to that to make sure you understand that I was not exaggerating these warnings. This is what we're headed for, and these water restrictions are a price our citizens are paying. I will move the item because we have no choice, but I wanted to make those points as I did. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not to repeat what Commissioner Smith said, but I have been very concerned about, not only our water access to water, but also the services that are so desperately needed in South County. The last thing we want is the fire hydrant not to flow when you've got your houses on fire. And the one good thing that I see coming out of this is a recognition that there are resources within the county to assist any new development in adopting Florida-friendly landscaping practices that help mitigate the use of water for landscaping and allow for water to be utilized for drinking as well as for emergency use. So it will give us the opportunity of using best practices, of building a sustainable process, and for future development to take into consideration ways that landscaping be employed that actually reduce the water usage, because water is a precious commodity and we need to make sure that we're developing practices to do so. So I will second the motion if I haven't already. So thank you.
Thank you. And so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a brief statement in addition to what Commissioner Smith said. There is no question when you look at the water use projections in South County that Commissioner Smith showed us last week and that Tampa Bay Water also had as part of their presentation on Monday. There is no question that we have, I think, both a short-term and a medium-term problem. And this item here, of course, is going to help to address that. It's certainly not going to solve it, but it's going to help to get us there. The one thing I do want to say is that Tampa Bay Water appears to me to have a very robust plan for the long-term solution. The problem is that that solution does not come online until 2028. So the time between now and then is going to be challenging, and that is why this restriction has to be imposed. And hopefully, it will do our best to alleviate the pressure problem that was spoken about earlier. I just wanted to point out, though, that once you get to the 2028 scenario and some of the new facilities come online, there will be ample water, but it's way in the future.
And seeing no further comments, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Overman. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Chair, the next item is item D3, which is the second of two public hearings for the School Concurrency Proportionate Share Mitigation Development Agreement. Adam Gormley will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services. Item D3 is a School Concurrency Proportionate Share Mitigation Development Agreement amongst the county, the School Board of Hillsborough County, and Baum Grove Development, LLC. This is for the Baum Grove East subdivision, consisting of 356 single-family residential units. The agreement calls for a payment in the amount of $864,514 to provide 31 middle school student stations to accommodate the impacts of the project. And those student stations will be placed at the PK through 8 school UU in the Waterset development. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and I do see that we have one speaker, and that I will recognize, who signed up to speak. Elaine Batzel?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I just wanted to take a moment.
Cannot see you, but we can hear you, by the way.
Okay. I just wanted to take a moment and address Commissioner Smith's concerns that she raised at the last hearing with respect to this proportionate share mitigation agreement. The two prop shares that you are going to hear today that are items D3 and D4 it's the last batch of the agreements that were already in process for many months prior to the school siting issues that you are all very well aware of, excuse me. Commissioner Smith, you were concerned about school capacity as well as the location of the schools identified within the prop share as it relates to the project. I took some time and went back and reviewed the interlocal agreement. And I just wanted to just remind the board that the interlocal agreement provides that the school board, prior to these items getting to the Board of County Commissioners, determines two things. Number one, if adequate capacity exists. And then if adequate capacity does not exist, whether appropriate mitigation can be accepted. And if so, what are those acceptable options? That determination does lie with the school board. The school board did have a public hearing, and they have already made the determination that the mitigation that's set forth in this prop share agreement is acceptable. They've already determined that the location of the school, being the WaterSet program, is the appropriate place to assign those payments. And I know that you had concerns about that, Commissioner Smith. So I just wanted to, to remind the board that both of those things have already been determined by the school board, and that is really their purview. The county enters into these prop share agreements through its staff and administers the prop share agreements to provide things like impact fee credits and to determine where development can move forward. But the county doesn't make any determinations about whether the capacity exists or whether the mitigation is acceptable or which schools receive the prop share payments. That's all determined at the school board level. So I just wanted to make those clarifications with respect to D3 and D4. And of course, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
That's
No.
all, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to close the public hearing, and I just want to warn staff and maybe Commissioner Overman that my computer keeps flashing up that it's going to restart at any moment. So in case it does, I will try to get back on as soon as possible. But okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. And if we, what's your pleasure, commissioners?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman. Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Hagan.
Okay. And is there any further discussion at this point? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen? Yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Thank you. Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried to 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Madam Chair, item D4 is also a school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement. Adam Gormley will present this item as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Item D4 is the second of two public hearings to consider the school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement amongst the county, the school board of Hillsborough County, and EPG1 LLC. The purpose of the agreement is to provide mitigation for the Berry Bay subdivision consisting of 663 single-family residences. The agreement calls for a payment in the amount of $5,017,117 to create 128 elementary school student stations and 58 middle school student stations. The mitigation is proposed to go to the PK through 8 school UU at the WaterSet development to accommodate the impacts of the development. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Again, I see one person signed up, Elise Batzel. Ms. Batzel, you're recognized.
I don't have further comments, just the same comments as item D3. Thank you, ma'am.
Great, thank you. So with that, we don't have anyone else. We're going to close the public hearing. And commissioners?
Move approval, Commissioner
Second.
Hagan.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Roll call, please. Commissioner Myers, do you have your hand raised? No? Okay. Roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp,
Yes.
I believe the item was seconded by Commissioner Myers.
Oh, okay. I can't always hear everything.
Okay, just wanted to correct that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And now we'll move to, Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is item D5, which is the second public hearing regarding the brownfield designation. Yaksha Petrovic is here to present that item. However, before he does that, County Attorney Christine Beck would like to say a few words regarding this item.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Very briefly, I just wanted to remind the board before Yaksha presents this item that this is controlled by a section of Florida statutes, and when the board, after public comments, considers this, it's just important to base your decision on the statutory criteria, which are set out in your agenda item. I know everybody understands that. I just wanted to remind everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hagan, I'll keep in mind that you do want to speak. Yes, can we move with the item?
Mr. Petrovic, we're not hearing you at the moment. I'm not sure if your microphone came unplugged.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Yaksha Petrovic, Economic Development Department. This is the second public hearing for the designation of a brownfield area, which is for the parcels located at 10550 Regents Park Drive in Tampa, commonly referred to as Pebble Creek Golf Course. On July 20, 2020, Ace Golf Inc. submitted an application requesting that Hillsborough County designate the parcels as a brownfield area. The property consists of approximately 150 acres and is shown on the projected map. I believe the map is up. The brownfield area is a real. The brownfield area is a real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by actual or perceived environmental contamination. The property is currently a semi-private golf course. The applicant plans to sell the property for redevelopment of single-family homes. The property is currently zoned for planned development, and the future land use designation of the property is residential 4. According to the attached zoning verification letter, the subject parcel's folio numbers are located within the areas of the PD approved for golf course, clubhouse site, and conservation area. The proposed redevelopment would require a modification to the PD, which has not yet been obtained. The designation provides certain potential benefits to the applicant associated with cleanup of the site. There is no financial impact to the county associated with the designation. At the second public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners, pursuant to Section 376.82C Florida statutes, the board shall designate the brownfield area if Ace Golf Inc. establishes the following. Number 1, a person who owns or controls the potential brownfield site is requesting the designation and has agreed to rehabilitate the redevelopment and redevelop the brownfield site. Number 2, the rehabilitation and redevelopment of the proposed brownfield site will result in economic productivity of the area, along with creation of 5 new permanent jobs at the brownfield site. that are full-time equivalent positions not associated with the implementation of the brownfield site rehabilitation agreement and that are not associated with the redevelopment, project demolition, or construction activities pursuant to the redevelopment of the proposed brownfield site or area. However, the job creation requirement does not apply to the rehabilitation and redevelopment of a brownfield site that will provide affordable housing as defined in section 420.0004 Florida statutes, or the creation of recreation areas, conservation areas, or parks. Number 3, the redevelopment of the proposed site is consistent with the local comprehensive plan and is a permittable use under the applicable local land development regulations. Number 4, notice of the proposed rehabilitation of the brownfield area has been provided to neighbors and nearby residents of the proposed area to be designated pursuant to section 376.801C Florida statutes. And the person proposing the area for the designation has afforded those receiving notice the opportunity for comments and suggestions about rehabilitation, and notice has been posted in the affected area. Number 5, the person proposing the area for designation has provided reasonable assurance that it has sufficient financial resources to implement and complete the rehabilitation agreement and redevelopment of the brownfield site. An advertised community meeting on the designation was held at Pebble Creek Golf Course Banquet Room at 10550 Regents Park Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647 on November 30th, 2020. At the community meeting, by staff count, over 40 residents attended and a number of individuals provided comments. A copy of the transcript from the community meeting has been provided to you. The first public hearing was held on December 2nd, 2020 at the BOCC at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. 10 citizens signed up for public comment and 8 citizens provided comment during the public hearing. County staff has reviewed the request by Ace Golf Inc. that the county designate parcels located at 10550 Regents Park Drive in Tampa as a brownfield area. County staff finds that the proposed designation and subsequent development of the property does not meet criteria 2 listed above, which requires economic productivity of the area along with the creation of 5 new permanent jobs at the brownfield site that are full-time equivalent positions. As stated in the Ace Golf Course application, there are currently 36 people employed at the site as part of the golf course operation and related restaurant. As a result of the subsequent development, these 36 jobs will be eliminated and, according to applicant's application, replaced with 6 new permanent positions, consisting of an HOA manager, amenity and common area landscape maintenance positions. This results in net loss of 30 jobs at the property. As stated above, criteria number 2 requires creation of 5 new permanent jobs at the brownfield site that are full-time equivalent positions not associated with implementation of the brownfield site rehabilitation agreement, and they're not associated with the redevelopment project demolition or construction activities pursuant to the redevelopment of the proposed brownfield site or area. It is important to note that even though criteria 2 further states the job creation requirement does not apply to the rehabilitation and redevelopment of a brownfield site that will provide affordable housing, as defined in section 420.0004 Florida statutes, or the creation of the recreation area, conservation areas, or parks, the applicant is not creating affordable housing and is eliminating a recreation area by closing the golf course. As a result of these findings, county staff does not recommend approval of the brownfield area designation. I, along with Vivian Arenas Battles from the county attorney's office and EPC representatives, are available for any comments you may have. Also, the applicant's representatives are present and have requested to address the board.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm just wondering with, so the applicants want to address the board. I know I have a list here. And I'd like to ask Ms. Beck. The board, I don't know, can I do that out of order at this time?
That would be appropriate.
Then I'll address, then I'll recognize the applicant. And who would that be?
Bill Place.
Thank you.
The owner of the property.
I'll recognize Mr. Place.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. This morning, I would like to ask if you would continue this to at least the next meeting or a month or so from now. At the November 30th public meeting, I experienced or heard a lot of opposition and concerns from residents and held a follow-on meeting the week following with a small group of people that attended those. What I found was, first off, people felt very rushed and uninformed. They felt like this was put on them very short notice. And I also found there was quite a bit of information out there regarding this. I've come to realize that a lot of the residents, and perhaps rightfully so, they hear the term brownfield and there's quite a stigma there. There's also a lot of concern regarding property values. And again, I don't blame residents at all for that. So my purpose in continuing would be to have further meetings with them to make sure that the whole community is well informed, and perhaps we can build some understanding and work on options regarding this. I'm also at the point where I would offer to them to withdraw our application if ultimately the HOAs direct us that this is not the best mechanism to accomplish the contamination cleanup. Pebble Creek will not be financially viable to remain open beyond next year. It does have contamination issues that we will have to address. It was presented to me that this brownfield program was the best way to do it, the state program that provides the tax credits and also the local EPC control for the project. But I recognize the concerns of our neighbors and friends at Pebble Creek and want to work with them. Regarding the club, although we've had a little bit of uptick in golf from COVID, we've had pretty much elimination of most of our wedding events and things. Our restaurant is down substantially. And one thing does not change as far as the golf industry is younger people are just not playing. We're overbuilt with golf courses, and there's very limited support even within Pebble Creek for the golf course. We can't continue to operate at a loss any more than any local restaurant or other small business can continue to just lose money. We bought the course in 2005 when it was failing. We turned it around, we operated it for 15 years, but we're just at a point where it just is not viable. And the thing is, at this point, we do not want our legacy to be that we are like Walden Lake Golf Club, which of course closed and is overgrown and has no use. And worst yet, is the worst impact on property values. So,
Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair, the time is up.
I'm going to ask for legal again, Ms. Beck. Is it appropriate to just let him? Hopefully, it sounds like you're about to close these comments to let that happen, and then even we've opened a public hearing, but would it be appropriate for us to entertain some board discussion about this request to continue at this time?
Commissioner, it would certainly be at the board's discretion if you want to allot an additional minute or two or whatever you deem appropriate to Mr. Place so that he can conclude his comments. And with regard to your second question, my advice would be to hear from all the members of the public that have signed up for this public hearing before the board has any discussion.
Okay, thank you. I'll just, Mr. Place, if you could just, it sounds like you're wrapping up your comments at this time.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say, if you would grant this continuance, what we will do is we will again meet with all of the homeowners associations. The two in Pebble Creek will share every bit of information we have on this project, give them some time to go through it, and ultimately work with them to make the decision on whether or not we proceed on this. we know there's a lot of things that we'll have to work together with them on the future. We want to work with them every step of the way. We do not want to be another Walden Lake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll continue with the public hearing, and I will move to the first speaker that I have here, Jay Subramania.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
we
thank
can hear you.
Yes, I just want to thank you guys for, ma'am?
We can hear you.
I just want to thank Mr. Price for what he just said. I appreciate his concern for the residents, and rather than attacking the brownfield, which I do not believe is the best way to go forward, I would offer you, as your meeting has been discussed, we have water security issues, and you have a 150-acre wetland adjacent to a water treatment facility. And I think if you open your mind and realize there are better and alternatives to using this space. And I don't think the brownfield is the way to go. I am a grant specialist and urban planner. I would love to work with Mr. Place in coming up with a better solution for this. And if he's willing to work with the community, I mean, that's great. So I hope we will deny this brownfield request and we can move forward in a better, more transparent fashion.
Thank you. Frederick Pierce, you're recognized. Frederick Pierce? Are you there, Mr. Pierce? We appear to be having technical difficulties with Mr. Pierce.
Commissioner, he is on the line, but we're not hearing from him.
Okay, maybe we could move to the next and see if we can get that, get a better connection there. Michael Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to share our concerns and would like to also thank the homeowners of the association who have joined today to speak. I am Mike Jacobson. I am the president of Pebble Creek Homeowners Association, which has 1,049 single-family homes in very close proximity to the golf course. And I'm here today to ask each of you to reject the proposal to designate the land as brownfield. The designation is sweeping and not specific to where the contamination exists today, which is primarily in the tee boxes and greens. This designation would have the unintentional consequence of labeling the entire property as if it had been contaminated, which is simply not the case. Most research that has been done on property values are not applicable in this situation, as they're on sites that are contaminated with toxins that have made living conditions surrounding the area extremely unsafe and are already devaluing the properties. This is not the case here, and a study posted by the Journal of Regional Analysis and Policy stated that it could devalue housing prices by as much as 20%. That is equivalent to approximately $62 million impact on the Pebble Creek community. ASCOF has publicly stated that they will move forward and complete the remediation regardless of the outcome of the designation. This is by far a better outcome for our community and would remove the stigma and burden of being labeled a brownfield site. There's no public benefit to this designation, therefore there should be no designation. The residents that exist in Pebble Creek today will not have any benefit and only negative outcomes by having the site labeled something it's not. We greatly appreciate your time and attention and thank you in advance for rejecting the brownfield designation.
Thank you. W. Giselle is signed next. You're recognized.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I want to thank the commissioners for listening. I'm a Pebble Creek resident and homeowner, and my objection to the 150 acres being designated to brownfield is, my opinion is that this designation will decrease the tax revenue of the area and blight the area during the prolonged mitigation of many years, because I'm quite sure many of the residents will find endangered species and delay the mitigation. The loss of employment opportunities in the area due to the golf course and the surrounding restaurants that have had their recent businesses suppressed and suffered due to the Bruce B. Down construction also have suffered, and I'm sure that this will be a stigma, reducing the property values further. The scarring of the economic value of the area and the mature canopy in the ecosystem and the loss of value and the market value will be a blight on our community. To label it a brownfield is the problem. To clean up an arsenic on the tees is not a problem if you can do it. Sometimes mitigation of arsenic is not complete, but if you can, that is not the problem. The problem is the designation of the brownfield. This is not a brownfield. It will cause an economic loss to the area, will cause an economic loss of employment. It will not meet the qualifications. Please listen to your recommendations and do not designate it as brownfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Jo Hatley, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I am a Pebble Creek resident. My husband and I have lived in Pebble Creek for 30 years. We're the original owners of our home, which was built in 1990. I support the brownfield designation. It will ensure that remediation of the contamination that is on the golf course will occur properly and through the local oversight of our Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission. And it will also allow the owner of this property to use tax credits and other benefits that are provided through the brownfield program. I know my neighbors, many of them oppose the designation because they fear impact to their property values. But frankly, the cat is out of the bag. The public now knows that the Pebble Creek Golf Course has contaminants on it. It is in our best interest, in our community's best interest, and the public's best interest that that contamination be cleaned up and the property be given a clean bill of health. So granting the brownfield designation will help accomplish that. And it will also, if we don't, if you don't allow that designation, that will risk the cleanup not happening or at least being delayed. And in that case, the stigma of having a contaminated site in our community would remain. It would remain on our community, and that would certainly have a negative impact on our property values. So it's in our best interest that it be cleaned up, and the property owner might as well have the benefits of this brownfield program. Some of my neighbors oppose designation because they believe that that will lead to development of the golf course, but the development of the golf course is going to happen regardless. If the contamination is cleaned up to the extent that residential development is allowed, that in itself will be evidence that the site is clean. And in that case, the stigma of contamination is no longer present in our community. Development of new residential units, frankly, on the golf course will also have the positive impact on property values in Pebble Creek and show that the site is clean. Regarding the staff's recommendation of denial based on job creation criterion, we've been advised by the golf course owner that this golf course is going to be closed anyway for remediation or simply because it's not profitable. So those jobs are going to be lost regardless. And for all those reasons, I do support the brownfield designation. And if we get to speak on the question of continuance, the property owner has told you and told us this morning that he wants to continue to work with the community. So I don't oppose the request for continuance. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing Nancy Elliott.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Nancy Elliott. First, I want to congratulate you guys on the Platinum League for our county. I think that's absolutely amazing.
Yes, it is.
Yay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now to the issue. When we moved to Tampa from Houston, we were looking for a golf course community. We fell in love with the beauty and the maturity of Pebble Creek, and yes, it had a golf course. My husband and I have lived here since 1999, 21 years. Since retirement, our lives are even more centered around Pebble Creek Golf Club. My husband plays golf 4 times a week, and I enjoy meeting him after a round and mulligans for lunch. We see our friends and the employees are like family. We've truly enjoyed our quality of life because of the golf course and the club. I feel brownfield will put a stigma on our beautiful community, and our properties just won't be desirable. If it leads to a development to the golf course, our lives will change, and I just don't like that. So please vote no on the brownfield designation. Also, I don't agree that Ace Golf should get any more time for its application for the brownfield designation. He filed this summer in July. The first time the community heard about the filing was when the signs went up a week before the first meeting on November the 30th. It's also my understanding that our HOA board was told 4 months ago by Ace Golf that a petition was going to be filed, and this was not passed on to the community. So Ace Golf had months, and we had just a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next to Paul Yenter.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Paul Yenter. My wife, Lori, daughters Gwen and Sheridan, and I have made Pebble Creek home for the past 5+ years after 42 years of military service between the two of us. In addition to speaking today, I've sent emails to each of you voicing my adamant opposition to the brownfield designation for Pebble Creek. Thank you for reading them and responding. In a true grassroots effort, over 480 people have signed a petition opposing the brownfield, many of whom added comments expressing their feelings about this issue and its negative impacts on Pebble Creek community. I understand this petition has also been sent to your offices. I'd like to take this time to read 2 of the comments that we felt were most hitting. One by a Cheryl K. Pebble Creek Golf Course does not meet the requirements for a brownfield site. It's still in use as a golf course, and the soil is not an issue if left undisturbed. The stigma and loss of home values would be an unfair burden on those who live nearby and would be of no benefit to the community. If the golf club owners choose to remediate the land in hopes of future rezoning and redevelopment, it should be his cost to bear. Please do not vote. Please vote no to the brownfield. And then in the interest of time, I'd just like to add in the thought, as you vote on this, think of it as if you were living in the Pebble Creek area, would you want an area that the owner has made a great profit off of, which I have no problem with, but by putting the chemicals on it, that was part of his profit. He needs to think about what he's going to do to his surrounding neighbors for the rest of the time. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Miseroy.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My wife and I have lived in Pebble Creek since 1989, more than 30 years. And we have an active HOA and are part of the community that maintains our common areas and enforces deed restrictions that keep up the appearance of our neighborhood and our property values. When we sell homes in this area, we're competing with houses in adjacent neighborhoods as well as Pasco County. When I think of brownfield, I associate it with abandoned and dilapidated factories with waste piles and ponds with cobalt-colored water. That's the kind of stigma that will be attached to our neighborhood if you pass this designation. Our property values will fall, and we'll end up with more rental properties in our neighborhood. Our community atmosphere will suffer as we become less neighbor and more hood with a lot of temporary residents who don't really care about the long-term effects on the property. So again, my wife and I oppose this designation and certainly hope that you'll oppose it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Grace Rodriguez. I'm a homeowner at Pebble Creek. I live on Regents Park Drive. I reside on the same street the golf course is located.
I would like to speak on my opposition to the brownfield designation of Pebble Creek Golf Course. A brownfield designation, according to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, has the goal to reduce environmental hazards to sites that are abandoned or underused, something that Pebble Creek Golf Course is not. On the contrary, the golf course is an active establishment that is open 7 days a week. It is an open business with current members who play golf at the course. It is of public knowledge that the presence of arsenic is not abnormal on Florida's golf courses in general. The more I read and inform myself on brownfield, the more I'm convinced Pebble Creek Golf Course simply does not qualify. A brownfield designation to the golf course will impact our community significantly in a negative way. The property value of all homes in the community will go down. The disturbing of the land will cause air contamination in our community. I'm worried about the impact the air quality will have on me, my 60-year-old mother who lives with me, and all of my neighbors, in addition to the loss of habitat to many animals in our area. Anyone can just drive by Regents Park Drive at any time throughout the day. And let me say this again, at any time during the day, and one can confirm there's no contamination affecting our community. You will see the different types of birds, people of all ages walking, exercising, and playing golf. It is of my belief that my community lacks the infrastructure to build more homes in an already high populated area. I urge all the commissioners to vote against the brownfield designation of Pebble Creek Golf Course. The decision taken today by all of you will have a great impact on the future and stability of our neighborhood here at Pebble Creek. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this very important matter. Thank you again.
Thank you. Stephanie Dembinski, you're recognized.
Hello?
Yes, we can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to the county commissioners, and also thank you to Bill Place, because he did seem to have a general concern. However, I did not know about this designation until about 4 days ago. Me and my husband just bought this house in November. We have not moved into it yet, and the reason why we bought it is because it was on the golf course, and across the street it looks like there's a conservation area. So we really enjoyed that for our family. We are golfers ourselves, so that's another reason why we bought this this house. And I don't want our property values to go down, especially since we literally just bought the house. The golf course, in my opinion, wouldn't be a brownfield because it's not, you know, an old gas station. It's not, doesn't have any contaminants. And from what I can hear, it's the tees and the greens are the only areas that have some contaminants. From what I don't know, I would like to know what they are. Also, you talk about the people that work there. There's 36 people that work there, and then you're going to allow only 6 permanent jobs afterwards. That's not, you know, doesn't suffice the 30 jobs that would be lost. Also, you talk about conservation of water in some of your prior meetings. If there's redevelopment and more people living in this area, then our community is just going to have more water restrictions, and that doesn't benefit anyone as well. I would really like to meet with this Mr. Bill at some point once we get into town. Hopefully next month we'll be actually moving in. So we can maybe discuss other ways. From what I've heard, the HOA has done some restoration projects already in our community, redoing the irrigation systems and putting in plants that are native to the area and taking out plants that are, you know, invasive species. So I'm pretty sure our HOA and our community would be willing to work with him and keeping the golf course there and not allowing more development and a brownfield designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Billings.
Yes, this is Shane Billings. I live at 9901 Cypress Shadow Avenue here in Pebble Creek, a resident since 1999. I'd like to touch on a couple points, follow up on Mike Jacobson, the Journal of Regional Analysis and Policy 2012 study of the impact of brownfields on residential property values in Cincinnati, Ohio. That study did conclude there was a 20 to 22% decline in home values on properties directly adjoining a brownfield, and these declines occurred up to 1,000 feet away. I pulled some data from the MLS this morning, and in this year so far, there have been 3 home sales directly on the golf course, and 2 of those, one sold at full price at 18712 Forest Glen Drive, sold full price $369,000 in September, and 9228 Pebble Creek Drive sold actually at about $5,000 more than asking, $279,900. So if you apply a 20% decline in value to the Forest Glen at $369,000, the sale price would have been $295,200. I also want to touch on another golf course. It's in DeLand that has recently been cleaned up, and the same consultant handled the assessment as the consultant working at Pebble Creek, ECS, Florida. This property has about 39 homes that border the former course, and so far in 2020, 2 homes sold for just $5,000 less than asking, but 2 other homes sold for 8 to 9% less than asking. These homes are in comparison to Pebble Creek, where the homes are selling at asking price or above on the golf course. Lastly, I'd like to bring up that a criteria for the brownfields approval is that the owner did not cause the contamination. Ace Golf has owned the course since 2005. Glyphosate-based herbicides are the major herbicides used in the world. A 2018 study found that in 22 herbicides, heavy metals such as arsenic were found in these herbicides. 11 of these were glyphosate-based herbicides. So there's really no way to know if any agricultural chemicals used since 2005 contributed, but again, glyphosate-based herbicides do contain arsenic. So I'd like to oppose the brownfield, and I also appreciate Bill's consideration to continue talks. However, I do not believe it's necessary for a continuance of the brownfields hearing and ask that you oppose it. Thank you.
Okay, Iris Vitelli, you're recognized.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, excellent. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. Firstly, I'd like to ask you not to extend the time that Mr. Place is asking for the brownfield designation. Now, the brownfield designation is not typically for golf courses, but for all properties that need rehabilitation due to heavy contamination. And that's not the case here. This is a working golf course. The fact that it is not profitable has nothing to do with brownfield. If Mr. Place wants to clean up the minimal contamination, and this is what the company that he has employed has stated, in that the contamination is on the tees and greens only, it is his prerogative as the owner of the property. However, there is no public benefit to the brownfield designation. Therefore, there should be no designation. The residents of Pebble Creek will be impacted in a negative way due to the stigma around the word brownfield, and the property values will be affected. At this time, there is no application for redevelopment, and the golf course is able to continue to operate without it. I ask you that you vote no and deny the brownfield designation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leslie Green.
Hi, Leslie Green. I've been a resident of Pebble Creek for 27 years, and I think the delay should be denied. The pandemic and the holidays are upon us, and ACE has caused enough turmoil. I ask the commissioners, would this not be a waste of your time? It would not change the meeting of criteria number 2, and the opposition is too strong. Development will not happen anyway, unless rezoned, which will strongly be opposed. Also, weddings are down because he's always threatening to close. This is corporate greed. Mr. Place says he never intended the course as an investment only. Yet, his is a corporation known for placing high-density apartments on golf course properties by claiming victimhood. No grass on the tee boxes, but grass in the sand traps shows he doesn't maintain it well enough to warrant membership. Golf is booming right now. The $100,000 that he says he spent on test wells may have been better spent on maintaining, if he indeed ever planned not to develop it. The contaminants are small and contained as they are, and per the cleanup company, are not a threat currently, only in order to build on. The brownfield seems only a backdoor scheme to get the rezoning he greedily desires. The petition, a petition against this got 451 signatures in 7 days. Most worrying about the effects of the cleanup and the imminent development and how it will affect the environment. A bald eagle was spotted at Pebble Creek last weekend, with one stating that they are nesting in the trees behind her house. Because of its layout, the course is not a linked style, but a vast open area surrounded by homes. And you will see that in the map that was presented in the beginning. Please do not allow the destruction of the largest open green space in the most densely populated neighborhood. How can our beautiful water birds and eagles subsist without trees? How could you vote for a designation and zoning that would take away 30+ jobs, expose residents, pets, and wildlife to arsenic dust that is currently no threat, lower property values of those whose homes are their investments, and does not meet the criteria? Ours is not an underutilized, struggling urban area. In fact, every golf course in the state has these contaminants. This will not better, but worsen our neighborhood. No way could I sell my house during the mayhem of this kind of destruction. ACE says opposing the brownfield will not stop the cleanup. Yet why would he spend $1 million of his own dollars without the zoning needed to pave over the course? He says he expects to close the course either way. Who would give up making money if this? Who would give up making the money in the interim? And if this property is to fall into overgrowth and disrepair, ACE will be responsible for the fines. He could have buyers that would purchase to continue as a golf course if the price was market value, but he refuses to divulge his asking price. This is a goal of a high profit. Now, we bought our home based on the way it was zoned, allowing for peaceful, open green space. My husband and I have lived here for 27 years and plan to die here. So I ask you, commissioners, please don't take away our dream. And in the meantime, I want to point out some of the other wildlife. If I get cut off, that's okay, but I want to tell you some of the other wildlife that is here that I have seen personally, including spoonbills, ducks, anhingas, ibis, wood stork, sandhill cranes, hawks, possums, woodpeckers, bobcats, deer, foxes, along with the protected cypress trees and live oaks, and actually otters in what is Pebble Creek. And we need to save the creek as well. I hope that you'll vote against the brownfield designation and help us save Pebble Creek. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of 14 that I have signed up here for the public hearing. Are there, and I think we might have missed someone that we couldn't connect to. Is there anyone else that I should recognize at this time?
Hi, this is Scott
We were not able to reach Frederick Pierce earlier.
I'm sorry?
We were not able to reach Frederick Pierce, but he is still on the line.
I'm here right now. My phone wouldn't unmute.
Oh, okay. So we have Frederick Pierce.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I just want to say how wonderful the testimony has been. I think Leslie Green hit the nail on the head. We became aware of this only a couple of weeks ago, and 480 people signed a petition. The residents, in a thoroughly unorganized way in a time of COVID, did their homework, and I too support the no on brownfield designation, and I too support the notion that the course should remain a course. Thank you so much, and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that I should be recognizing? I'm asking staff.
That was our last speaker.
Okay. With that, then I'll close the public hearing. And I know that Commissioner Hagan asked to be recognized first. Commissioner Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first of all thank everyone who spoke this morning and who has participated throughout this process. I've represented North Hillsborough for a long time, and candidly, I do not believe I have ever seen a neighborhood more engaged and unified in opposition to an issue. And this is evidenced by the over 300 emails, 150 letters, and 450 residents who signed an online petition. And with the exception of Ms. Hatley that we heard this morning, 100% being in opposition to the brownfield designation request for the Pebble Creek Golf Course. I want to deny the request today. However, as our county attorney, Ms. Beck, stated the onset of the discussion, this is controlled by Florida statute, so I would like to ask her opinion on the continuance request before I go forward. Ms.
Yes, Commissioner Hagan, the board has discretion with regard to the continuance request. I would simply remind the board that this applicant can always refile. There is no prohibition to refiling an application at some point, but it really is within the board's discretion how you wish to proceed.
Okay. Based on that, then I'm going to make a few comments. I've studied this issue closely. There are many elements to this request, and it's clear that the future of Pebble Creek Golf Course is uncertain. Someone who lived around the corner in Cross Creek for 6 years and has played Pebble Creek since the 80s, that's disconcerting. However, for the purpose of considering the brownfield designation, 3 things jump out at me. The first one is included in our backup, and it's the basis for staff's recommendation for denial. This is referenced as criteria number 2, which requires that the brownfield designation result in economic productivity in the area, along with the creation of 5 new permanent jobs at the brownfield site that are full-time equivalent positions. The anticipated development will create 6 new permanent positions, but will also lose the 36 current jobs that exist at the golf course and restaurant. Therefore, a net loss of 30 jobs will result. So the request does not meet the economic productivity threshold that is required. Secondly, brownfield projects are typically former industrial or manufacturing sites. For example, repurposing contaminated commercial property that has been a gas station, a factory, or involved in some type of metals operation. One that jumps out at me, close to my district, was a former Honeywell site that had been dormant for years. In fact, over the last 2 years, all of the approved brownfield sites were industrial or manufacturing sites. It's important to point out, in Hillsborough County, we've never designated an active golf course as a brownfield site, and there have been no brownfields in established residential communities. The third, and I think very compelling argument for me, involves criteria number 3, which states the redevelopment of the proposed site is consistent with the local comprehensive plan and is a permittable use under the applicable local land development regulations. The bottom line is that potentially could be consistent, but it's too early in the process, and we do not have enough information to make that determination. The problem in requesting the brownfield designation in advance of the rezoning, you are essentially putting the cart in front of the horse. Because if we approve the brownfield, we're saying the intended development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This would make it much easier to have the property rezoned because a finding of comp plan consistency would have already been determined. The bottom line is whether you feel the golf course can and should be or should remain or not, the request should follow our normal zoning process, which includes all of the critical vetting and due diligence which the zoning process provides. In order to do this properly, the rezoning application should occur first, at which time full consideration of all of our policies can and will be considered in order to determine if this project is consistent with the comp plan. I also think it's important to point out that all recent brownfield approvals have been zoned for its intended use in advance of the brownfield request. Evidence that not only is this request putting the cart in front of the horse, but would potentially be precedent setting. So based on all that, I'm going to make a motion to deny the brownfield designation request.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner White. Let's see. I do not see any. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Very briefly, want to say I agree with everything Commissioner Hagan said. Thank you for putting it so well, and I'll be supporting the item.
And I do not see any other hands raised by commissioners at this time. So we have a motion to deny with Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner White. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, board member.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Madam Chair, the next item is item D6. This is also a public hearing. This is regarding street lighting districts. Josh Bellotti will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Josh Bellotti, Engineering and Operations Department. This is a public hearing to approve the addition of 3 new street lighting areas for the county's residential street lighting program, as authorized by Ordinance 17-17. The modifications have met all the requirements of the Hillsborough County Consolidated Street Lighting Special Purpose District, and this public hearing was duly advertised in the Tampa Bay Times in accordance with the statutes. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. This is a public hearing.
We don't have, this is a public hearing. We don't have any individuals, I don't believe, signed up to speak. Is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay, then I'll close the public hearing. And board, what's your pleasure? Is there a second? I don't know if I'm not hearing a second.
Second, Commissioner Hagan.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Hagan. I see, I don't know, you have your hand up, Commissioner Overman?
Yes, just briefly, I'm very glad to see this item come forward. We actually have a large number of special districts for lighting, and I'm glad to see this move forward. It's critically important component of our Vision Zero in order to make sure that people are able to get around their communities safely. The large number of communities within Hillsborough County that are lacking lighting is a real concern of our communities, and I'm pleased to support this motion. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, no further discussion, can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is item D7. This is to conduct a public hearing as it relates to our solid waste bonds, and Kevin Brickey will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. D7 is to conduct a public hearing to comply with federal tax law, the TEFRA law, in connection with the solid waste and resource recovery revenue non-revolving credit in an amount not to exceed $22 million for the purpose of financing or refinancing all or a portion of the cost of improvements with the Northwest County Solid Waste Transfer Station and the Southeast County landfill. And following the public hearing, staff recommends adoption of a resolution in the form presented to issue the county's solid waste and resource recovery revenue notes 2020, the amount, again, not to exceed $22 million to fund those projects, and authorize the execution of the line of credit with Bank of America and other related things that need to be done in order to accomplish that. With that, it would be appropriate to take public comment.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we do not have any individuals signed up to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing at this time.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is item D8. This is to collect the non-ad valorem revenue, non-ad valorem assessments for impact fee assessment units that were previously created in 2020. Beth Chanella will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beth Chanella, Director, Water Resources Department. Item D8 is a public hearing to adopt a resolution stating the board's intent to use a uniform method of collecting a non-ad valorem assessment related to impact fee assessment units created in 2020. This action confirms the method to collect non-ad valorem assessments associated with the 3 final impact fee assessment units that were approved by the board during 2020. This action is required when new non-ad valorem assessments are established. I'd be happy to answer any questions. This is a public hearing.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I do not see any individuals that have signed up to speak. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing.
Motion to
And,
approve.
okay. Motion to approve, and do we have a second?
Commissioner Myers seconded.
Okay. I don't know why I can't seem to hear her mic, her speaker. So I see several hands up. Commissioner Overman?
Yes, I would just actually, once this item is disposed, I'd like to be recognized to speak.
Okay. Commissioner Myers?
My hand was up to make the motion for the second.
If you want to at any time, you can just make the motion without your hand. So just so you know. And then Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can do away with this whole assessment system, but I'm going to support this item just because these things are already in the system now. But I would like to also ask the chair to let me make another motion after we dispose of this item.
Okay. Thank you. So seeing no further discussion, we have, can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate it. We have had multiple conversations about this assessment unit program. And after much research, have determined that this program is a poor financial plan for not only the county, but also for homeowners. And I'll be supportive of repealing the ordinance which created this program. Ultimately, the home buyer is subjected to an assessment unit program, gets the short end of the stick, and takes on the risk that they paid for when they bought the home, but at a disadvantage. In a sensible world, the developer will incorporate these costs into the purchase price of the home, which is determined at market value, what people are willing to pay for that property, and where the homeowner will likely get a 30-year mortgage. Now, some folks choose 15, but a 30-year mortgage at what now is historically low interest rates. However, the developer should the developer decide to utilize this program and set up an assessment unit to decrease their building development costs and thereby push these fees or the impact fee onto the homeowner's tax bill, here is where the real world implication occurs. First, the impact fee repayment time frame will be shortened by 10 years because it's a 20-year program rather than the 30 years that they have to pay for it. It's not underwritten typically at a refinance level oftentimes. It may or may not be disclosed if there's a good title company actually doing the mortgage financing. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is two things. The homeowner takes on the risk of their future income to be able to pay this and risk their home. And then two, they do it at a minimum of 9% interest rate, largely due to the program cost of 5%, carrying cost, the 2% administrative cost, and finally an additional 2% that's charged by the tax collector. Current mortgage rates are well below that. And so these costs, while they're meant to make the county whole, are an unnecessary addition and only made worse by a shortened payment window. Secondarily, the county is a big loser on these deals. If the program didn't exist, we would get the much needed dollars for water impact fees up front rather than spend it over a 20-year period. Additionally, we have to pick up the interest rate cost to borrow the money up front to do the investments that's needed currently. We need the money now. If you have any doubts, look at the items we've already addressed today. And where we need to change our irrigation ordinance in South County because the water infrastructure is insufficient to meet the high demands. Our wastewater is already in a deficit due to decades of discounted impact fees. This program will also drain our staff's valuable time and resources. Every year, our staff is required to intake and review new applications, and they need to maintain previous approved units, create a tax roll, and send to the tax collector, so on, i.e. the item we just approved, as an example. In addition, we often find the need to get this money now to support strained budgets. We create this internal workflow and the headaches associated with it when the county most needs these to collect these fees up front. I believe Commissioner Kemp has previously noted in meetings that we are the only county in the state that has this type of program. So I believe it's an inefficient way of actually doing business, and I believe it's an unfair cost to the buyers that assume that impact fees and water resources have been paid as part of their home investment and building cost. So with that, I would like to suggest that the program needs to end. But given that Commissioner Smith is interested in making a motion, I will defer to her next comments.
I see Commissioner Myers' hand is up, but I saw Commissioner Smith first before this. So I'm going to recognize Commissioner Smith, and then I'll recognize you, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. And Thank you, Commissioner Overman, for your remarks. Yes, over the last 2 years, Commissioner Kemp has been raising serious questions about this system and informing the board about its inherent problems. Her work and research led me to look into all of this deeply, and Commissioner Overman also has been adding her extensive knowledge of the financial issues of mortgages and home finances to our board discussions along the way. Just to recap, yes, Hillsborough County handles its water impact fees in a very unique way, unlike any other county or city in Florida. And it's unlike we handle any of our other impact fees. We don't do this for school, transportation, or fire. It's only for our water impact fees. And only in Hillsborough County do we have this odd system that allows the developer to get out of paying their water impact fees directly in one lump sum up front and lets them foist off this one impact fee onto sometimes unsuspecting homeowners in a 20-year loan. But I think for me, the worst part is the loan piles on a lot of fees, as Commissioner Overman noted, making the county become a collection agent of a loan that is a bad deal for the homeowner in all the ways that she outlined. But I calculate our charge as a little higher. I know we've, because of our complaints, brought our interest rate from 5% down to 4%. But then there's this additional 4% collection fee we charge. These my visual aids. And then we charge an additional 4% on top of that as an early payment discount that comes along with the nature of putting things on your tax bill, your property tax bill. So I added up to be 12% interest on these loans that the county ends up collecting that run with the property. If you try to sell your home, you've got this writing on it. And this is only a small loan of a few $1,000s for that impact fee. But when the homeowner pays it over 20 years of tax bills, with all these extra fees the county piles on, each homeowner ends up paying twice as much as the developer's impact fee to start with. So each homeowner ends up paying about $3,000 or $4,000 more than the developer would have paid up front. So it's a bad deal for the homeowner, and it's a bad deal for the county, as Commissioner Overman said, because we don't get our money up front like we do with the other impact fees. And so it is high time we stop this program and let water impact fees be collected upfront from the developer, like all our other impact fees, like all the other counties and cities do. And so my motion is to direct the county attorney's office to begin the process of drafting all necessary ordinance changes to sunset the impact fee assessment unit program and put an end to it once and for all. And thanks again, just to be clear, Commissioner Kemp has tried to make this effort before. I'm hoping it'll pass today. And to be clear, the motion doesn't end it today. It just brings back a draft to a future meeting for us to discuss and vote on. So thank you.
Second.
Okay. We have a lot of discussion, looks like, here, and Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The discussion that's been brought forward not only today, but over the course of the past several months and perhaps beyond has caused me to come to the realization that it's time for this program to sunset. I fully support the motion on the floor. However, it is my understanding that there are some that are currently in the queue. I think in the interest of fairness, that it's only right to allow them to continue under the old system. So I would like to make a motion to amend such that when the draft for the sunset is brought back, that anyone that was in the queue as of close of business yesterday would be allowed to continue forward.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have, I'm sorry, who was the second?
Commissioner Cohen, I would second that.
Amendment to the motion by Commissioner White and seconded by Commissioner Cohen. And speaking to the motion, Commissioner Overman.
I'm actually speaking to the amendment.
I'm sorry, speaking to the amendment, I meant.
Sure, and I'd like to check with legal to determine this. While I appreciate that there is an effort for those that were planning on a program that we've talked about for 2 years that we have indicated we didn't like to begin with, all we've done to date is accepted applications. We have not heard those items and those applicants, and we have not approved those applications. All we've done since June 1st is accepted applications during the window that was open to take applications. While there is maybe an assumption to some extent that if we're taking applications that they would have an option to get approved, they've not yet been approved. So I would like to ask legal's opinion on if we were not to allow those that have filled out the application to continue with a process that's being where the motion has been brought forth to terminate the program or sunset the program, which will take a couple of months to do. We have, or a month or two, depending on when the public hearings are scheduled. What would be our best advice for addressing those applications that have been filed and yet not approved?
Commissioner Overman, thank you for that question. It's a very good one, and we have looked at this issue. I'll remind the board that if the vote is to sunset the program and direct us to bring that back, we would bring that back at the January 1st meeting in January. I believe it's January 6th. And we would present the board with those documents and that draft and ask you to set it for a public hearing. So the public hearing would likely be set or could be set at the second meeting in January to consider that. So that would be the timing for the sunsetting. With regard to your question about the pending applications, that I understand there are some pending applications, our advice would be to process those applications in accordance with the advertisements that were submitted by staff inviting for those applications, and let the normal course play out as the other applications have.
So, thank you, Ms. Beck, for your answer. So, are we to provide an exception to those applications when they come for approval? Because they're the 36 applications, which is about $6 million in potential revenue, we would be required to approve those applications because they've already been accepted but not yet approved?
You would simply be processing them in accordance with the existing ordinance, which would ultimately require them coming back to the board, and the board can then make a determination on how to handle those applications. But to just stop it now would not be advisable, and the ordinance can still be sunsetted, and these can be addressed in the ordinance to be effective once the ordinance goes to the Secretary of State. You will have another opportunity to vote on the applications.
So even if this, just to be clear, so even if this amendment passes, there will be another opportunity to deny the applications. Is that what you're saying?
There'd be another opportunity to consider them, as you always do, and the standard of review, as I've been advised, would be a rational basis for the board's decision. So those applications would come before the board after they've gone through their review by staff and so forth. I believe that Commissioner White's amendment was simply to make sure that it was clear that those applications would not be processed.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that satisfy your question, Commissioner Overman?
Yes, it does. So we would basically allow those that have applied to go through the process when we've actually already denied previous applications that weren't already in the queue. But if they're willing to go through the process, then that is their prerogative, given that they've already applied. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused about what would be the difference that this amendment would be granting to those that have filed before yesterday and those that come between today and when we finally set the public hearing and then hold the public hearing and change, sunset the ordinance. Ms. Beck, can you explain if that amendment really makes any difference to the people who filed up to yesterday compared with the people who filed between now and our hearing? And would you advise against picking out any batch of applicants that are either in the queue or about to get in the queue?
My advice would be that those that have already been received and accepted by staff, those applications that have been received and accepted, that they be processed in the normal course. If it's the board's desire to direct staff today to stop accepting any new applications while this ordinance is being prepared, that would also be appropriate. So maybe the amendment can be clarified.
Fine, and I see Commissioner White's hand up, so hopefully he will clarify that for me, because I'll tell you here, if it is to, set a deadline on the, and direct publicly that we're not accepting anymore, I will support that. If it's to give any special benefit to one batch over another that we're still going to have to consider, I would not support that. And by the way, I will, in any case, when those applications come to us one by one, as they do, I will be voting no on each and every one of them, as I have previously, because I think it's a bad deal for the homeowners and I think it's a bad deal for the county, as I've said. Thank you.
Commissioners, if I could add some clarification on the process, it may help. The existing applications that are in the queue are intended the next step in the process will involve an initial assessment resolution approval by the board in January. If those that are currently in the queue, the 36 applications, move forward in the process. If they do not, it's the board's discretion. They would then have to select the cash payment up front option as their alternative. If the amendment to the sunset motion follows through, then those that are in the queue will follow through with the initial assessment resolution and then subsequently the final assessment resolution as the first district in 2021. And if the sunset is approved, that would be the only district in 2021.
Okay, I'm going to ask Commissioner White if he wants to clarify at all.
Yes, the intent of my motion to amend is exactly as the county attorney has stated, which is to allow those that are already in the queue to proceed forward under the existing rules. And this board has precedent, by the way, when we're in the process of a rule change to prohibit things from coming forward under the current set of rules while we're doing our work. But that was my nexus for saying close of business yesterday. Beth, I would assume no one's gotten in the queue this morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'll just let my motion stand as close of business yesterday. So if you're currently in the queue, you'll have the opportunity to move forward under the existing rules. And I would suggest that we stop at this moment in time from accepting new applications until such time that we take the vote on the sunset provision at the public hearing.
So that's what your amendment is. Thank you. And Commissioner Cohen, did you have,
And I seconded the motion was exactly for that clarification. I think that when you're going to end something, it's very important to say when it ends. And this says very definitively that it basically ends now.
great. Thank you for the clarification and seeing, I don't think any further discussion on the amendment to the motion, which was made by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. So now we're back on the original motion, and I don't know if anyone, Commissioner White, your hand is up. Did you want to speak to it? I know you already did before, but.
You called on me, I'll take my hand down.
Okay. So I don't see any other hands up, but I would just like to say this. Thank you to Commissioner Smith for bringing that up. Thank you to Commissioner Overman for all the work that you have both done dogging this. And it was kind of daunting and discouraging. I know when I first brought this to the board's attention some 2 years ago, and I had started pulling information from other places all over the state and talked to Mr. Cassidy, who's been incredibly helpful in helping me understand and how our water and wastewater system works and is financed. And so I have long thought that this was a program that we should have never done. We are unique in having it done and have had it done for a number of years. And I was shocked to find out. I said, who else does this? Where else can I see this? Because I kept pulling it up, trying to find it in other counties. 0 counties in Florida. As far as we know, maybe 0 counties in the country. And also it's not done in the city of Tampa, in the city of Temple Terrace and Plant City, where developers for these homes, plumbing's part of the whole buy. So why this should be set aside and separate in this really Byzantine financing plan for a few $1,000s at this point, I don't know. But I'll be so glad to be done with it. I'll just say that. And with that, seeing no other hands up, can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next item is item E1. This is our emergency management and local state of emergency item. We have various speakers today, Mr. Dudley, of course, Dr. Holt, and Ryan Pettigrew from the Health Department as well, who will speak about the vaccine. Liana Lopez is going to speak about our vaccine survey. Greg Hordell and Dexter Barge will speak about the enforcement and educational blitz that we have ongoing at this time. We, of course, have the extension of the emergency order, and Commissioner Overman has added some additional language she would like you to consider. Board members, I just want to remind you, I want to be cognizant of how long you're sitting in this boardroom. And so if we could just be cognizant of that and move things along accordingly, and if I could ask the speakers to do the same as well. We have been working with our partners very much throughout this process, especially on this educational media blitz, specifically the city of Tampa and also the other counties in the region and law enforcement. So you'll hear about some of that today. And with that, we'll move forward with Mr. Dudley.
Good morning, Commissioners. Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Tim Dudley. Emergency Operations Center Director. I'll provide a brief update on our current COVID operations. In our testing operations, we continue to support operations at the remote collection sites of Raymond James, Lee Davis, Brandon, Vance Vogel Park, and Williams Owens Park. Last week, Hillsborough County averaged over 1,700 daily tests collected at the county testing sites. Our migrant testing program is coming to an end this week. Their final testing day will be this Saturday. That is a state asset that we've greatly appreciated that support on. Our Brandon testing site managed by Suncoast Community Health Center ends today as well. Suncoast will be transitioning back to normal testing of registered patients. We have temporarily expanded testing at the two new semi-fixed sites at the Vance Vogel Park and Williams Owen Park, and those sites will offer testing 3 days a week, and they have a capacity of 500 tests per day at each one of those sites. So that'll give us good coverage for those testing sites that'll be transitioning back to normal operations. And any folks interested in receiving testing at either one of those parks should schedule testing online or call for reservations. Testing at Raymond James and Lee Davis is first come, first served. Rapid tests in our ALFs, long-term care facilities, and 55+ communities. As of December 8th, Hillsborough County long-term care facilities and senior communities have received over 161,000 rapid test kits from federal and state initiatives. This includes over 80,000 rapid test kits from the federal government that was directly shipped to 50 healthcare facilities, and over another 80,000 rapid test kits from the state of Florida to Hillsborough County long-term care facilities, senior communities, educational institutions, and testing sites. We continue distribution of cloth face masks are going out to county libraries, and additional face masks have been provided to small businesses. And a brief update on the vaccine planning task force. The vaccination task force is working closely with DOH and our stakeholders to monitor the reception of COVID-19 vaccines here in Hillsborough County, providing support to the healthcare sector as needed. Hillsborough County has received initial doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine into Tampa General Hospital for use by frontline healthcare workers, and additional doses which will be used for a regional long-term vaccine mission. And you'll hear a little bit more about the vaccine distribution plan from Ryan Pettigo a little bit later in the presentation. This concludes my updates. Any questions?
I'm sorry, I don't see any questions here, so.
Thank you.
And coming up.
Chair, Commissioners, this is Doug Holt, Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. I will again provide our overview of our epi and hospital data. I'm also going to include 2 slides from Dr. Michael, who will be returning in a future meeting for a more full update. Then Mr. Wagner will review our dashboard, and as mentioned, who will provide an overview of the vaccination plans as they are now. First slide, please. Recall this sort of reviews our epidemiological story, our COVID epidemic now going on approaching 10 months. And as you can see to the far right, the last 2 weeks we've had a notable increase in the number of cases being reported. Just a reminder, the red line across the top signifies that the degree of community-based transmission in our community is sustained, widespread, and uncontrolled, as defined as a hot zone. This is similar to the majority of Florida and throughout the country. The rolling 7-day average, what this translates into the number of cases being reported on an average 7 days, as the dashboard will show, 630, which is a 35% increase, very sharp over the last week. Our state average, if you look across, we are approximately at the state average, but Miami-Dade is significantly higher, driving us up. The positivity rate exceeds 8%. Notably, we have seen a large increase in our testing being reported back. The increase is occurring in all ages, with the 25 to 34-year-old being the highest rate per capita for them. But again, we've seen increases in this across all ages, and notably including the 11 to 17-year-old, which has impacted our schools. There's a little bit of good news. The increase among the greater than 65 is much smaller, and along with our cases being reported from our long-term care. As I noted, the lab reports are up almost 20%. These new antigens, rapid tests are driving a lot of that. The only downside of these, if they're not done at the public, or if they're not, if they're done more in the offices or non-large providers, the results are delayed. We've seen a steady increase in our hospital admissions. We're up to about 40 a day. That was compared to 30 a month ago. Fortunately, though, the discharges that are daily are approximating that. So the census has increased, but not as notably. We're running about 300 a day in the hospitals. And our occupancy rate for non-ICU beds is around 70%, and our ICU beds is a little over 82%. There is day-to-day, there's some variations among hospitals that can reach near their ICU capacity, but this is not being driven by COVID patients. We're approaching 1,000 deaths. We essentially are seeing no flu activity. Next slide, please. This is the first of Dr. Michaels. Again, as a reminder, this is a short-term forecast. And again, reminder that the similar to weather forecasts, he uses the most updated data, epi trends, like the number of cases, which clearly have been increasing, positivity rates, and also some estimates of social mitigation measures and compliance. So the takeaway, if you look to the far right, the black line at the very top is based on the most recent data, and he now predicts that, as you notice, it'll be a very steep curve over the coming week, and reaching. These are for regions. Let me remind us, this is for our 4 counties: Hillsborough County, Pasco, Polk, and Pinellas. Will reach about 2,586 cases a day on December 22nd. Based on the predictions he used for us 2 weeks ago, that's the green line. So as you can see, those numbers have almost doubled. Next slide, please. This is one he's looking at a longer term forecast. It's a bit more complicated because he's combined on the left side, the y-axis is the number of cases, and then translating that into the number of beds that would be needed for COVID patients. That's on the right side of the graph, the y-axis. He added a blue line horizontal, and this is essentially the number of beds that are available for COVID, assuming the 75% occupancy among the hospitals for non-COVID, leaving about 25% available for our COVID patients. So what this slide predicts is that as we approach the peaks, as we go up, we will see impacts on our hospitals, predictably for this around the end of January. No surprising, more cases that we have with our result from our less social distancing and public health mitigation. And not only is the peak higher, as you see in the red, we estimate 36,000 cases requiring about 11,000 COVID beds, which far exceeds the capacity we have. And it comes quite earlier versus the other two where he estimates a continuation of our current level of social mitigation practices will still result in a lower peak, but exceeding the capacity for the hospitals as of February 24th. And again, a better scenario is with increased compliance with our social distancing, masking, and others. We'll still see a peak, but it'll be significantly lower and occur later towards the end of February. Just as a point of reminder, the hospitals would react to any surges or any demands. So as they increase, they will work to implement their surge plans, increasing beds and reducing other non-COVID elective admissions to try and mitigate these results. We are seeing somewhat lower percentage of the cases of needing admission to hospitals. There's multiple, I believe there's multiple factors going on. We are seeing fewer long-term care admissions. On a percentage cases of all of our cases, we are seeing less in the over 65, but clearly more and more cases, no matter what the percentage is, will result in more people over 65 affected. Incidentally, reports of widespread masks that are worn both by the vulnerable population and those that are around them will actually decrease the dose of a virus if there is an infection, resulting in milder infections. And then finally, hospitals have become better at deciding who actually needs admission versus can be sent home. So all of these things could influence these predictions. With that, just obviously the vaccine is coming. A full update will come later. Bottom line, not surprising, our optimistic predictions of how much would be available and when are being revised. But if this is just a delay, the vaccine is coming. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I see no other questions or comments. Ms. Wise?
To briefly go through the dashboard.
Thank you, Commissioners. Kevin Wagner, Business Analyst, Healthcare Services Department. I will briefly update the publicly available dashboard in conjunction with Dr. Holt's analysis. To date, there's been 66,548 cases confirmed within county residents, nearly 1,000 fatalities related to COVID, and 52,303 estimated recovered through the methodology. As Dr. Holt indicated, our 7-day change rate has exponentially increased by 35% on a 7-day look of increased cases and 44% look on a 14-day cases. The testing, while it has increased, it has not met our goal of 47,250, but from a good news perspective, it has increased to 41,500 as indicated on the dashboard, which is the highest that we've seen since recording this information. The 14-day positivity rate, as indicated, again, has climbed to nearly 8.6%, and it's nearly 9% on a 7-day look. The hospitalization data, our IT department is working with our exceptional partner of TGH, getting the upgraded system information. So that will be presented. We hope to anticipate that back on the dashboard by the end of the week. With that, for time management, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Overman, I see you. Oh, you took your hand down. Okay, so I don't see any further comments or questions. Ms. Wise?
We'll move to Ryan Pedigo to go through the vaccine information, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Ryan Pedigo with the Florida Department of Health in Hillsborough County. I am the Director for Public Health Preparedness and would like to take this opportunity to kind of give you an overview of what vaccines we will be getting, who will be getting them, when, and how. Next slide, please. There are currently two vaccines kind of in the front runner, and you know, Pfizer has been approved and has actually been received in the county. The Moderna vaccine will be meeting the FDA tomorrow, and they will be reviewing the data and probably have a recommendation for approval, is what we're anticipating, with a final approval no later than the 18th. Both vaccines require 2 doses. One is 28 days apart, the other is 21 days apart. And their effective rates are really some of the highest we've ever seen in vaccines, with Pfizer being 95% and Moderna vaccine being a little bit over 94%. So there's some significant differences which affect our planning and pose some unique challenges to us with the storage and handling of the vaccine. The Pfizer vaccine, it's been much publicized, requires ultra cold storage, which is 94 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. There's limited amounts of equipment that can handle that. That's primarily in hospitals, educational institutions. And the vaccine for Pfizer is that once you get it out of that environment, you can only keep it refrigerated for up to 5 days before it loses viability. When it gets to room temperature, it's only down to 6 hours. So from a planning perspective, you have to know exactly what you have it ready and ready to go within 6 hours once you dilute it, which is the other drawback of the Pfizer vaccine. That does not make it a good candidate for things like public vaccination sites because of that. The Moderna vaccine can be stored in a regular freezer up to 6 months. It can last in a refrigerator. There's a range there of 7 to 30 days. That date will be narrowed down and approved to a specific number by the FDA. But data shows that the vaccine remains viable within that time range. And once opened, it can last up to 6 hours before administration, making it a lot easier to deal with. And the vaccine can be drawn directly into a syringe for administration without diluting. The use, it is both, it will be for 16-year-old and greater for the Pfizer, and the Moderna would be 18-year-olds and greater. Pfizer has applied for a study of the 12 to 15-year-olds to get them included in. And once Moderna finishes their process, they will be focusing on getting down into more pediatric ranges as well. There's no known safety concerns with either vaccine. There were 2 reactions in the United Kingdom. Both of those were from individuals who had a significant history of having allergies and adverse reactions to prior vaccination. However, there are some significant side effects to each vaccine. Fatigue, headache, muscle pain, chills, and fever have all been associated with both vaccines from the test subjects. And it seems to be with the second vaccine, those symptoms actually appear worse. It is not the disease. There is no virus being put into the bodies of people, but it is the body's immune response is reacting in a very severe nature. Next slide, please. The state has established vaccine priority groups on how they will be targeting the vaccine distribution. Priority 1A, as you know, is long-term care residents. Priority 1B would be healthcare workers, high risk, high contact. This would include your EMS, fire rescue, who have that close contact, and other first responders. And priority 1C is those age 65 years old and above, and those with underlying health conditions. Our second priority is more critical infrastructure, and I just put 3 examples on here. It is not limited to these 3, but the transportation, places like Tampa International Airport, the port, Heartline, Sunshine Line, those types of organizations have been identified as critical infrastructure, along with public works and utilities. Education is a huge concern, and that is also considered critical infrastructure. The state has not completely finished defining their list, but we've been working with fire rescue and the vaccination strike team, or task force rather, to further define this list out. And then we have vulnerable populations. The vulnerable populations really focus on areas that have high incidence of the disease with limited access to health services. We look at ethnicity, race, homebound, to identify those groups in that second priority. And then the third priority is the vaccine becomes available to the general public. I put a timeline bar down at the bottom, although it is anyone's best guess, but typically based off the H1N1 vaccine, we're pretty confident that we will have vaccine widely available starting in late March, April, and into June. Next slide, please. This is what the task force has really been focusing on, and both at the state level as well as here within the county, looking at the supply and distribution of the vaccine. This kind of shows how we will be doing our target groups over the course of phases. It's not going to be we target one group, finish them, and then move to the next one. There will be a lot of simultaneous efforts trying to get that vaccine out as quickly as possible. The long-term care facilities down in the lower left, they are the primary target group, and that will be handled by a federal contract with CVS and Walgreens, as well as augmented by state strike teams that they are setting up regionally with contracted nurses and the National Guard. Director Dudley had mentioned that we had received some vaccine into the county for that purpose. There was a delay in the pharmacy contract at the federal level, and we are hoping to get our strike team starting later this week. And they are kind of a bridge, and then they will become an augmentation to those pharmacy contracts. Healthcare worker, closed points of dispensing, our pods. That's really focusing on your hospitals. And as you've heard, Dept General did receive, they have distributed vaccine to other facilities in the county, and the same happened at 5 other locations. So they're working on getting their most at-risk employees vaccinated as quickly as they can. Then we will be moving into the first responder pods. Again, the vaccine task force has a first responder / critical infrastructure work group led by Chief Collins in fire rescue. And they have gone through and they've identified various tiers under this grouping, and starting with tier 1, we will hope to get them initiated later in January as vaccine becomes available. Then we start moving to our target group 1C, which is the 65-year-old and older, and this is really where it has to become a public-private kind of partnership. We will be doing locally targeting groups through closed points of dispensing, in other words, limited to those people who meet that criteria. And we will also be trying to do that in conjunction with community partners as well, because we cannot do it all on our own. That group is way too large. There's about 206,000 residents who exceed age 65 and another 40 to 60,000 who have an underlying health condition. We're still waiting for the state to further define that, give us a little bit more parameters, but it's a significant group. The state also has testing sites around Raymond James. There's going to be looking at potentially offering vaccines at those as well. And while that vaccine is coming in, we will be portioning some of that vaccine out to the critical infrastructure closed pods. And as you move into March and April, we anticipate the vaccine becoming more widely available. Then we will be working with private providers who have registered to receive the vaccine where they can actually order it and administer to their patients. And then finally, an expanded retail delivery system where anyone can order it just like any vaccine without coming through the state. I'll go ahead and pause there for any questions.
Thank you. I see a couple of questions or comments here. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. Based on your presentation, the priority 2 level included transportation, and you made mention of HART. So based on this spreadsheet that you're showing in terms of go back. Sorry. As far as timing for example, our transit workers and our bus operators, they would be scheduled in the critical infrastructure closed pods, is that correct? And then I have a quick follow-up when it comes to correctional workers, because that, based on industry, is one of the highest incidences of illness and contagion that I've read in a recent study. So I'm curious about those that work in our correctional institutions, whether that be our jails, the prisons, those folks, where they fall in this schedule as far as your groups are concerned.
Yes, ma'am. We're still stratifying out that critical infrastructure, but if the light blue shaded area on the left is the phase 1 and the targeted groups or the lines, we anticipate moving them and starting as available vaccine at the tail end of that phase 1. That's when we would anticipate we have enough vaccine available to bring them in. The Heart line and Sunshine line, that close contact they have with the public. I work with Heart quite frequently. So they are up in the top of that list. And it's a matter of not picking one organization over the other, but dispersing the vaccines we do receive and start the process of vaccinating all of their staff. As far as the Department of Corrections types employees, the state has a state level working group where they are working with the DOC and contacting prisons, jails directly, because they recognize that as well. That is a very hard hit population, and working to get the vaccine out through them. Whatever strategy the state comes up with, we will certainly be supporting it here locally.
Mr. Vertigo, thank you very much. And so for the general public's observation, then great social distancing is going to be necessary because access to the general public may not be until as early as March if you're not in any one of these categories. Is that accurate, given that our supply is delivered as anticipated?
Yes, ma'am, that is 100% correct.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Very much. I noticed looking at group 1 and group 2, particularly with people over 65, people with underlying health conditions, people that are part of vulnerable populations, many of them are not going to appear on anyone's radar screen. They are going to have to be proactive in order to avail themselves of the vaccine. How do you anticipate someone who identifies themselves as being in one of those groups, someone who doesn't work somewhere where it's available, that maybe doesn't have a proactive healthcare provider, how are they going to pursue getting themselves on the list to get it if they deserve to be part of that first or second group?
Yes, sir, Commissioner, and that's a very good question. We will be obviously advertising this through the Joint Information Center widespread for quite some time. But our strategies are to potentially set up points of distribution geographically throughout the county. We will also look at target those 55-year-old and above communities. We will be identifying individuals that if they're transportation challenged or whatever and they cannot get out to one, looking at potentially using the mobile system, much like the county has set up for mobile testing. But it's going to be a huge effort, and we recognize there will be closed points of dispensing set up throughout the county, trying to get it out geographically and make it the most accessible possible. If that can't be achieved, then we will certainly work with groups to potentially go into things like independent living facilities where you have high concentrations who cannot get out.
Well, I think it's very important. We have a few weeks before a lot of this is going to come to a crescendo in terms of being able to deliver vaccine. But I think it's very, very important that our communications effort be very clear with people who are in the designated categories as to what they can do to access the vaccine, because my guess is that there's going to be a lot of people out there that aren't going to know where to go, who to call, how to make sure that they get themselves on the list. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other questions or comments at this time. Ms. Wise?
Lopez, Chief Communications Administrator, to speak about our vaccine survey.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. For the benefit of the public, I am Liana Lopez, and I serve as the Chief Communications Administrator for Hillsborough County. As mentioned at the last board meeting, the county continues to maintain and execute a strategic communications campaign and plan in support of the pandemic mitigation efforts. We rely on data and research to develop communication strategies so that we're effectively supporting operations and aligning and developing messages that help us move toward the outcomes we seek. At this time, I'd like to take just a couple minutes to update you on preliminary insights from the vaccine survey that at its conclusion will ultimately contribute to the foundation of the marketing and public relations efforts we will implement to support new and ongoing COVID-19 emergency response operations, including vaccine distribution. The vaccine survey officially launched on Wednesday, December 9th. The survey includes a brief vaccine development overview video in order to help provide general awareness to respondents about how the vaccines are being developed. After the video, survey questions focus on gaining insights from residents regarding perceived level of exposure to COVID-19, attitudes about getting vaccinated, motivations behind vaccination or remaining unvaccinated, expectations of how behaviors may change after being vaccinated, and locations residents may feel more comfortable using to receive the vaccine. The following information is from our current point in the data collection, but please keep in mind this update does not provide a complete picture, and it is extremely preliminary as the survey is not expected to close until December 30th. As of close of business yesterday, we had over 4,600 participants, more than 156,000 responses, and more than 4,000 open comments. Based on this preliminary data, 62% of respondents identified as having received the flu shot this season, with another 12% selecting that they still plan to do so. When asked if they would receive the COVID-19 vaccine if available right now, 61% of respondents said yes, 29% said no, and 10% were unsure. The top 3 locations people want to go to receive the vaccine in preferential order are local pharmacy provider, family physician, followed by county or community vaccination site. For respondents that answered that they would not get vaccinated, we asked them why. 68% are worried about the side effects. 63% are nervous about how quickly it was developed. 60% want to know how it affects others before they decide, while 24% are not concerned with COVID-19. For those respondents that said they would take the vaccine, we also asked about the factors that contributed to that decision. 83% want to help stop the spread of the virus. 80% are ready for things to get back to normal. 62% are fearful of getting the virus, and 53% want or need to travel. We asked respondents that were willing to be vaccinated which activities they would feel most comfortable resuming once vaccinated. 72% said going out to restaurants. 65% said flying on an airplane. 61% said going outdoors without wearing their mask. 40% said kids going back to school. 39% said going to a movie theater, and 38% said going back to work in person. However, when asked respondents once vaccinated, would they still wear a mask? 75% said yes. 20% said they were not sure, and 5% said no. Again, remember this information is presented and it's strictly preliminary and shouldn't be taken out of context. At the conclusion of the survey, the data will be analyzed using a number of factors, including demographic and geographic information, so that we may gain perspectives and better insights into our diverse county. Residents that have not had the opportunity to participate are encouraged to visit htflgov.net/COVID vaccine to participate in the survey. To participate by text vaccine to 73224, or to take the survey in Spanish, residents should text the word vacuna to 73224. This concludes my update, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. We have a question or comment. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
My hand is still up. I didn't mean for it to be.
Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have a verbal report from Greg Horwedel and Dexter Barge regarding our educational and enforcement update.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dexter Barge, Assistant County Administrator. Just wanted to give you a brief update as to some of the additional things that we're doing to increase our efforts in enforcing the mask ordinance. This week we started something called a education blitz, and basically what we've done is made mask enforcement and mask education a priority. So all of our code enforcement officers have now been assigned to this blitz. We're hitting all the businesses that are within the county that we possibly can, giving them brochures, bringing them up to speed as to what the ordinance requires. In addition to that, we're leaving them with information in the form of brochures that if there's questions in the future, they can refer to those brochures. They also can refer to our code enforcement officers, who will leave them with contact information. One of the things that we find is in many cases, businesses are not familiar with the latest changes to the orders. And in some cases, they're not even familiar with the ordinance as it's been presented. So by us putting people on the ground, actually going out in a very non-threatening way, visiting the businesses, answering their questions, providing them with information. In some cases, if they don't have a sign, we'll even provide them with a sign. Our county administrator had suggested that we also take along with us extra masks in the event that a business need masks for patrons that may visit that forget their mask, or workers that show up for work without a mask. We just made that available to them as well. This effort is not just in the unincorporated county. We're working with the City of Tampa. City of Tampa's code enforcement and law enforcement officers are doing a similar blitz as well. So it's a synchronized and a coordinated effort by all of us to include our Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. So we think that this is the best way to go. It's proven so far very effective. We've had in the last 2 days, over 300 visits to businesses, and they've all been very positive. We have, in addition to that, we're putting up electronic message boards throughout the county. We're working with the sheriff's office to include messaging on their boards that are already out there. They normally put out boards during this time of year, warning citizens about shoplifting, locking up their cars, etc. And so we're adding the mask ordinance or mask order in effect message to those boards as well. So these are just some of the efforts that we are embarked on just to get the word out there. Again, we pulled all of our code enforcement officers from their routine day-to-day duties and making this a priority. And we think that this is really going to make a significant impact. In the interest of time, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
I'll wait until I hear from Mr. Horadale. Thank you very much.
Sure. Mr. Horadale,
Yes.
you're
Can you hear me?
recognized. Yes,
Can you
we
hear me?
can.
Perfect. I think Dexter summarized it extremely well. We have taken the board's request to inform and educate businesses and public about the face covering order. The county administrator has made it clear that we are to treat this as a high priority, so that's what we've been doing. Been working very effectively with the county attorney, the communications staff, Department of Health, and the sheriff's office, as Dexter indicated. We anticipate there to be quite an outreach effort over the next several months, and we're looking forward to seeing the results of that.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you both, Mr. Barge and Mr. Horadale, for those reports and for your efforts.
Somebody needs to mute.
I think that took care of it. Okay, great. I thank you both for your work, as well as all the staff and the code enforcement staff for reaching out and reminding not only our citizens, but as they go into businesses, but our businesses on the importance of following the mandates that were put into place in June. So unfortunately, but the various different phases of opening our state, there's been some confusion about what the rules are. And I know there are a great deal of citizens and businesses that have gone, way above board, even so, to ensure that our citizens are safe and to maintain the recommended social distancing and social interventions that we heard earlier that are necessary. And so I thank you for going out and reminding businesses, being an educational approach. But I do believe that there are individuals who choose not to comply without being reminded. So I truly appreciate your efforts to get out there to help businesses be part of the solution, as we've seen great numbers. I mean, we're still seeing great spikes. Ever since we put the mask mandate in place, it took several weeks for the numbers to turn around. They fell consistently until we started opening the state, and then found that there was some confusion and people were not complying in a way that they knew how. So thank you very much for doing this. I had asked last meeting when we heard that Dr. Michael report to us that it would be imperative for us to look for ways that we could increase social measures, social intervention measures. And this is a great step. Thank you very much for doing that. I've also spoken to the mayor recently. Her code enforcement and law enforcement teams, along with our sheriff, are all going to be out there helping people know what the rules are, recognize that wearing a mask inside is required. And so I think that's going to be a great outcome in helping get our numbers maybe somewhat under control. But that being said, it's obvious from the projections that we still are going to put our hospitals in a situation where capacity is going to be a challenge. And it's still going to be an issue when the vaccine isn't going to be ready for the public, really, general public, until maybe March or even April, in order to make sure that our citizens that are not first responders, essential persons, are going to have access to the ability to operate safely. And we do need our people back to work. So these efforts are appreciated. I had sent in a backup to all the commissioners, which I'd like to make sure that we have an opportunity to discuss. 2 ideas for consideration. They are severable, so we could look at one option or the other that do take into consideration the existing rules of indoor participation, wearing a mask. The first addresses primarily seated while served, so that you are able to maintain the social distancing that's recommended. We've had some less than wonderful compliance in that area. And so this first item that's suggested does require that, or make a recommendation or a requirement that we're seated when served, because that's when a person inside is permitted to take a mask off in order to facilitate eating and drinking. And so the first item addresses that particular issue, and we can go into this at length later. The second is really to address where social distancing apparently has not been occurring. And I've looked for staff for advice, and this is what came back, where people are gathering too closely in congregational areas, like in front of bars or on the dance floor, or in areas where there's large areas where people can gather. And so the second item addresses those. But the first item is helping people know what the rules are. And so I just wanted to say thank you for getting out and helping people know how to do this. Both items that are brought forward for discussion by the board and consideration to enhance our mask mandate. For the most part, for most of our businesses are already being done. Those safe and sound businesses are having people sit to be served, and when they are asked they're allowed to take their mask off to eat and drink. So I'm looking forward to the discussion in a little bit, but the education piece is critically important because there's been so much confusion, since the summer, and we want to make sure that our citizens do everything they can to be part of the solution. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. So you're not going to make a motion with regards to either one at this time? You did. You're muted. Yeah.
Right. We can address that not only with the extension of the the emergency order, but address the mask mandate along with that conversation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to thank the county administrator and her staff for implementing this educational piece to have our code enforcement to go out to the community to make sure the community understand the importance of COVID-19 as we are now getting ready for Christmas. And we know next week, quite a few people are going to be off and out and want something to do. And by taking this step so early to educate the public, I think it is remarkable. I commend staff for doing this because that was my concern. Let's get the education piece out, and our messaging to the community is very vital to COVID-19. So again, I say thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Yeah, just in the interest of time, I wanted to go directly to the items that Commissioner Overman brought up. I think that if you look at the numbers, if you look at the presentations that we've been seeing, any additional steps that we can take that can help educate the public and help keep this in the forefront of people's minds, we should take. None of this is a panacea. None of this is going to solve the problem overnight. But Dr. Michael's comment 2 weeks ago really stuck with me, that for every small amount of compliance that there are big benefits in terms of affecting the curve. So with that in mind, I just want to signal that I will be supportive of these additional efforts. I did have a conversation earlier, as did Commissioner Overman, with Mayor Castor, and she pointed out that the enforcement of these things is challenging. and that this is not about big brother government imposing unnecessary restrictions on people. It's about, as Commissioner Myers said, educating the public. It's about making sure that it's at the forefront of people's minds to be careful, to maintain the social distancing, to wear the mask, and to do what we need to do. So with that, I just wanted to put my 2 cents into the discussion.
Thank you. And seeing no, Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to state for the record that I will not be supporting any further restrictions. I've seen public opinion polling that has indicated that the American public, by a large majority, believes that COVID is something that we're just going to have to learn to live with. And when I look at the spikes and the numbers on those graphs, it just makes me wonder, what are the public health benefits of people getting back to work and keeping their businesses running and getting out of the house and experiencing the love of family members at Thanksgiving and so on and so forth. So there's a lot to be said there too that we just haven't peeled back the onion on, if you will, but I just cannot support any further restrictions. And to Mayor Castor's point, it's next to impossible to enforce any of that anyway. We just don't have the manpower.
And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I can understand the public's fatigue associated with not being able to see family or not being able to go do what you need to do. And we're almost there. The vaccine coming this spring will help us get back to normal, but we're not there yet. The White House Coronavirus Task Force reported and urged Florida state leaders to take immediate action to slow the virus spread that we're experiencing. Some recommendations were close to severely limit indoor dining, to limit capacity, and to issue strong face mask policies. The recommendations that I provided the board members to consider is not to shut businesses down. It's to allow businesses to stay open safely. It's to allow our citizens to be able to go to businesses and enjoy their friendships and families safely, because they know when they get there, the highest level of protocols are being adopted. And that was why having the seated while served element associated with the language proposed was an important element. People will walk into a door and see a bunch of folks standing around holding a drink or eating food or whatever with no masks on, are going to turn around and walk out. And then those employees will not have anyone to serve to help them earn their paycheck. And those businesses are not going to be successful as a consequence of that. The USF modeling indicates that increased social distancing or social protective measures is critically important at this point, given the level of spread and increase we've seen over the weeks as people are not clear about what their options are. So with that, what I'd like to do is offer 2 motions, because I'm going to separate out the 2 issues, because there may be difference of opinion among the boards on the 2 measures that are recommended. But consistently, I'd like to maintain that in the motion that we add to the mask order in section 7A, add item B that says any business establishment, including all bars, nightclubs, and restaurants that serve food or drink for on-site consumption must comply with all of the following. Number 1, and I'm going to separate these 2 out, so we'll repeat it if necessary. Number 1, no food or drink may be served to patrons for on-site consumption that are not seated at a table or bar. Standing at a bar is prohibited. Included in that would be a modification of item 9. Nothing herein shall require wearing of face coverings by the following person, where item H under that would be modified for persons eating or drinking while seated at a table and bar. So that would address sitting down when you take your mask off. And so I'd like to ask that that's my motion, and then I'll offer the secondary motion on the second issue.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, a second by Commissioner Smith. And I, at this time, don't see any further hands up unless you wanted to say it doesn't look like it. I just like to say, okay, I wasn't sure it was going back and forth.
I was trying to figure out how to get that.
Yeah. I would just like to say that I think everybody is deeply pained for the terrific toll that this has taken across this country and in Hillsborough County. I don't know if we've crossed now the 1,000 mark. We've been at 999 deaths in Hillsborough County, one county, now for a few days. We'll be over 1,000 deaths. We have, I think, something like 1 out of every 15 people in this county have been infected or are suffering from it. We don't know the long-term effects this might have. And we know that some really simple measures can make tremendous difference in that. And I'll say one thing that I've said before is, I was always struck early on when there were the stories about Clearwater Beach with all the crowds out there at the time, and Florida was the scandal of the nation. And a young man was there, and he, was partying and having fun, said he wasn't going to do anything. He wasn't going to change, and this was fine. And then later on, he took that back when he went back to Michigan or wherever it was, and he said, I was worried about his grandparents, and he said, government. He said, I would have thought the government would have told me something. I would have thought, there'd be something out, there'd be a rule where we would know. And he was kind of shocked. And I think it's really upon us, because I think less than clear messages have been sent over and over again. It's really upon us to get through these last few months with as little more continued hurt on our businesses, on our health, on our families, on everyone else, and to take whatever measures we can. So I appreciate you bringing these forward, and I'll definitely be supporting it. And I don't see any other comments, so I guess we'll do a roll call at this point.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
No.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Hagan and White voted no.
And Commissioner Overman, did you have a second motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Board, for supporting the previous motion. In line with the same process, there was a secondary recommendation or consideration offered by staff based on the research that we've seen for modification of the mask mandate. What we're trying to do is not close early, have businesses close early, change, or shut businesses down. Obviously, we don't want to see any of that. But what we've found is that the later the hours are, the more fun people are having, and they lose their focus on how important social distancing is. And so where people are actually able to gather, that's created some problems. So a second amendment to our ordinance might include the following language. Changes to the mask mandate in Area 7 would be under A, and then B, any business establishment, including bars, nightclubs, and restaurants that serve food or drink for on-site consumption must comply with all of the following. And then it would be the item 2, which would say bars and nightclubs shall not maintain spaces that allow the congregation of unseated people. Bars and nightclub patrons must not be permitted to remain unseated at a bar or table, at a table or a bar, in any area of the bar or nightclub, unless waiting to be seated. Any groups of patrons so waiting must remain socially distanced in groups not larger than 10, all of whom must be companions. So come with your group and stay with your group and keep your distance from everybody else. This specifically is intended to prohibit dance floor areas within any bar, nightclub, or restaurant or other areas allowing for the congregation of seated persons. This area would also impact and consistently on what we already approved, which is item 9, that would give the exception of persons eating and drinking, but while seated at a table and bar. And that's my motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. At this point, I didn't see any hands up. Is there anyone who wishes to make any comments? Yes, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'll just quickly thank Commissioner Overman for doing this work and research and hammering out a legally feasible step that we can take. I'm very concerned about that peak that our State Department of Health has projected that this area will be seeing, that will overwhelm our hospitals if we even just maintain the status quo. So I think these are reasonable steps, to the point that they are difficult to enforce. Of course they are, but having these come from the local government allows those businesses who want to maintain safe practices to do so, and let us take the heat for them. And it allows them to post signs saying that these rules are county rules, and it makes it much more easy for them to maintain these practices on their premises if we issue these orders. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman?
And thank you, Commissioner Smith. I think the reason I wanted to address that at this meeting is we are going into the holiday season. We are going into New Year's Eve. We are going into times when people typically gather in public places in large bodies. And so I think it's critically important that we send the message that now's not the time to let your guard down. These rules obviously aren't going to stay in place forever. They're in order to address what we've been told by our medical professionals is an urgent problem to address immediately. And so I wanted to make sure that we address those today, and we can readdress any of the mandates in the future as needed. So thank you.
Great. And seeing no further discussion, if we could have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
No.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Hagan and White voted no.
Thank you. And I guess we have to hear from Ms. Beck now for extending the emergency. Is that correct?
Commissioner, very quickly, as we do every 7 days, we've prepared another draft order for the board's consideration to extend the local state of emergency and consistent with Florida statutes, and at this time it would be appropriate to entertain a motion with regard to that order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by both Commissioner Smith and Overman. Can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
No.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman?
Just a quick question. I would like to get staff's opinion, especially the folks, Mr. Hordell and Mr. Barge, as well as County Administrator wise, the effective date of the mask mandate, is that effective today? Or are we going to give some time period for businesses to us to get this information out so that they know they need to be in compliance by, say, Friday or something? What would you recommend?
Well, if we could give people a few days, that probably is good. However, we will incorporate this into our educational materials immediately.
So what is the effective date of this that we just approved?
Yes, the way I read it is that it's effective immediately.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise?
Commissioners, we are well past our lunch break, and I want to be cognizant of that. However, we also have a few regular agenda items, and we can't lose our quorum for that. Is your preference to break now, maybe come back at 1:15, and then hit those regular agenda items? What is your pleasure?
Board, I think that's a good plan. I don't see any objections to that. Okay, so we'll take a half-hour break at this time and resume at, I guess it's 1:20, really? Okay. I can update my computer. Okay. We'll see you back in a half hour. And welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and I will, do we need to do a roll call when we reconvene?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Here.
Smith,
No. Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Hagan,
Here.
Myers,
Here.
White.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I hope that Commissioner Smith wasn't making fun of the chair. And we will move now, Ms. Wise, to our regular agenda.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to move back to the regular agenda. We did already handle B1, so we're going to go to item B2, which is Kevin Bricky to recommend approval for an agreement with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for CARES distribution dollars.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Bricky, Management and Budget. B2 indeed is asking you to approve a CARES Act funding agreement with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $2 million to offset allowable pandemic expenditures in accordance with the CARES Act measures and requirements. And this is part of the CARES Act funding that we received early in the year of $256 million.
Thank you. And Commissioner Myers, do you have your hand raised?
Yes, I was making a motion.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that we accept item B2.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers and a second by Commissioner Smith for item B2. Roll call, please. I don't see any further discussion. Roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Kevin Bricky will move on to item B3, which is regarding a fiscal year 21 budget amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Commissioners, B3 is asking you to approve an FY21 budget amendment resolution in the amount of $19,315,631 to realign FY21 budget entries for 3 specific transportation capital improvement projects. Those 3 are Citrus Park Drive Extension, 7 sub-projects or intersections in the Intersection Improvement Program, and 2 projects in the sub-projects in the Safe Routes to School program. This action will neither increase or decrease the overall FY21 budget. These costs, the 19 million plus, are currently budgeted to be paid from a future bond issue. These projects are moving ahead more quickly than the issuance of that bond issue. So this will allow short-term commercial paper notes to fund those projects, to allow them to go forward. And with the reimbursement resolution that you passed a few meetings ago, we'll be able to repay those commercial paper notes with that future bond.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no discussion, can we have the roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
We have 3 procurement items, and Scott Stromer will take us through those. The first of 2 is a 2-year contract for various projects.
Good afternoon, Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Item B4 is asking the board to award a 2-year contract to the overall lowest responsible bidder, Onsite Screenings LLC, for as-needed COVID-19 testing and vaccination services for the Office of Emergency Management at a total estimated cost of $13,999,944.26 for services over a 6 months period. In addition, ask the board to authorize use of the next two overall lowest responsible bidders if available and necessary in the event additional support is urgently needed required to an unexpected increase in the need for testing or vaccination services. The award amount in this case is actually estimated on the Office of Emergency Management's assessment of the present demand for testing and the Department of Health's best estimate of planned vaccinations in the event the county becomes responsible for this effort. The resulting award is requirements-based. It's purely proactive. Emergency Management wanted to have this in place so it was ready to go at a moment's notice, but it is based on the actual expenditure of funds, and it will depend solely on the actual usage of the specified services. And the county is not obligated to pay for services that are not performed. Funding for this procurement is available in the 2021 fiscal year disaster preparedness fund budget, and purchase orders will only be issued against approved budgets. Procurement Services does recommend approval.
Board, Commissioner Smith, I see your hands is up. You're
Very
recognized.
quick thanks. I think a shout out is well earned here to emergency management and our county administration for getting us ahead of the curve and ready to vaccinate our citizens. So we will be right there ready to go as soon as possible. And with that, I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And again, yes, we are deeply grateful, the entire county, for this being moved forward so expeditiously and how well things have been handled in this pandemic, by especially a procurement and by the emergency team and by our staff. So with that, we'll have a roll call.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise? Or
B5, and Scott Stromer will present that as well.
Item B5 is asking the board to select, award, and execute an agreement with the highest-ranked firm, J. Kokolakis Contracting Incorporated, for design and construction of the improvements at the Northwest Community Collection Center, construction of a new hazardous household waste facility, replacement of the existing Northwest Transfer Station facility scale house, and other related facility and site improvements for the Capital Programs Department at a total cost of $15,535,400. A disadvantaged business enterprise participation goal of 15% was established for this project, and the recommended vendor has committed to achieving that goal. The Human Services Department does recommend approval.
thank you. And seeing no further, no hands up, we'll have we need a motion with the board's pleasure. Okay, I'm sorry, who's made the motion?
One of us, I'll move and she seconds, I think.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Mr. Strummer will go right to B6.
Yes. Item B6 is asking the board to reject the two proposals that were received in response to a request for proposals for a public-private partnership development involving two county-owned properties in the Ybor City Historic District. Given the widespread and sustained impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and numerous other issues related to that pandemic, not the least of which is a recent rapid rise in cases, significant uncertainty exists regarding the current and future state of our local economy, as well as the county's operational needs. As a result, staff believes the best course of action right now is to reject the proposals and reevaluate the desired project outcomes, community needs, board priorities, and the budget impacts. Additionally, staff will work closely with the City of Tampa's new administration and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to ensure that the use and/or reuse of the subject properties is maximized for the community's benefit. Procurement Services does recommend approval.
Move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Now 1:30, so we can go to our 1:30 time certain, item G1, which is an appearance by Attorney Mike Moore to provide an update to the board on the opioid litigation, and County Attorney Christine Beck will present this item initially.
Yes, thank you, board members. I just was going to introduce Attorney Mike Moore. He is the leader of the team of attorneys that was retained by the board back in November of 2017 in order to represent Hillsborough County's interests in litigation involving the manufacturers, distributors of opioids. And with that, I will ask to see if Mike Moore is on the call.
Is Mr. Moore on the call?
I don't see him.
Commissioner, I'm not seeing his name.
I don't see his name either.
Okay. I think maybe we, Ms. Wise, need to put that item later. If maybe we could present it another time if we.
Communication staff, can you please confirm, because he seems to be waiting online to be entered into the call?
I don't see anyone waiting for the call. I don't believe I'm not seeing him on.
We'll try to resolve that in the next few minutes. Perhaps you can then waive your rules to handle item F1, which was supposed to be at 1:45 p.m.
Waive the rules.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith to waive the rules. Roll call vote, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, this item is your item. Item F1.
Yes, thank you. And I'm just going to try to make this so we can go through this discussion. I know it's been discussed multiple times, and there'll be more times to kind of explain it, particularly to the new commissioners. But we did, I know both the new commissioners were present, even though it was at the very end of that long meeting on last Tuesday, the land use meeting. But what I'm presenting is a policy change. I brought it up at the end of the last meeting and again at the end of our land use workshop, the repeal of the wetland density credit in the rural service area. I first raised this issue back in July. Here's how the credit works. If more than 25% of a project is wetlands, additional dwelling units may be constructed on the upland portion. That's just because we've decided that. There's no additional protection for the wetlands brought by the policy. Rather, the incentive is backwards because it encourages more intense development near wetlands, which are endangered by growth and are so-called critical as environmental habitats and for resiliency. And I will tell you, for the new commissioners, there is a home insurance discount because of our particular preservation of wetlands and paying attention to our wetlands policy with regards to flooding in Hillsborough County as well. The county's consultant, excuse me, WTL, which we saw the report, and I had no idea that they were including this, as I said the other day, until I read the report just prior to that meeting, WTL recommended this change to my surprise, explaining that it would benefit our transfer of development right policies and give them a chance to work. As they stated in the WTL report, they just right out recommended that as one of their highest recommendations, that we get rid of our wetland density credit in the rural areas. And they said, as I've kind of surmised just from looking at our policies over the years, that we can't really even have a transfer of development rights in Hillsborough County because we give away the shop already. So there's nothing that holds back or incentivizes anyone to transfer their development rights to better places to develop. The county's consultant recommended this change, explaining it would benefit the transfer of development rights. I have included that report with this item. I encourage all of you to read that report. There's a whole lot in there. There are several other thoughtful recommendations that have not yet been addressed and deserve our immediate attention. This moratorium is our chance to do this right. You don't really get to do-overs with land use, so we shouldn't miss this opportunity to do this important work. The Keystone community up in northwest Hillsborough County and the Ruskin Community Plan, they were some of the first two community plans to be put in there, and they both prohibit the use of this density bonus. We need to extend the same protection to the entire rural area, including the Waimama Village and the RP2. This is just the very first step of the process today. These changes would have to be approved at future public hearings. You'll learn more, but that takes time and we need to get this started. So I'm going to pass the gavel at this point to the Vice Chair and make this motion. And Vice Chair, you have that gavel?
Second.
Okay, well, my motion is.
I do.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, sorry. My motion is that we direct the Planning Commission staff and Development Services Department and the County Attorney's Office to coordinate and prepare amendments to the future land use element of the comprehensive plan and the land development code in order to eliminate the environmentally sensitive land credit, also known as the wetland density credit in the rural service area.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, please.
I see Commissioner White apparently seems to have
Okay,
his
I'm
hand raised.
sorry. I apologize. I had scrolled down the list looking for a last presenter. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I've always had concerns about the wetlands density credit, so I'll certainly be supporting taking the first steps here in this process. I would just like to ask for staff to just focus, when this comes back, to focus on how this might be used to better promote transfer of development rights, or TDR, in the county, because I'm anxious to get a meaningful TDR program off the ground and up and running. And I'm convinced that with the right tools in the tool chest, we can be successful. So it could almost be a sidebar, but if you can just let us know, and I'll say the same to the county attorney, as it comes back. And maybe some provisions can even be in there that explicitly, lay out how it could tie in with a TDR program. But I'm anxious to hear that presented when it comes back. Thank you.
Commissioner White. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, and I think we have enough, I'm hearing enough support to move this forward, so I'll keep this brief, but I do want to thank the citizens who have emailed in and came to public comment today and raised some really great points about moving forward with this, and just underscore that, yes, the Ruskin Community Plan, it does not allow that, and that is in the urban area. And Keystone's community plan doesn't allow these either. And that plan was completed first nearly 20 years ago. And in all that time, we have had no ill effects from this, and certainly hasn't stopped development in Ruskin by any means, but our wetlands have been better protected. So I think this is a really sensible move, and I I couldn't be more supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I too want to echo Commissioner White's comments regarding a robust TDR program that actually can work. So I'm looking forward to this being a catalyst for those conversations to move forward. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'll be brief, but I do want to really thank all the citizens who have been involved in caring and spoke today. It was great to hear from them. And I also would just like to say to, I believe that Commissioner Overman you've heard a lot about the WTL report, but Commissioner White, I very much commend you to read that. I've asked that we be presented with that, and we should be. And in there, it gives a plan about how you use this for transfer of development rights. But since I read that report, I will tell you, I've started pulling the plans from some of the other counties, including Lee and Collier, to see how they're using a wetland density credit in regards to transfer of development rights. Not sure how it works, but they actually have it in there for, that is mostly what they use these for, if they have them at all anywhere, which is not very, it doesn't seem to be that they have them in a lot of places, but that's what they use it for, as a tool in the tool chest.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. I still see Commissioner Smith's hand and Commissioner Kemp's hand up. So those will come down. And with that, seeing no further comments, ask for a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cullen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, Chair. The chair is yours.
Madam Chair, I
Great.
believe we have Mr.
Thank you
Moore
very
on the
much.
line now.
And Ms. Wise.
It looks like Mr. Moore is back online for item G1, so if we could go back to that regarding the opioid litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, you're recognized. Welcome.
Hear me?
Now I can hear you. You just unmuted.
Okay, great. Well, I'll make this quick as I was told to do. We have made a lot of progress in the opioid litigation over the last several years, and thank you so much to Commissioner Merman and the county attorney and others who've been so very helpful in coordinating all this with us. There are several settlements that are in the process right now. Most of you probably heard about the Purdue settlement. Purdue was the main culprit in the opioid litigation. We have worked out a resolution, a $10 billion resolution with them. Unfortunately for all of us, the states and the cities and counties who filed cases, they are in bankruptcy, and the settlement is going through the bankruptcy. Doesn't mean that the money won't be paid. It just means it has to go through a process, and it's been going on for almost a year now, the bankruptcy. Hopefully, in the next 2 or 3 months, we're going to see some resolution to that and some dollars start to flow in 2021 from that. There's also another bankruptcy, Mallinckrodt, which sold a lot of the generic drugs, not the name brand, but the generic drugs, has also entered into a settlement with all of us for $1.6 billion. They are also in bankruptcy, and that money will have to be paid out of the bankruptcy process. We don't anticipate the Mallinckrodt bankruptcy to last as long as the Purdue, so hopefully some of those dollars may get paid out in 2021 too. All of those dollars are paid out over a period of time. There's no final decision on how long the Purdue settlement will pay out. The last we've heard is 7 or 8 years. Hopefully it'll get it paid out quicker than that, but we shall see. The big settlement that most of you have heard about, that's just about completely papered up at this point, is the settlement with the 3 distributors of opioids. McKesson is one, Cardinal Health is the other, AmerisourceBergen is the third, and then Johnson & Johnson, a large manufacturer. The total of that settlement is going to be around $26 billion. The distributor settlement piece of that is about 20.5. Johnson & Johnson has the other billion of that, $5.5 billion of that. Johnson & Johnson will pay theirs out, the majority of it in 3 years, the last $1 billion probably in over the next 6 years from that. Unfortunately, the distributor settlement is a long settlement. It's paid out over 18 years. But, you know, of course, the question you guys have is what does that mean to Hillsborough County? Florida's share of the settlement, and that's how the settlements are being done, is 7%. Generally, it's 7.03%. That's an allocation based on the number of opioid deaths, the number of opioid use disorders, number of people in your state that have opioid use disorder, and then the number of pills that were shipped into the state. And then 30% of it is done by population. So Florida does pretty well with that too. So it's 7%. How does that translate to Hillsborough County? Hillsborough County, under the latest metric, is about 8.71% of the total 7% that the state of Florida gets, but that has to be done by agreement between the state and the cities and counties, and there's some negotiations going on right now with John Garr, who is the Deputy Attorney General, who's actually from there, Tampa, and he's been very cooperative in working with us to try to figure out just exactly how the money will flow through the cities and counties. That's not been finally determined at this point, but those talks are ongoing. That's a long way of saying money is coming, money's on the way. The agreement is that the money has to be spent on the opioid abatement, which I'm sure you folks, you know, have plenty to do for that, you know, treatment and education, prevention, law enforcement and the like. My gut tells me that it will be into next year before this thing gets finalized, because the paperwork has not been finalized, and I was hoping it'd be done by Christmas. But I don't see a lot of movement on the paperwork in the last couple of weeks. So my gut tells me it's going to be closer to, you know, January before any big announcement is made on the distributor and Johnson & Johnson settlement. There are other defendants left in this case. Teva is a manufacturer, a small manufacturer. Allergan is a small manufacturer, as is Endo. A couple of those are, because of all the litigation, are probably going to go by the way of bankruptcy too. Then there's two big drugstore chains, Walgreens and CVS, that we will continue to litigate against, and hopefully there will be some pretty significant settlements from them. Settlements or judgments, whichever way that ends up. We may end up having to take those cases to trial. So I mean, there's a lot of details, and I can go into a lot of different information if you want, but good news is there are some pretty significant dollars coming down the pipe. Unfortunately, all this money won't be paid at the same time. So, you know, it'll be, you know, if you figure that money's going to be paid out over 18 years and a $26 billion settlement, that's for Florida, it's $120, $130 million a year. There are 89 cities and counties who filed cases in Florida. So you got 42 counties and 47 cities. And then, of course, the state of Florida itself. And there's always a dispute between who's going to get the most money. Is it going to be the cities and counties, or is it going to be the state? So that's a negotiation right now. And I would love, at least from my standpoint, to have if there's a lead commissioner or a lead person on the commission that could, you know, take the place of Commissioner Merman, who frankly did a lot of work on this, along with the county attorney. I'd love to know who the right person would be to continue to kind of have that coordination with. Would be very helpful to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And we are trying to kind of move through this as quickly as possible today, but Commissioner, we just have some constraints today. But Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moore, for your report. It's very helpful to understand where we are in the process and what we can anticipate is not only the timeline, but also the revenues. I also want to thank our staff and actually Commissioner Merman, if she's listening, at the hard work that's been done in order to be prepared for this. Opioid has actually caused a great deal of cost to Hillsborough County residents and citizens. The county bears a great deal of cost in managing the crisis that occurs in people's lives as a consequence of that. And to answer your inquiry about who wants to take this, I would be more than willing to assist in this effort unless there's another commissioner that feels passionately about it. But Commissioner Merman and I did speak about this particular issue and had common concerns in the juvenile justice area, the human trafficking area, the drug abuse area. Those are all areas of my office that I find have been exacerbated by the opioid addiction crisis. So I would be more than willing to step to the plate if you're asking. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll
And I
put
see-
a motion to receive the report.
Okay. And so we have a motion to receive this. Second, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman to receive this report, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. If you all could waive your rules again, we are about 5 minutes before 2 o'clock for item F2 for Commissioner Smith's item.
Waive the rules.
Thank you.
And by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Overman to waive the rules. Seeing no discussion, can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Commissioner,
F2, please. Commissioner Smith's item, F2.
Commissioners, the question is, do we think developers should pay 100% of the transportation impact fees to pay for the roads needed to serve their development? Or do we think they should pay just 80% of those costs and make the taxpayers pick up the tab for the remaining 20%? My motion today will be to ask you to let us discuss that question next month in January. But first, we have to direct the staff to bring that back to us. And I'll just say this today. Our transportation system, as you know, is strained to the breaking point because our transportation infrastructure has not been keeping pace with development. And that is largely because developers have not been paying their fair share of impact fees. Mobility fees, which are our transportation impact fees, are the main source of funds for providing transportation infrastructure as we grow. But they have been far too low for far too long. We made a good step forward last year, but it was way overdue and it didn't get us all the way to where we need to be. We had a study done last year that determined what it costs to provide the transportation infrastructure for each new house. Then it calculated the developer's share of that minus a bunch of credits. Keep in mind, impact fees only pay for the capital costs, not maintenance costs. So impact fees pay for things like building the roads and buying the traffic signals. Then the taxpayers pay for all the maintenance costs. The new mobility fees that the board adopted last May are due to take effect on January 1st. As it stands, the fee ordinance includes a phase-in schedule, which will start at 80% of the full rate for 1 year, then 90% beginning in January 2022, and finally reaching 100% in October 2022, almost 2 years from now. However, now, with all our budgetary needs, with all our transportation problems, we need 100% of the transportation impact fees to pay for the transportation costs of new development. Our county budget is particularly stressed from the burdens of the pandemic. So now more than ever, we cannot afford to continue subsidizing this one business with taxpayer dollars. And there's really no reason to subsidize the development business now when current forecasts project that 2021 will be a very hot housing market for our metro area with large growth in home sales and sales prices. I am committed to requiring developers to pay 100% of their fair share, not 80% of their share, leaving the taxpayers on the hook for the other 20%. Infrastructure is not free. It costs what it costs, and somebody pays. If developers don't pay, the taxpayers pay. Or else nobody pays if we don't have the money and we don't get the infrastructure to accommodate the new development. And that's how we got in the mess we're in today. We need developers to pay 100% of their full fair share of the infrastructure costs for their own development. In closing, commissioners, you don't have to decide this issue today because all I'm asking today is that you agree to have this conversation and let the attorneys bring us back a draft for discussion and consideration in January. And that's, so my motion is to direct the county attorney's office to draft an amendment to the mobility fee program ordinance to eliminate the phase-in of mobility fees in order to begin collecting mobility fees at the full 100% assessment rate as soon as possible, and to bring that back, that draft back to the January 6, 2021 regular BOCC meeting for board consideration.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And I see Commissioner White would like to speak. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'm having difficulty seeing the public policy rationale for this. I do want to remind the viewing public and for those of you that might be covering this meeting that this item does not increase where the mobility fees are set as a matter of policy, nor does it increase the percentage of the fee levied as a matter of policy. It would simply accelerate a phase-in that's already been done by this board. The work has already been done. I supported the fee increase, and that was not easy for me, but it was the right thing to do because we were behind the 8 ball. You look at our mobility fees and frankly our impact fees across the board, and many of them had not been adjusted for even an inflationary fee since as far back as the 1980s. But the phase-in approach was done in good faith. I am concerned about the ongoing COVID pandemic, housing affordability, the fact that as these homes are built, that it is putting people to work, with things like hanging drywall and painting and flooring and you name it. And I'll remind everyone that by the time this gets scheduled before the board and we go through the necessary public hearings, it would only put us about a year ahead of schedule from the ultimate phase-in at 100%. Mm-hmm. So in this particular case, I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. So I'm not going to be able to support it, even moving forward today. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but if a majority of the board is not on board with this, then, I would just as soon not waste staff's precious time. Staff will tell you that it's, it can be frustrating to go through a lot of work if the votes just aren't going to be there in the end. So I can't support moving forward today. But Commissioner Smith, I will tell you, though, that I would very much like to work on eliminating corporate welfare across the board in a way that's not industry specific. And that's something that, I would very much look forward to having further conversations on. But today, I just don't see the policy rationale. We're going to be at 100%. There's an agreed upon phase-in that was done in good faith. And I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand Commissioner White's sentiment as well as Commissioner Smith's. And as I've been saying for 2 years, I was never really happy about doing anything other than ripping the Band-Aid off. I wasn't really happy with offering a discounted method as a consequence of the fact that we do have a shortfall of housing, but we don't have a shortfall of housing in certain areas. We do see development happening. We do see houses being bought at the price levels that they are. And, but that doesn't change the dynamic of what we can afford to do to alleviate the impact of that development as it comes online. So I am willing to support the motion because I do believe it's important for not only our budget folks to know what direction we're going in, but also to recognize that, in spite of COVID, we haven't slowed down home building and developing and permitting. None of that has stopped. And I think the thought of the phase-in was to address the fact that we were concerned about that. But the reality is that hasn't slowed it down at all, with the anticipation that we are going to need housing and we're going to need to be able to do it well so that we aren't compromising people's quality of life in order to address the need for housing. So I'll support the motion.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Chairman, I just want to say I recall listening to, I want to say, to a May meeting where this item was discussed on a phase-in, which would allow a 2-year period, and the board agreed to do the phase-in, and now today we're saying, let's take all the money at once. I think when we make a commitment to our community to say a phase-in would be in agreement with the developers so that all those who are going to participate in the phase-in process will have the opportunity to do that based on where they are in their personal lives with capital. So it's going to be very difficult for me to support this today because I believe in when we agree as a board to allow an action item to happen, and before it can happen, we are changing the rules in the game. And I do agree with what Commissioner White has just said because it is true. That's how we should support the previous motion that has come before this board.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Find myself in general agreement with what Commissioner White and Myers have said in the following sense. I watched the May meeting. I thought that what the board did in raising all of those impact fees was correct. I said at the time that I would have done the same thing, but I also supported and still support the idea of the phase-in. And what I remember specifically about the meeting in May where this was decided was that there was another motion that passed 7-0 that these were all going to be addressed again on a yearly basis. And I think that because of that commitment that was also made by the board, it is premature to evaluate it again now. I also think that the rationales that were given for the phase-in, many of them had to do with the uncertainty over the state of the economy and the COVID epidemic. And we are in no different state right now than we were back in May in terms of really not having a full understanding of what the economic consequences are of what we've been through. So I am also not ready to support this now. I think that when we make a commitment, people rely on those commitments. They get financing based on those commitments. And if we're going to change it, we need to do it according to the parameters that were set out. My understanding would be that we said we'd look at it, I think, yearly. It was passed in May. It would be appropriate to look at it again in the spring.
Okay, seeing no other comments by other commissioners, I'll just say this. I think we passed what we could get at the time, and we desperately needed more. The study, which was extraordinarily flawed, I think as shown by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman and myself, is still very, very low relative to our surrounding counties. I think that's not what's understood. And we're having this phase in that, other counties don't have. We also have incredibly hot market at this time. So house after house after house is being built without this infrastructure, without these dollars available for infrastructure. I will tell you that the unincorporated county budget is crushingly tight. It is so there's so little available to do the things that we need to do, that to not get 100%, which is really not a big lift. And it's really what they're doing far more. Let me tell you, when you compare the charts to Pasco County, you will see that Pasco County is charging a whole lot more than what this budget recommends at 100%. And, the whole idea of, all the building is going ahead. And I was an aide to Commissioner Castor in 2003 to 2006. And at the time we really pushed, that was the last time we ever upped impact fees. And our mobility fees have remained, before 2016, it was just shockingly, shamefully, horribly low. They're still very, very low. But at that time, we were looking at school impact fees, and it was put off. And that was one time where they approved it, but it was phased in. So what happened was the market was hot at the beginning when the fees were still kept sinfully low, truly. And at that time, the schools took out loans, did all kinds of things to build schools. It got stepped up to 2008, but by 2008, there wasn't much of a market at all. So the higher impact fees that would have actually paid for schools were never realized. So I would caution the board that to not do this and not look at 100% fiscally is a really, I think, harsh thing not to do. This discussion's gone on for a long time, so certainly there's been lots of notice about this, and there's been a lot of word about opposition. I will say to the new commissioners, it won't be long before, as COVID lets up, that you will be getting the 2,000 or so emails of people just so frustrated with the traffic infrastructure that they're just beside themselves. And there won't be money to do that. We don't have the resources. And finally, I'll just say building infrastructure, which is so necessary. Building infrastructure also puts people to work. And it's a really important way to build our communities out in the way that they need to be built. So I'll be supporting this. I think we should at least move forward and be able to look at the discussion and not say, oh, we all just agreed to this when that was the best we could do, and it was not great. and we can see that I was more worried about the building industry, quite frankly, before, as this all kicked in that time, but we have not seen any slowdown at all. It's moving apace very, very fast. And we've been on a collision course for many years with so many of our impact fees not being collected to this day in any reasonable way. We are just beginning to get there in any reasonable way. Some are our parks, our fire and rescue not collected for 35 years, not changed. Our application fees, all kinds of things like that. This is still 100% is still very low, quite frankly. And other places are not phasing it in like this. So I would urge you to please just support a further discussion of this. It takes a long time for it to happen. In fact, after we do this, I think it's 90 days before it kicks in, 3 months. So even if you did this and passed it and looked at it in January or February, you wouldn't get it till May. So I'll just have, with that said, I don't know, is Commissioner Cohen, is your hand still up?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay. So seeing no further discussion at this time, we'll have a roll call.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
No.
Hagan,
No.
Myers,
No.
White.
No.
Motion failed 4-3 with Commissioners Cohen, Hagan, Myers, and White voting no.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next time certain item is at 2:15, item E2. And so I think we still have a minute, so I think you do still have to waive your rules.
Okay, do we have a motion to waive the rules?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, a second by Commissioner Smith to waive the rules. Seeing no discussion, can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
So we have item E2, a special appearance by Santiago Carrata, President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, and Craig Richard, President and CEO of Tampa Hillsborough Economic Development Corporation, and they're going to present their semi-annual activity reports. Commissioners, we know that Commissioner Hagan will be leaving and we will lose our quorum, but these are just receiving reports.
Thank you. I can't hear anything at this time.
Santiago, I believe, is available. Santiago Carrata.
You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Honorable Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners, County Administrator, County staff, and those watching at home. It's a pleasure for me to appear before you this afternoon. I want to start off by saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to our county staff, specifically Lindsay Kimball, Ron Barton, Greg Horwedel, and of course our County Administrator Bonnie Wise, and especially to all of you on our County Commission for releasing those dollars for us to do what we do to spur our economy through tourism. And I like to remind our viewers that that economy is widespread. We know that visitors only spend up to 17% on lodging, on hotels, and the rest is spent on the arts and retail, attractions, culinary. So again, when we are moving that economy forward, it helps a lot of our neighbors that are employed in the industry. And remember, visitors also pay sales tax, the education tax, the transportation tax, and all of those business pay property taxes to the county and the city. So it's a real symbiotic relationship that occurs when our economy is moving. And I can tell you without a doubt that if it had not been for the generosity of our county commission releasing those dollars, we would be in a far worse place than we are today. A few takeaways before I jump in the numbers. We have seen improvement month after month after month. And remember, we're competing against ourselves a year ago when we were smashing tourism numbers. In fact, we were smashing those numbers through February. So the months you're going to see today, yes, the numbers are low, but they have promised because they have continued to improve week after week, month after month. So again, without your help, that would not have happened at all. And I'm going to move very quickly because there's a lot of information to cover. Please reach out to me after the meeting if you have any questions, anything I can further answer. So I'm going to fly through a lot of numbers. We're talking about last quarter and really up through November. So I really want to show you where we're at and where we think we're headed. So if someone could put up the presentation, I am going to be calling next slide very, very quickly. Yep, next slide. And we all know who that guy is. So we'll go on to the next slide. And so our Hillsborough County performance for Q4, which is July, August, September, obviously in those four indicators that show the health of our hospitality industry, occupancy, average daily rates, the revenue per all available rooms in our county, and revenue show a decrease. Some months were better than that 45% average in occupancy. Some were not, but this is an average of July, August, September as provided to us by industry analyst Smith Travel Research. So these are not our numbers. These are collected on our industry. Next slide, please. Our county is divided into 4 sub-markets, the downtown area, and you see there a drastic drop. Again, middle of the pandemic, July, August, September, and a heavily dependent area on business travel, conventions, international travel. As we know, many of those opportunities right now are not available to us. So they're hanging in, but we need those pieces of business to come back, and those we hopefully will be coming back very, very soon. Next slide looks at our East Tampa, which really means East County. Those are those hotels over in Brandon, the fairgrounds, the east part of the county. And you see they're better numbers because they're dependent on a different type of traffic, not as heavily dependent on conventions and meetings and associations, more leisure travelers, transient travelers, people that are traveling through the area. So we see that they're down only 8.2% in revenues for those 3 months. Next slide, I believe, is our North Tampa Bush area. And again, different mix of business, doing second best behind East County, North Tampa Bush. And then if we get to the next slide for the submarket of West Shore, again, you see a little bit of a difference, heavily dependent again on international travelers, business, meetings, conventions. We see a lot of conversion out in West Shore when our downtown is very busy. Business spreads to the West Shore district. And again, these are numbers for July, August, September. Next slide, please. So county taxable hotel revenue, this is all revenues collected for the months of July, August, September, and they're always a month in the rear. So these are our June, July, August numbers. You see there the discrepancy between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 19. Obviously, again, record-setting months last year compared to pandemic numbers this year. And so again, and that's a gradual increase, and I'll really specify in a few slides how much we've grown. Next slide, please. So bed tax collections, just a reminder, we started collecting the 6 cent in August of 2019. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy here carrying forward. But again, you see the decline in the bed tax collections, a 6% collection on hotel revenue, and it's comparative to what you saw in the prior slide. Again, this is bed tax collected July, August, September, which are our June, July, August numbers, fourth quarter of our fiscal year. Next slide. And so we like to compare ourselves not only to ourselves, but to the Hillsborough Pinellas area combined, Florida and the US. And you can see there, again, on those variables, occupancy, average daily rates, RevPAR, and revenue, how we compare against ourselves and those others. And again, you can see, and I want to point out that last year, around this time, our occupancy was 68.7%, just a smidge off of the US number of 69.1. So when you're looking at that record number for October last year and the gap, you see why we're down the way we are. But again, very, very strong numbers for a destination that does not have beaches. I have to emphasize, we don't compete with Pinellas. We compete with Asheville, Nashville, Charlotte, Fort Lauderdale. We do not compete with truly beachfront destinations. We compare with light destinations, and we'll see that here shortly. Next slide. For October, here's the downtown performance against those sub-markets. If we go on to the next slide, we'll see obviously East County. Still about the same, but if you see their occupancy last year for October was 71.4%, and they're at 62.4, even during the pandemic and through surges. So, you know, performing rather admirably, even during pandemic surges. We're seeing that the gap isn't as wide as it could be. Next slide, please. North Tampa Bush, also 7.4% decrease compared to last year. In the 50s, both years, believe it or not, as far as occupancy. And then the last slide is our West Shore district again. So I've moved from our last quarter to October. And then what I really want to show you is, I believe, this next slide, where we're talking about our competitors. And this is the competitive set that the industry has us to compete against. And you can see that for October, that occupancy number, we have the lowest percentage gap of all the competitors in the comp set. And so, you know, I've often recalled days when folks wanted us to be like Nashville and wanted us to be like Austin and wanted us to be like some of these other destinations. And I'm really glad that we're not, because our inventory is what it is and our marketing efforts are resulting in what they're resulting in. So on occupancy for October, smallest gap. Next slide, please, looks at average daily rate. And just a small difference between Fort Lauderdale and Tampa, Hillsborough County. Says Tampa Bay, it's only Hillsborough County. And then for revenue per all available rooms, the next slide, you'll see that there's even a smaller difference between Fort Lauderdale and Hillsborough County. And you see where everyone else in that comp set lies below us. Next slide, please. So October taxable revenue, which is our November number, believe it or not, from April, this is an over $16 million growth. Don't even want to think about what it was in October, but we've seen a growth of $16 million on taxable revenue since April through October. And if we go to bed tax, we've seen over, next slide, please, almost $1 million growth all the way from April through October. So again, headed in the right direction, even with some of the surges and some of the things that we've had to deal with, which bodes well for some of our local businesses and entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. This is actual hotel performance through November the 28th. We also have December, but I'll wait for another meeting to do that. And you can see again that, you know, the trend is to lower that revenue deficit. And, you know, we're under the 50% difference, so we're getting closer and closer. Next slide, please. So this really shows, unfortunately, the highs of February and kind of the highs of March, what happened in mid-March and April, and how this trend line continues to move as far as Hillsborough County hotel revenue. And again, we've not seen a negative decline. We've only improved and now are holding steady. So we'll see what the new year holds for us. Next slide. So this is one that's of interest. From March through December, we had a number of events that were impacted by the pandemic. I can tell you that just about 80% of those groups have rebooked with us for future years. And you see where those land, and an estimated economic impact value of over $163 million. So we didn't lose those permanently. We just had to reschedule, and our team was really focused on not losing those permanently. Next slide, please. So in order to drive meetings here in the short term and to get them ready to go, because we know the pandemic effects will linger, we've created a hybrid meeting grant program where we have a set number of metrics where if you're going to bring some in-person meeting delegates to our destination, we will help you offset the technology to provide a hybrid meeting environment for those individuals that either can't travel or can't travel safely. So we're really trying to preserve business in the immediate so that we can help continue to spur economic prosperity here through meetings, conventions, and groups. Next slide, please. So we've been very active. We actually returned to the office in June in teams following safety protocols. In October, we went to the biggest travel show called the Connect Mega Show in Orlando, and we were a major sponsor. We had 176 appointments in the matter of 2 days, believe it or not. We brought back over 20 requests for proposals for conventions, and now we've been designated as the site for the next Connect Mega Show, which will be happening here in August of 21. We can take, or August of 22. We are certain it's August of 21, and it will be just a very, very big show. Next slide, please. And we've not just landed them, but we were able to win the American Legion's National Convention for 2025. We were the only finalist city where the site visit occurred during the pandemic. And even during that, we were able to secure that convention. And you see a number of other big names there on the slide that we will be hosting in the future, some of them in the very, very near future. Next slide, please. So our recovery efforts, next slide, have been really focused on conversion. Those individuals that, number one, are willing to travel, that are willing to travel safely, that are within drive markets, because we know the airline business was taking a little bit of time to gear up. We started in mid-June. We've paused, we've frozen, we've fluctuated with the pandemic. So through June through September, I can show you some numbers. Next slide, please. We have had third-party OTAs that can track our investment dollars and the return. And through some of these partners, we've seen a 10-to-1 to 22-to-1 return on ad spend, meaning that those have converted into direct bookings into hotels here locally, again, bringing visitors to the destination. Next slide, please. And so through November 30th, we've seen a total estimated revenue come into our hotels of over $23 million. Estimated room nights over 188,000, average daily rates of $124. And as you can see, our top hotel origin markets are listed there. And Tampa is always one because we have our own locals that are booking hotel rooms for guests and visitors and family members that are coming. So you'll always see kind of Tampa in that origin market list. Next slide. And our recovery creative has been just very refreshing. You know, we want to talk about wide open spaces and fresh air and the ability to explore. So our imagery has denoted that. We've never denoted large crowds and over tourism because we've never been that way. And of course, diversity, the diversity of our audience, the diversity of our locals, and you'll see that throughout all of our advertising. Next slide, please. And again, we've had lots of media exposure. This is free exposure that has a value to it. There's still a lot of folks that are very interested in this destination, and there you see the numbers associated with that. And actually, we're starting to welcome journalists back to the destination who want to write about us. In fact, I just did an interview this week with Southern Living about our historic district, specifically Ybor City. So again, we're getting a lot of attention, just, you know, the diversity and the culture and the history of our destination. Next slide. So 2021, January through September, we're about to, and hopefully the vaccine and the pandemic will cooperate. We're about to unleash our biggest marketing budget in the history of Hillsborough County and our organization, thanks to your generosity and the dollars that we have been able to pool together. Here are some of the markets we'll be focused on and really going to be able to track through our metrics, the return on ad spends, and being very, very flexible on how we market. If we have to stop, if we have to start, if we have to shift, we'll be able to do all of that. Next slide, please. And lots of partnerships. In fact, we're going to be on the cover of United's Hemispheres magazine in January. We're doing a promotion with JetBlue, Trivago, Discover Florida, Frontier Airlines. So we are a destination of interest within our airline community, as well as, you know, nation large through those journalists that cover destinations. Next slide. And we're not only focusing our dollars just on leisure travelers and tourists. Obviously, we want to bring back that meeting convention audience. So we've already started to market in those hot industry journals online. We're more online than journals because people are not in their offices, so they're online. And again, focused on associations, corporate, multicultural, and we are really, really laser-like focused on really trying to bring back safe meetings, conventions, and groups. Next slide. And we have new creative as well for our meetings area. So again, actually now expanding and focus on disabled populations that may have accessibility constraints. So again, all of our marketing covering just the scope of those individuals that might want to visit our destination. Next slide. And we've been very, very busy creating video content. Our On the Horizon series focuses on all the incredible things that are happening during the pandemic, the opening of restaurants, the opening of hotels, the opening of attractions. We also have a number of other series to do with art, culture, diversity, history. And the next one is a quick overview of arts, and then we've got specific arts videos. So I encourage you to visit our YouTube site, our Visit Tampa Bay site. So the next is a short video on the arts, and I hope it'll play for you.
We're always living with the results of what happened 100 years ago or 10 years ago. How do we put that in context? How do we connect it with what's happening today?
Art can transcend you to another world, and it can happen in a heartbeat.
As an artist, like, yeah, give me all that color, like, that's good.
Good culture, good art is the fabric of your community.
You learn to maybe understand the stranger sitting next to you more than you did before the show started.
If you tried to take advantage of everything that was happening in this community, you would probably never make it home to go to sleep.
Find some way to enter it, and it's like you're in a whole new club. You're in a whole new way of thinking. Like, the world is brand new again.
Thank you so very, very much. I've been so eagerly anticipating being in front of you. I was actually a little nervous and rushing through it because it's been a while. So thank you again so much for your support. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to either ask me today if you want, if you have the time, or please reach out to me and connect. Would love to chat some more about what we're seeing and what we're headed. We actually even have December numbers and they're looking pretty steady. So again, thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I see Commissioner Overman has her hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to tell you, Santiago, that was outstanding. You brought to the table the realization how critically important it is for business and marketing to adapt to the pandemic. And I think one of the things that we have been able to do together here as a board, but also in all of your efforts, is stress how critically important it is to keep our people working and get them back to work, and being a place that people can come to and feel safe, where they can come and they know that when they get here, they're going to go into places where people are using social distancing, where they're using protective measures in order to allow them to still enjoy life. And that was part of why we were at the issue we brought up this morning. But more importantly, it's why it's so critically important that you've really capitalized on that by showing the hybrid meeting alternative as a way of saying, you know, some people are just not going to fly, but they still want to be there. Being that creative and updating on your marketing materials has actually helped us be most resilient. And if there isn't anything better to elaborate how important that is the fact that we're going into our fun season, and a lot of it does come from local. But with big events like the NCAA, like the Super Bowl, like WWE, unfortunately had to get canceled, or postponed, let's just say, hopefully. You know, we'll be able to bring these big events back in rather quickly. But in the meantime, we can still allow people to come to the Tampa Bay area, specifically Hillsborough County, of course, to celebrate the wonderful places and the things that we have, and to be able to do it safely. So all of our citizens' efforts to keep our numbers, you know, good, to show where we're working together, I think is critically important and has great value in terms of supporting our economy. And I just wanted to say thank you also for the efforts you've been helping on the human trafficking efforts. So without your partnership, we wouldn't be near as far along as we were. So, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I have a brilliant staff. So I don't take credit for all of this, because they're a hardworking team that come up with great ideas like the hybrid grant program and marketing with safety in mind. So I get to deliver the news, but I have a stellar team that works behind the scenes to make it all work. So I have to give credit where credit is due, but thank you so much.
Thank you. It's very much reflected, I think, in your presentations, and I think it was certainly an inspiration for us all. Really great to see, really moving, and very touched by see what you're putting out there, and especially during this time. So I hope that we're going to see an upswing, and things will change, and we'll start getting our world back again. But in the meantime, I can see that there's great efforts being made with this.
So you need a motion to receive the report?
No, we don't even have a quorum, so we're not doing that. We're just.
Okay. All right, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'll recognize Mr. Craig Richard to make a presentation at this time.
All right, I've unmuted here, and I'll be sharing my screen with you for my presentation. But before I get going, let me just say good afternoon to all of you commissioners, and so good to finally see you. I've been excited about making a presentation to you for quite some while and share some of the good news that we've had. I want to say good afternoon to all the staff that's on the call as well as everybody else that's watching. I'm going to tell you, Santiago is a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. Let me get my screen shared here. All right, let me see. All right, can everybody see that? Good, good. Well,
yes, we can.
I want to congratulate our newly elected commissioners as well, Gwen Myers and Harry Cohen. We're really looking forward to working with you, and congratulations to you, Commissioner Kemp, for being selected as chair. I'm excited about being able to work with you in your new capacity. I understand you're going to be our representative, and I'm fired up about that. So welcome, and glad to see you there. I'm pleased to report that despite a very challenging year that everyone had last year, including a global pandemic, global recession, civil unrest, the loss of state incentives, believe it or not, and your EDC has still managed to eke out a few wins, which has allowed us to make our jobs goal, as well as have the second best capital investment year that we've had on record. Last year, we announced about 20 projects, and this is a snapshot of all the logos of those projects, but I'll highlight a couple of those. One is Fisher Investments, and most of you have heard of Fisher Investments. They're an investment firm, one of the world's largest independent investment advisors. Well, they've never expanded to the East Coast, and they chose Tampa to be their first location for their East Coast expansion. They're going to hire 600 very high-wage jobs, and I'm pleased to report that they've already hired over 100 of those jobs as we speak. So that's a big win for the Tampa area. The next one is a tried and true corporate citizen of Hillsborough County. City, I call them the gift that keeps on giving. They currently have 8,000 employees here locally, and they recently announced that they're going to hire 700 new high-tech, high-growth jobs during the pandemic. So we're pleased to have them. This makes their Tampa location the second largest site outside of New York City for Tampa. So that's huge news for us, and we're so pleased to see our local companies growing and expanding. Also, in response to this economic crisis that's been caused by the pandemic, the EDC accepted the challenge from the county and the city to develop recommendations that will help expedite an economic recovery for our local economy. And so to tell you about this story, I've asked our very own, your very own, Commissioner Ken Hagan to talk about that.
Collaboration has been key to our success in helping Hillsborough County businesses cope during the pandemic. In April, we tasked the Tampa Bay EDC with spearheading the Economic Recovery Task Force. They convened stakeholders across our business, local government, and academic sectors to get critical feedback to help us plan for the recovery. With the input we received from dozens of community leaders on the task force, Hillsborough County put the $256 million it received in CARES Act funding to work for our residents and businesses. Comprehensive package of programs the Board of County Commissioners approved included workforce development, small business recovery, and life safety programs. Since the recovery of our small businesses is so important, we allocated $100 million to help them get back on their feet. Kickstart Small Business provides an immediate infusion of up to $40,000 capital to small businesses for operations such as rent, utilities, supplies, and payroll. To ensure that our economic recovery is as equitable as possible, we intentionally gave priority in the application and approval process to businesses located within our distressed community. All of us know friends, family, and colleagues who lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic crisis. To help them find employment in other sectors and develop the skills they need to do so, we partnered with CareerSource Tampa Bay. Hillsborough County's $25 million allocation for workforce training programs is providing dislocated workers with short-term occupational skills, certifications, and training in high-demand fields. Once they've completed their training, they'll have access to placement services that will help fast-track their reemployment. This program also offers on-the-job training to help keep affected residents in the workforce and incentivize businesses to retain them beyond the initial training period. We've got a long road ahead. But thanks to the commitment of business leaders like you, Tampa Bay EDC, CareerSource Tampa Bay, HCC, and so many others, Hillsborough County is well positioned to emerge stronger than ever.
I want to thank Commissioner Hagan for helping us with that video. But we also want to thank the co-chairs of our task force. Some of the co-chairs you recognize, I'm sure all of them you recognize, but I want to give a special thanks to Bob Rorlak, who's with the Tampa Bay Chamber. We just heard from Santiago Carrata. Santiago has been a great friend and partner with us throughout this whole situation, as well as John Flanagan with CareerSource Tampa Bay. He has come to town and hit the ground running. So we really enjoy working with John, and he's been a tremendous help on this recovery process. Who can forget Dr. Ken Atwater with Hillsborough Community College? He's been a tremendous asset in helping us develop some of these recommendations, as well as Carol Post, who's also new to her position with the city of Tampa. And of course, your very own Ron Barton with the county. Let me just pause right here and just give a special thanks to both Ron Barton and Lindsay Kimball. You have some of the finest economic developers on staff, and working with them really is a team effort. Their staffs and our staff get together regularly to work on project management, all these upcoming issues that we have, and just know that you're served very well by your team. So it's a pleasure to work with them. We also worked with our partners at Visit Tampa Bay, and our really good friends. They do an excellent job at marketing, as you've seen on the recent presentation. But we partner with Visit Tampa Bay on our Make It Tampa Bay website, and this past year we updated that website and ran ads in the Tampa Bay Times to help many of our dislocated workers to find new opportunities that they can build to use their skills in new employment opportunities, as well as new skills development opportunities with CareerSource and other skills providers. And with this upcoming new year, we recently celebrated our annual meeting, and we announced our new executive officers, and I'd like to introduce them to you this year. Our new chair will be Jim Weiss, or is Jim Weiss. He's a credit risk executive for Fifth Third Bank. Our new vice chair is James Nozar, CEO of Strategic Property Partners. Our new secretary treasurer is Angel Gonzalez. He heads up Center State. He's the market president for Center State Bank. And everybody already knows Ron Cristaldi with Shoemaker. He's actually going to serve as our general counsel for the next 2 years. And a special thanks to Marie Chinisi Everett, who served as our chair this past year. And she'll be still on our executive committee as our immediate past chair. And she's currently the managing director of the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. So as we go into this next year, we're guided by our strategic plan, and that was adopted last year. And we'll be focusing on activating the third strategic goal, which is placemaking, as you see on this diagram here. The guiding principles of our placemaking strategy is diversity, inclusive growth, social innovation, and opportunity zones. These are all hot topics currently. And we're pleased to be making this one of our key priorities for the upcoming year. The placemaking strategy is about driving projects and initiatives that promote Tampa Bay's competitiveness as a destination for business and talent by specifically showcasing the region's quality of place. So it's no secret that, in our business development is our main principle, our main goal. But in order to do that, we have to make sure that talent is, we have the right talent to support the businesses that are locating here and that are expanding here locally. And what does talent need? Well, talent needs a great place to live and work. And so we thought it makes a more comprehensive economic development strategy for us to help in this placemaking area. And in order to do that, we'll be hiring a new director of community development to implement some of our placemaking strategies. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, one of the many challenges that we faced in addition to the pandemic and recession was losing state incentives. And the Tampa Bay Journal ran a very comprehensive story about the consequences of losing one of our major tools. The key point I want to make here is simply that, this is just one example of one of the projects that we know we lost due to incentives. Unfortunately, we will never know how many projects we're actually losing because oftentimes when you don't have these things, you're scratched off a list for future consideration because you just don't check that box. So I only bring this up to remind you of the challenges that we'll be facing next year. Finally, I'd like to invite all of you to, particularly our new commissioners or newly elected commissioners, and some of you who hasn't attended this in the past. In fact, I think last year Commissioner Overman attended, and she can vouch for how helpful this was in just understanding the full scope of what economic development means to the community. So you should have received your invitation by now, but we'll be talking about what is economic development, what's the role of incentives, and how does your EDC work with projects. And so we're going to have that on January the 7th at 3 o'clock. I hope that you can make it. If you can't, send one of your aides, but hopefully you'll be there and add to the conversation. So with that, again, I just want to say thank you for your continued support, for your partnership. It truly is a team effort. And we look forward to working with you next year. And Happy New Year and season's greetings and Merry Christmas and all those things to you. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer and respond to any. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you again for a great presentation. It's really good, I think, for us all to know about the boot camp. I don't think I was familiar with that in the past, but I'll be there this year. And it looks like things are healthy and well. And I just want to say, I loved it that you shared the priority of placemaking. I think that's been close to the heart of a lot of commissioners. And I think when I spoke with you before, do you have a master's degree in planning?
I do.
So I think you speak to the heart of, I think that is what a lot of people are looking for in communities that they move to. And, corporations as well, great schools, a place that they want to live and love. And I think we could work some in that department to make this, I think that's the direction we've been moving in so much. And just one little question from the middle of the presentation. When did Santiago ever have his hair that short?
Right, that must be a really old picture. We need to update our files.
And Commissioner Overman, I see your hand is up. You're recognized.
That's so funny you should say that. We always, introduce Santiago as the guy with the beautiful hair, and I'm trying to keep up. I can't look as pretty as him. But I do also want to encourage the board members to attend the meeting. I actually was going to come and get an update Because I think many of the things that I understood is sort of the mindset of how they go about approaching corporations and how they help us shine. And I did want to ask you, you do seem on your executive board to have an awful lot of financial services related folks. Besides the fact that they're stepped to the plate, how is your executive board traditionally developed over time, other than, usually it's okay, this person's still here, let's get them to do it, which is frequently on a lot of boards. But I am concerned about diversity because of industries. Because what we've heard from Santiago is, the hotel and convention business has 3 different markets and they respond very differently. That also is the case in various different other employment related, and I'm sure Mr. Flanagan's going to give us an update there. But how does the EDC ensure that we are building a broad range of different types of employment that would allow us to be most resilient in various different economic situations?
Oh, great question, Commissioner. And you're right. During our boot camp, we'll address a lot of that. But specifically in regards to the organization, the way our executive committee is composed is through their investment levels, and then we have a small number that are elected to those positions by a nominating committee of their peers. And so we have on the executive committee educational institutions, manufacturers, financial services, medical institutions, healthcare institutions. They're all represented. So what you saw was just a sliver of the leadership of the executive committee, but the executive committee is far more diverse. And in regards to industry diversification, you're absolutely right. In order for us to recover quickly, we have to have a diverse industry sectors. And that's part of what our economic development strategic plan is about. We've identified new sectors that drill down into some of our targeted areas that will help us diversify our industry, that provides higher paying jobs and can help us recover quickly. So that's the meat and that is the meat and bones of most economic development strategies, is to create a diversified local economy.
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for sending me a copy of your strategic plan. It's on I got to read this during the break list. So, but thank you very much for sending, and I appreciate your presentation today.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And I guess with that, I see no other comments to be made. We'll conclude. And Ms. Wise?
Thank you. The next item is item E3, which is a special appearance by Martine Collier, the Executive Director of the Hillsborough County Arts Council, and she'll present their quarterly activity report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Didn't you love that video that Santiago shared? The quote that really struck me was, good culture, good art is the fabric of the community. And that really, really does underscore how much we appreciate the investment of this commission in arts and culture, not just the Arts Council, but in all the ways you support arts and culture. I'm going to try and share my screen now so I can begin the presentation. Just one moment. So that's not working.
If you'd like, we could share it for you.
James, Christian, yes, that's fine. So let's go to the first slide. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to share with you today the accomplishments of the Arts Council since our last report to you in February. In spite of the pandemic, we have remained focused on achieving the remaining outcomes of our last strategic plan, while concurrently completing a new strategic plan to guide our work through 2022. Next slide, please. When we last reported to you, there remained only one outcome of the prior strategic plan not completed. That was designed to design a single organizational website combining 3 formerly separate websites. Our goal was to rebrand the Arts Council while enhancing the user experience of our citizens. I am delighted to report that the new website was completed by the end of September. Response from constituents has been overwhelmingly positive. I encourage you all to go to hillsborougharts.org and check it out. Our board was actively engaged this year in developing our new strategic plan. They utilize input collected from almost 400 stakeholders. A board retreat held in late February is pictured here, where it was agreed upon that the overarching goal of this plan would be providing greater access to all of the citizens of Hillsborough County. The Arts Council Board voted unanimously to approve the adoption of this plan at their May meeting. Next slide, please. An ongoing initiative of the Council has been to bring more community attention to issues of cultural diversity and access. We scheduled a series of nationally recognized speakers this year to address these issues. The February community discussion and half-day workshop at the Entrepreneurial Collaborative Center was an enormous success. Although we had to cancel the May event due to the pandemic and social distancing, we will be continuing this series this year. It is relevant not just to our newly adopted strategic plan, but also to the national dialogue underway relative to equity. Next slide, please. As you would expect, a great deal of effort through the last months have been devoted to assisting our constituents in navigating this pandemic. We did not wait for grantees to come to us with their concerns. We were highly proactive, reaching out at the onset of the pandemic closures to help them find solutions. Note the quote from one of our local artists on this slide, which is indicative of much of the feedback we received. From allowing programmatic changes, accelerating payment schedules, providing daily updates on funding opportunities and national initiatives, to hosting webinars, we were fully engaged in doing our best to help the arts community during these very difficult times. Next slide, please. We also hosted 2 artist workshops virtually to assist individual artists in better marketing and selling their work online, and providing other useful tools for transitioning during the pandemic. Next slide. In spite of COVID-19, the annual grant-making work of the Arts Council continued much as usual. The Arts Council awarded a little over $301,000 in cultural development grant funding for 2021 and almost $84,000 in community arts impact grant funding for 2021. Next slide. And speaking of our grants funding, here are a few samples of things the Arts Council funded in 2020 that were completed in spite of COVID-19. A wonderful new mural at HCC Dale Mabry campus, and efforts on behalf of Winthrop Arts to create access for local children are just a few of the projects that were completed during the pandemic. Next slide. Many other exciting arts-related initiatives have been undertaken in Hillsborough County in the months prior to this reporting. We are proud to have been asked to be partners or collaborators with many of these important entrepreneurial ventures that have the potential to impact county economic development, as well as the economic well-being of artists and arts organizations. Next slide. We greatly appreciate the County Commission's interest in our work. None of this would be possible without the support the county provides to the Arts Council. We are very grateful for that support and also for the personal interest each of you demonstrate for the arts and cultural organizations in this community. One final note, you will be receiving the 2021 issue of the Guide to Arts and Culture in the next week or so. It rolled off the presses just a while back, and we will be mailing it to everyone, as well as cultural constituents and other elected officials at the state level. So that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
I have no questions. Martine, is that you that
Yeah,
needs to
I
move?
think you might not have to mute yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
I just want to say Martine is doing a fabulous job and has really helped the Arts Council bloom into something that is beginning to realize its full potential. We have a terrific board, and I have done, I'm sure you all have, some of these strategic plan sessions of what did you go, retreat for the day, and some of them are more or less successful, more or less a waste of time sometimes. This one was awesome and really led this board to coalesce around real vision, action items, and direction, and was really very fruitful, thanks to Martine's leadership and the consultant that we brought in, and to the board. We're all working together with Martine's leadership to move to a new vision that brings art to the whole county and involves people throughout all the diverse communities of our county. And it's really a very exciting time. So thank you, Martine. Thanks for your presentation.
I think you're muted now, Martine.
Oh, I just wanted to say thanks to all of you for your wonderful support, which everyone appreciates, and certainly all of our grantees do. Thank you again.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. And seeing no other hands at this time, Ms. Wise.
E4, which is a special appearance by John Flanagan, CEO, Career Source Tampa Bay, and to present their quarterly activity report.
Great. And Mr. Flanagan, you're recognized. I will be on to those meetings as soon as I catch my breath here. I think you're muted, Mr. Flanagan.
Mr. Flanagan, we're not getting audio from you. I'm not sure if you have a headset in or anything else like that. If not, we may need you to hit the downward arrow next to the microphone button, and then next to microphone, use system settings. If that doesn't work, we might need you to back out of the meeting and rejoin. You might be experiencing a glitch with WebEx.
Right. We're still not getting Mr. Flanagan.
Mr. Flanagan, if you could hear us, yeah, you may need to back out of the meeting and rejoin using the same link.
Okay. I see that he's Ms. Wise?
Yes, then we will move to item G2, which is Adam Gormley, Development Services, to receive a report regarding issues raised by Mr. Buddy Harwell regarding the appealing a land use hearing officer decision. And that was your backup.
Mr. Gormley, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Item G2 is a report requested by the board regarding some issues raised by Mr. Buddy Harwell at the October 21st public comment. In his comments, Mr. Harwell indicated that he was having some difficulty filing an appeal for, filing an appeal for to a land use hearing officer decision, and that he felt that the information that was online and the application was not clear. The board had asked for a report on that, response to some of his issues, and a clarification on why his appeal was not complete. So starting with the first issue, the status of the appeal, land use hearing officer decisions do have a 30 calendar day window for appeals to be filed. Mr. Harwell did file something within that time period by the 30th day. However, the Land Development Code requires that a statement detailing the nature of appeal be included with the appeal, and that was not included. we have actually met with Mr. Harwell and talked about his opportunities to participate. And I understand he did actually appear at the Land Use Appeals Board hearing as an intervener and had provided a comment on an appeal that was actually filed by the applicant. Regarding the materials and the application that was on the web, we did take a look at that and say I agree with his comments that it was not very clear or user-friendly material. There was references to things that weren't necessarily readily available. So we have actually revised that application. The old application is off the web. We have a new one on there that has much clearer instructions and some language that is highlighted as to what the critically important things are for filing an appeal, with a notation that these are important and must be done, or potentially lose the opportunity to move forward with the appeal. We also created a application form that was specific to the appeal process, and as part of that added a box where it's directing that statement of appeal be added to the application. We have created that both in a fillable format that's on the web, as well as a printable format that's on the web. They are both in use now and live on our website today. That concludes my report on this. I'm available for any questions anybody may have.
Thank you. Thank you for reporting back on that. And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Sorry, my hand was left over from before, but I do appreciate the efforts of staff to make this easier for citizens to engage. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think we have more work to do in that area. So thank you, because I think too often, I know I cannot make, we've shared for years the difficulties that we, even as commissioners, for some of us, when we've looked through that, have had. So thank you for clarifying and bringing that back. And seeing no other hands, no other comments, Ms. Wise?
I see Mr. Flanagan is back. Perhaps his audio is working now.
Sure.
I hope so.
Yes, there we go. Mr. Flanagan
Awesome.
with Career Source. Yes, you are back.
Thank you.
Full audio.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. Looking forward to having you as part of our board and part of our organization. So actually waiting the chance to meet and give you a little more detail about what we do. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And again, John Flanagan, Chief Executive Officer, Career Source Tampa Bay. Would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for their time and allowing me to present today. I do want to say one thing, kind of following on Santiago and Craig, just recognizing the staff that you all have, Ron Barton, Ken Jones, Lindsay Kimball, Ms. Wise, Bonnie Wise, and Mary Helen Ferris have all been instrumental in assisting this organization getting back on its feet and really being that community impact that we ought to be. So thank you to all of them. You guys have a wonderful staff that does a lot for the community. And also want to thank Craig Richards, my partner at EDC. We do a lot of work together, and Craig's been a tremendous partner of our organization as well. So my presentation will be as brief as I can make it. It's going to be a little bit more granular than what than the other presentations, because we're really talking about how our organization affects specific people and job seekers. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I wanted to start out with some demographic and labor force trends, and really Commissioner Overman had said something before in Craig's presentation about a healthy industry mix being vital for a community to thrive. And I'll talk a little bit in these few slides about how diverse Hillsborough County's economy is and how it has helped us actually through this pandemic versus some of our other partner counties. So if you look at, this is just simply tracking unemployment over the few years prior and then during the pandemic. And I wanted to take it back all the way to kind of the end of the Great Recession of the late, 2008 to 2012, and just see the progress that we have as a community have made up until the pandemic. And then you kind of saw that spike get up to about a 10% unemployment rate for the county. And then, again, crediting, the county with having a healthy mix of industry has really helped us get that unemployment rate back down and getting people back to work. Next slide, please. So just some quick demographics. More than 100,000 Hillsborough County residents were unemployed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic by July of this year. Right now, we've got that number to about 45,000 that are receiving unemployment, recovering more than 55% of those job losses from peak unemployment, and again, dropping our unemployment rate to 6.2%. And I'll be happy to share too that November is down to about 5.7%, so we're continuing to make positive progress. The tough thing about this pandemic is that it has disproportionately affected employees making less than $40,000 a year. So the very folks that really could not afford to be out of work were in fact out of work. So one of the things that we needed to do was look at how do we take those individuals that have been adversely affected by COVID and give them opportunity in other industry sectors. Obviously, the most heavily hit sector was hospitality and tourism, because those are a majority of your, and retail, those are a majority of your front-facing customer service, person-to-person contact jobs. So again, you had about 60,000 job losses in that sector alone. All industry sectors were affected, but again, our diversity and economy allowed for mitigation of some of those systemic losses. Industries like IT, shared financial services, healthcare, and construction weathered the labor shed a lot better than hospitality and tourism, but they still felt some effects. And if you want to look at today, even in comparison back to about 10 years ago, coming out of the end of the Great Recession, we're actually in a better place. We've got about 3% less unemployment. That means we've got more people working, particularly if you talk about population gain over the time of the end of 2011 to 2020. So there is some bright spots in what is really has been a dark cloud. Next slide, please. And I added a labor market comparison of Orange County, Florida. It's our partner county. We all know where Orange is Orlando. And if you look at, certainly the recovery from the Great Recession, and then you see that spike from COVID, and you see really even now today, they're still, suffering.
I believe we may have lost Mr. Flanagan.
Industry.
Oh, there we go.
It looks like your internet connection cut out. Could you repeat that last little bit?
Sure. So when looking at our diversity of industry here as compared to Orange County, it has allowed us to weather this pandemic from an economic standpoint a little bit better than our partner community in Orange. So that's a good thing. And I know Commissioner Overman talked about the importance of a healthy economic mix from an industry perspective, and we do have that here, so that's great. Next slide, please. Okay, and again, just talking a little bit about Orange County and again, our economic diversity outpacing other competing Florida markets, making for a faster recovery to a strong labor and talent market. So we've got, again, we've got a very healthy industry mix in Hillsborough County, which uniquely positions us to recover from things like this a little bit quicker. And it really played an important part, again, in what the county and the BOCC had done in directing $25 million to CareerSource Tampa Bay to put people back to work. And if you go to the next slide, please. And I want to talk a little bit about our accomplishments for 2019 and 20. Obviously, a lot of it is going to be centered around R3. So so what I want to talk about first is our virtual summer job connection. So next slide, please. One of the things we do every year is a summer job connection program for our Hillsborough County youth ages 16 to 21. We provide either work experience, which is placing youth at employer, or a virtual career exploration, which is what we had to pivot to during the pandemic, we weren't really able to place any youth this year in direct work experience, but we did provide a really robust career exploration experience for about 500 youth. The great thing is it was through a mix of industry. Financial services was heavily involved, IT, manufacturing, healthcare, construction and trades, as well as hospitality and tourism. All those industry sectors participated. We used mostly our funding. The year prior, we received a $300,000 award from Hillsborough County in order to serve some folks that we wouldn't have been able to serve. And I certainly believe that we're probably going to come back to the BOCC again as we ramp up our summer job connection program for next year. We hope to serve up to 2,000 youth next year. Next slide, please. So wanted to talk a little bit about the R3 program. Again, the R3 program was the $25 million that was approved by the BOCC and sent to CareerSource to help put folks back to work and help employers onboard talent as needed. So if you look at just some basic demographic information, we helped about 170 businesses that were approved, and we placed people into employment there. And we served about 1,728 job seekers to be exact. So here is almost 1,800 job seekers that wouldn't have had the opportunity to get back into the workforce if not for the BOCC and allowing CareerSource to help them. So it's a tremendous thing to be able to talk about changing the lives or helping the lives of almost 1,800 people that would have struggled and suffered in this, that may have struggled and suffered in this pandemic. So next slide, please. We filled almost 700 job orders, which has been fantastic. And I'll tell you, we have our normal programs, which provide some of the same services. From the volume perspective, we've done far more through the R3 program than we have in the last 2 years through our traditional funding. So it's been a fantastic success. And again, all this does is help people that were out of work get back into the workplace and get back into the workplace rapidly. So it was a wonderful success. Next slide, please. And again, just a dashboard, when you look at, again, we placed 1,728 people at an average wage of a little less than $14 an hour. We also provided occupational skills training for almost 750 individuals who had been displaced from work to go back into classroom training, acquire a skill, and re-enter the labor market when the labor market picks up and they have a new industry recognized credential to help them enter the workplace and be a valuable commodity to that employer. And if you look down at the bottom of your screen, you'll see industry share. So significantly in finance and insurance and professional scientific and management services. And again, across industries through the OJT and PWE. As a call center, we fielded over 12,000 calls from interested participants and interested businesses. And we outreached to almost 4,300 employers in the region. So it was a very busy time for us. And again, we were able to help, almost 200 employers and thousands of job seekers. Next slide, please. I just wanted to share a few testimonials, 2 from job seekers and 2 from employers. And the big thing really on the employer side is if you look at somebody like Computer Generated Solutions, they diverted a large portion of their business and call center hiring to the Hillsborough County office, which is a great story for me because they diverted a little bit from some of our competing cities like Atlanta and Charlotte. And while call center opportunities tend to be a little bit lower on the wage scale, they did report a hiring wage of about $13 an hour. And these were entry-level positions for folks that were transitioning again from hospitality and tourism and finding a foothold into a new industry or a new career. So it's, again, this is all, all at the benefit of the R3 program. And then if you look at what Kyle Edens at E2 Generations talked about not having, if not for this opportunity, probably not being able to invest in some of the folks that he invested in onboarding through E2 Generations. So again, a great story. Next slide, please. Just quickly wanted to show some obligations and how we spent your money. Back about a month and a half ago, we did decide to scale back a little bit, and BOCC approved an amendment to move it from 25 to 15 million so we could use some of that money to assist other R3 programs. But if you look at the cost for training, employer retention, and financial assistance costs, that's all money that went to employers and job seekers. So actually, that's all money that went to employers because job seekers, because that offset wages for job seekers. That went directly into their pocket as life sustaining wages. And the other line item is contributed to cost, outreach, program prep, launch, management, and administration. So a significant portion of your dollars went right to directly positively affect job seekers in Hillsborough County. Next slide, please. Again, if you look at some of the obligations, we've obligated about $7.5 million between direct work experience on the job training and occupational skills or classroom training. And then the rest was being levied out into financial assistance payments for job seekers currently enrolled in the program. So on top of getting folks back to work and pivoting back to a little bit about that statement about those being directly affected by COVID were the folks that could at least afford to be affected. We did provide some financial assistance that, again, allowed them to not just get into the job, but stay on the job. For me, placement is important, but what's far more important as for this organization and this community is really the retention of these placements. It's great to get a job, but we all want everybody to be at work a year from now because that's really where you start to see some of those solid community impacts. Next slide, please. One of the things that we had to do in pivoting is how we delivered services during the pandemic. We are one of those customer service businesses. We have 30 to 40,000 people walk into our doors every year. So when we couldn't do that, we were left with a way to figure out how to continue to serve job seekers. I see our organization and what we do as essential because every day we help people go back to work. So to me, that's essential like any first responder. So one of the things we did was we worked with our existing vendor to incorporate the R3 program implementation into a 100% virtual platform, which included enrollment, time and attendance for pay sheets, financial assistance, et cetera. We were able to interface with both business and job seeker 100% remotely, which was fantastic. And I think that was a big part of us getting out to help as many job seekers and businesses as we did. We used the Career Edge platform as a primary interface for both employers and job seekers, from application to admission to paycheck, and contract management. And again, it created the ability for rapid application and enrollment, which again helped alleviate some of the bottleneck that we may have faced without pivoting to some virtual services. Next slide, please. A little demonstration about Career Edge. If you're a job seeker or you're looking at Career Source Tampa Bay, this is kind of what you're going to see at first. It gives you a lot of good job seeker modules. It allows us to fully customize it, which allowed us to incorporate R3 into this, into this interface. And we can track participant progress in real time. So we're able to give you updates as to our success from a job seeker or from a granular perspective. Next slide, please. And what you're looking at here is some of the various 20 plus professional development modules that any resident of Hillsborough County can go on to Career Edge through Career Source Tampa Bay and use. All of these workshops are available to the public at no cost. We typically run all of our job seekers through a host of these to make sure that, we talk about being job ready. Again, that leads to retention. So it's been a very successful tool for us. Over 30,000 people have used the Career Edge platform to date this year through Career Source Tampa Bay. Next slide, please. Another virtual offering we have is called Metrics Learning. Metrics Learning gives the opportunity for more than 5,000 workplace skills, business, IT courses, provides 10 career pathways to 200 occupations, over 300 skill tracks. The great thing is, again, all free to the public. Anybody can walk into a Career Source Center or access Career Source Tampa Bay online and enroll and participate in these programs. Next slide, please. So obviously, Career Source, like all other businesses, had some issues with being able to remain open from a public safety perspective. So one of the things that we had to do was we actually had to scale down services and then go through the process of rescaling. So, phase one, we limited operations, on 5/11, we reopened to 25% capacity. From about the end of March to May, we were 100% closed and 100% virtual and online. In phase two, which started on June 15th, we expanded to 50% capacity at our Tampa and Brandon locations. And on October 12th, we were able to reopen Ruskin and Plant City through cooperation and partnership with the county. They were both used as testing sites. We wanted to make sure that the county was able to do that. And we diverted traffic over to our Brandon office or our Career and Prep Center or our North Florida office. And we're in phase three right now, which is a hybrid of virtual and in-person services at all locations. We still operate at limited capacity just due to the fact we want to make sure that we maintain safe physical distancing in our locations. And we keep the public safe who are coming in to use our services. Next slide, please. So this slide really encapsulates the overarching performance and metrics for CareerSource throughout the last program year. So again, we served over 31,000 individuals living within Hillsborough County. We served about 1,300 employers through a various cadre of services through our business services division, from posting jobs to hiring talent, to screening, to on-the-job training, and to direct reimbursement of wages. We created almost 23,000 job orders, and almost 25,000 referrals were made to those job orders. Through our eligibility-based Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act training, which assists job seekers with significant barriers to reemployment, we enrolled over 1,000 adults, 530 dislocated workers, and 647 youth. And these are all numbers that are separate and apart from the R3 program. Almost 3,600 families were enrolled in the welfare transition, with nearly 26.5% leaving with entered employment. And 5,623 general Wagner-Pizer participants, so think global career services, entered employment in our time. Next slide, please. So I want to thank you for allowing me to speed read through my presentation, and I apologize for the technical difficulties that I was having, but I am certainly willing and available to answer any questions you may have now, or if you want to get in contact with me later. But again, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present.
And thank you, Mr. Flanagan, for that. I will recognize at this time Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Flanagan, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions just to make sure I'm clear. Our office, and I know several of our legislative delegation officers still receiving significant calls regarding unemployment claims. And I know that CareerSource is trying to alleviate some of those unemployment claim pressures. But you showed on your slide, and I happen to have it over here, that's why I'm looking over there, that in July we were at 10.4% and we dropped to 6.2% in September. Is how much of that is a consequence of it disappeared on us. Okay, he's back.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. How much of that was actually an exhaustion of unemployment benefits versus actual, more people going back to work, or those that have chosen to come out of the workforce because of either illness or otherwise?
Sure. So certainly the labor force participates.
Oh.
Mr. Flanagan, it seems like you're having some internet issues. I would suggest turning off your camera and just speaking through audio. That should probably help your some of the issues.
Okay. Does that help? Am I back with everybody now?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. Thank you. And I got your question, Commissioner Overman. So certainly the labor force participation rate was affected, negatively by the pandemic. But that, the numbers that I cited are in fact to the labor force. So, we have had a significant net gain in jobs from July through September and into October. Can't account for all of it. Some of that is going to be accounted for folks leaving the workforce or who have exhausted unemployment. That certainly is a factor. But it's a small portion of the factor. A significant portion of our folks did get back to work.
Okay, and do you find, as a follow-up, do you find that a majority of the people that were coming to you were unable to acquire unemployment rates benefits, so that's why they were desperately, trying to find another job?
Well, it's no secret that there were some challenges to the Connect system, throughout the pandemic, and even before the pandemic, and it just exacerbated a system that was not equipped to deal with that type of traffic. Again, what we tried to do is help any way we can. First, as an organization, we tried to assist the Department of Economic Opportunity in making sure that people were able to get through, because in that time period, there was no R3 program. There wasn't the option to go back to work for almost all folks that were affected. So we partnered to do things like file paper applications on behalf of individuals, open up a call center to help with frequently asked questions. But we can partner with DEO to a certain extent. We're not allowed access to the Connect system. We can't adjudicate benefits or anything like that. All we tried to do is help remove a step or two from job seekers as they were trying to navigate the unemployment system. It was a very difficult time for everybody, to say the least.
Well, two, and I just want to say thank you, one, for the answers, but two, it was great to see all the different programs that you have that are at no cost to citizens in Hillsborough County that are interested in maybe, ramping up their skills, but filling in skills such as financial literacy and otherwise on the website. I'd love to celebrate that a little more, so most people, have those skills, because we recognize the digital divide among different income ranges and educational ranges made a significant difference in survivability in this process, whether it be kids that needed education or parents that were looking for work. So I liked seeing what I saw on the website, and I'm hoping that maybe you'll maintain both the in-person and hybrid servicing, because that I've found a lot of people are able to really take advantage of the program if they don't have transportation, and they're able to actually get trained without having to necessarily try and get there. Was transportation an issue for many of your applicants as well in terms of placement?
Absolutely, it was, Commissioner Overman, and it is our plan to maintain a mix of in-person and virtual services. It's funny, everybody talked about, their strategic plan. We are in the process of creating ours right now, and one of our pillars is going to be a system redesign. Do we have the right system? Is one large facility with 80,000 square feet and a couple satellites the right way in which is that the right physical footprint? Probably not, particularly in the day and age of technology where, if you're challenged by transportation, chances are if you have a phone with an LTE connection or an internet connection, you're able to access 100% of the services that we provide in person. So absolutely, it is that this is going to continue. The pandemic has just accelerated that timeline greatly.
Thank you very much for your report. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
And I'd also like to thank you for that report. It was interesting in terms of just now what you spoke about too, in terms of your facilities, because I've always wondered about, we have supersized things in Hillsborough County, and having one supersized facility in a place that's as big as the state of Rhode Island, our mileage for people to cover, and two smaller places, it seems like, yes, maybe having rethought that. And I have just been, I want the county to forever start to, our IT department might very much feel challenged by this, but I'd really like to have people be able to either be present at the meeting, or we're just having more participation at certain times by people when they can be virtually present. So I would really like to keep that for our public meetings as well. I think we have discovered some ways to help and assist people virtually that we didn't have before the pandemic. We kind of took a fast leap into this, which I think if there's any silver lining to this terrible cloud, that might be one of them, that we could somehow serve more people in the ways that we found. So I would really encourage very much looking at smaller centers rather than one big center, and continued great virtual presence. I also wanted to just, as long as you're here, I noticed that there's a job fair coming up for some of the events that are happening next year, the sporting events. And I just thought you may as well mention it, so anybody that's watching this or hears this can mention it to others, because it will be an opportunity, at least it looks like, for temporary work for the most part.
Yes, and thank you very much. And absolutely, Commissioner Kemp. So we are having our first in-person job fair. I believe it's next week. I'm sorry, we're having a slew of technology issues here today. So, but we are going to, and again, it is for temporary employment, and it is to assist with the sporting event that's happening in February, which shall remain nameless. Because I'm not allowed to say it apparently. But it is, I will send that out through Doug Tobin, our Director of Media and Public Relations, who has done a very good job in his time here of spreading the word of the services that we provide. What we hope is that this is the first of many opportunities to engage the public face-to-face again. We do need some of that. And it's going to help solve some of the issues related to the larger systemic unemployment issue.
Okay, and it's going to be outdoors, I think, and at Career Source?
That is correct. It's an outdoor job fair. It is at our center at North Florida Avenue in the Floorland complex. And it is going to be from 10 to 1.
And what day is that?
It is. I'm trying to pull it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you got it just now when you gave
the time. Okay. You know, Commissioner Kemp, you would think I would know this off the top of my head.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That is okay. That's what I'm here for. Let's see.
We'll let it go and just let people, they can look into it and see if
it is December 17th. It's actually tomorrow.
Okay.
For some reason I had it in my head it was December 21st, but I apologize.
I had it was next week also, but
okay.
Great. So tomorrow at North Florida Avenue, and you'll be advertising, or you'll be there with some at least temporary jobs that will maybe help people come February. So that's good for people to know.
Yep, almost 1,000 job openings will be represented at this job fair. 951 to be exact.
Great. So thank you so much for being part of coming today with that presentation. It was good to hear about how things are going, and I look forward to jumping into it more fully. Thank you.
Me as well, and I apologize for my technical issues on my end. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have one more item, item G3. Tom Fessler will provide the report on the COVID update, and he will do this very briefly because, of course, in January, this will all have been completed and he'll be able to give you a final report.
Thank you. Mr. Fessler?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Fessler, Interim Chief Financial Administrator. Yes, I will make sure to be brief today. I will focus on maybe just 2 slides that will provide the majority of the information that, related to our COVID activity. So the first one that we started tracking, I guess, a couple meetings ago was kind of a graph of our spending. One of the things I wanted to point out at this meeting is that as of yesterday, we were at about $207 million in actual dollars out the door. And so we are seeing that steep curve now. We are headed towards our final goal of spending all of the CARES Act dollars of $257 million. Just focusing again on just a few of the highlights related to all of the activities that have been going on over the last 8 months related to the CARES Act dollars that we have received from the federal government. We have concluded our housing and utility assistance program to over 6,800 residents, an average payment of over $5,000, $35 million in total. I am happy to say that all applications have been processed and all payments have been made. With our small business program, almost 6,400 businesses have been assisted at about $14,500 per business, $93 million in total. As far as where we stand on making payments, we have, out of all of those applications, we have 10 left that we are still working on that will be concluded by the end of the week. Other than that, all payments have been made. We have assisted over 180 local safety net nonprofits. We've provided almost $8 million of assistance, about $43,000 in assistance per nonprofit. We have assisted some home-based daycare providers. We wanted to make sure that they could reopen safely. So there's a couple $1 million, and again, 117 of those. We have assisted the cities within Hillsborough County, City of Tampa, Plant City, and Temple Terrace with about $39 million in funding. We have been also assisting, we've had some other another venue program that where we have assisted some youth program type venues with some assistance to have them be able to reopen. And then we also, as you know, are helping our tourism related entities within Hillsborough County to make sure that they could reopen safely. Those include the organizations that you see here. And then we have our sporting facilities, Raymond James Stadium, Amalie Arena, and Steinbrenner Field. Again, we own those facilities. So if we were not using CARES Act dollars to be able to make improvements necessary to reopen safely to the public with the CARES Act dollars, then we would be identifying other funding sources within our budget. So it is, as you know, in our view, an appropriate use of funding to be able to make sure we're taking care of our own facilities. We are also helping out our constitutional officers with some funding. You did approve a $2 million contract today with the sheriff, so that represents $2 million of the $3 million you see there. As John Flanagan mentioned, we also have $15 million that have gone to workforce type activities. Another $15 million to teleworking and facility improvements in Hillsborough County to our facilities and to also our parks facilities. We have $8 million that have gone towards food programs with some community partners that we're working with. $2 million for tourism, as Santiago Corrado mentioned earlier today in his presentation. And then we also have some other public health type activities that we've invested in. $4.5 million going to Tampa General Hospital to open up a 59-bed COVID unit. And then in addition to that, some PPE purchases. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Sorry, I'm sorry that I forgot to take my hand down. My apologies.
Okay, sure. And I don't see any other hands up, but you know, and we've expressed it many times, but we can say it again. In some ways, the CPA, the financial staff here are in many ways the hero of all this work. And I know that you all have worked diligently and very, very hard to put in, and to Ms. Wise also, who used to be in our budget department, for those of you who don't know, used to head it up. So there's been, I think, a really extraordinary effort and a careful effort. And, you know, I think we can all feel really good about how this has been done and how that money has been distributed. And we know it's been a big task. I heard some people were working on weekends to make sure it did well, and to help the most people to the greatest extent that we could, and helped us get back. So I'm sure I speak for us all when I say thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone that's been working on this. And I guess with that, we will go Ms. Wise.
And thank you, Chairman Kemp, for those kind words. People worked weekends, they worked evenings. This was a multi-departmental effort, so thank you. The next item is our future issues.
We never thought we'd get to the end of the agenda, and here we are with future issues. Okay, Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I am cognizant of the late hour. But given that this is our last regular Board of County Commissioners meeting of the year, I wanted to mention that it's also our last Board of County Commissioner meetings while Pat Frank is still the clerk of the court. And I know that this board honored her before some of the prior board members left. But given my long association with her and given the gravity and breadth of her career, I wanted to just point out to the public that Pat Frank has been continuously serving this community since the 1960s. She was elected to the school board for the first time in 1972. And what I'm going to suggest today, and the reason I brought it up as a future item, is that I would like to make a motion to ask the county administrator to bring back to this board a plan to name the 419 Pierce Street Hillsborough County Courthouse after Pat. And I will tell you why I think that that particular building is the appropriate venue to bear her name. When she was elected to the school board in 1972, that is where the school board met. And she worked there on the school board till 1976, when she went on to the Florida House of Representatives, and then 2 years later to a very distinguished career of 10 years in the Florida Senate. She took some time off to run for some other offices in between, but as you'll recall, she was elected to the Board of County Commissioners in 1998, and she served 3 terms as chair of this board prior to being elected clerk of the circuit court to the first of 4 terms as clerk in 2004. I come back to the 419 Pierce building because as clerk, that is of course the official records department of the agency. It is also a building that this board many years ago renovated. Pat Bean was the county administrator at the time, and Pat Frank took a great interest in the way that that building was built out and in the preservation of the mural on the first floor of the building, which sort of documents the history of Hillsborough County. So my motion is that we look to name the building for her. I wanted to make the motion while she was still in office, and I wanted to include that we should put some information inside the building on a plaque or some sort of display that could inform future generations about her career and also about the career of the Honorable E.J. Salcinas, who has a statue to him in front of the building. And I'd like to make a motion to put that on a future agenda for the board's consideration.
Second motion.
Point of order.
Yes, we don't have a quorum, if that's what you were going to state, Commissioner White.
You can simply ask and it'll be on the next agenda.
Okay, well, we'll do it that way then.
And for the record, I'm inclined to support it when it comes back.
Okay. So we, Commissioner White, did you have no, okay. I do have a future item. And I'll say this, just to give again, a little history, when I was working on the school impact fees for a long time and talking about school issues and safety and no sidewalks and kind of how we were citing them and everything else, and other commissioners were as well. Honestly, when we talked with the school board or with school staff and whatever other meetings we had, we didn't hear any alarm bells going off or anything like that, which I always thought was, it seemed to me like it was a crisis for a long time, but I didn't hear that until like about 2 months ago. I heard that we have a crisis with our school sightings, and that's when school staff came to us and said that as a meeting. I say that as and we'll be working on that, but I say that as a predicate to, I have to say this week, I was just stunned by the presentation that Commissioner Smith made from what the information of Tampa Bay Water. I've been on the board for 4 years. I've heard, we have some issues with South County water supplies. I've, heard some people speak to that, some. But I know that as far as funding or fiscally that Mr. Cassidy was, had told me he literally couldn't sleep at night sometimes. But the funding aside, even if we had the funding at the time, we would not be able to handle what apparently has suddenly been reported to us this week by a commissioner, not by staff. And I also know that there's been, or as Commissioner Smith pointed out, she said the Florida statutes, 163.1777, outline some of these issues about how we're not supposed to be. I mean, we cannot keep doing this without understanding whether we have the water, for God's sakes, honestly, for the development that we're talking about. And I'm just kind of stunned that it has come to us in this way. So my future item is that I would like a report back, one, to I guess we have now heard the gravity of what's happening, but where is it when the state statute says that we have to know this and have this considered in our development decisions? Where in the world was this supposed to be? When were we supposed to get the alarm if it hadn't just been presented by you this week because you recognized that? How is it supposed to work? How are we as commissioners supposed to act on this? What is the break, the trigger, whatever? So I would just like to have some information from our legal and everywhere else to understand how this operates in the future and how, where this was supposed to be. Do we have kind of a hole in how we're coordinating here in terms of the future and understanding what we need for development? So that's my request, is that we that staff come back and please outline what we needed to be doing and how we were supposed to be informed and how we should act with this knowledge.
Actually, talking to staff about scheduling a workshop specifically on this matter, because I think it's something that's going to take more than just a few minutes, if that would be okay.
Yeah, I think it will definitely take more than just a few minutes, but I also think we do need to figure out, there must be a protocol, I would think, for, you see a crash about to happen and you put the brakes on, but if you don't see it, how can you put the brakes on, or how can you manage it? So I think we have to find out how it should be happening. So definitely a workshop, but I think definitely some work to figure this out. And I see a couple hands up, I guess. Commissioner Cohen?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that when that workshop gets scheduled, Tampa Bay Water be included, because I think that they can really give a real comprehensive understanding to all the board members of what some of the problems are, what some of their solutions are, and I'm sure try to answer questions about what happens between now and their proposed solutions, because it's 8 years before there's significant relief that's going to be forthcoming. And I think that everyone should see the presentation that Commissioner Smith and I saw on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Just wanted to say for the record that I support the workshop format versus taking it straight to a business meeting.
I wasn't precluding a workshop format or anything. I was just asking to start this process and try to figure out what's going here. So thank you for that. No, I definitely think a workshop and whatever else. I just think we need to get onto it and start to figure this out. And I do, Commissioner Cohen, your hand's up again, or it never was, okay, thank you. Okay, I see no other hands up. So seeing no other comments for future discussion, we will be adjourned. And I guess I should have a happy holidays to everyone. And
absolutely. Happy
Yes.
holidays to everyone.
Happy holidays, everyone. See you next year.
Stay very safe.
That's right.
Thank you.
Take care.